qualifiers invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't about the money though. Tier 2 events give you the platform life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
More of an importance factor level up than others do, but the first game still is interesting in and of itself. We will get to Dark Zero, Sonics, M80, and Wildcard as the 4 teams with potential to qualify for the Atlanta Major in a couple of hours, but we're going to start with a seeding match for the last chance qualifiers between both Oxygen and Space Station, and it's about time we jump into this bad boy. Laxing, just on the surface for both of these teams, given how they've played so far this stage, who do you think takes this game?
I think Oxygen, I'm going to have to go with Oxygen taking this game for the sole fact they have showed a lot more heart and initiative, in my personal opinion, throughout the stage and throughout even this little bit of this tournament, showing to see who's going to go to Atlanta. The games that they had against Sonics were extremely close. Again, not to take anything away from SSG. Their games were very close with Wildcard, but we did see that last game, and it looks like they just folded over. So for that alone, I'm going to have to go with Oxygen.
I think I will agree. I think that for Space Station Gaming, we saw the map bans very quickly there. Skyscraper's an interesting pick. Space Station have never in team history won a match on Skyscraper. They tried it twice last year, lost both times, lost to DZ in the offseason as
map one?
well. That's map 1, chosen by SSG. Obviously, they've clearly worked on it. That's why they've picked it, but I'm not convinced just yet. I think Oxygen, the stronger team.
All right, sounds good. We just sped run the fastest death segment in the world. So let's jump into this bad boy. It's Oxygen versus Space Station for a higher seed in the last chance qualifiers going into the Atlanta Major. And it's a duo I did not expect I'd ever have to introduce, but I have the very rare honor and pleasure of introducing two-time world champion Pengu and Demo.
What, like, was there a need? Was there a need?
Nah. You know what, Demo? I'm sorry. I'm gonna apologize on behalf of Jacob. He does that sometimes. You know, he's new to this hosting thing.
Yeah, very, very new. He doesn't know about my credentials. You know, Nick, you may be two-time world champion. Two-time Go For over here. One on Xbox, one on PC.
Okay.
I done the double.
Oh, he's dynamic. That's beautiful.
Do it on both. No problems.
Yeah.
But like the Death said, Nick, it's a seeding match. These are always, I think, very interesting because it's not more the case of who's going to win, who's going to lose, because realistically, you're still going into those LCQs no matter what happens in this game. I think one of two things is what you should be prepping for is one, don't try and show off maps that you want to try and play on the LCQ is one of them. And second is at least give yourself a bit of momentum going into those matches by actually winning this one.
Yeah. You know, we say that momentum isn't the real thing in terms of like, oh, you won your previous game, so you're better off in this one. But mentally speaking, massive confidence booster. Having, you know, let's say you drop 20 kills in the final map, then you go into LCQ, you're gonna feel great. You're gonna feel confident. So I fully agree. I think this is gonna be a matter of showing up and just, you know, take this also as a practice run. Get that final experience in before those really important games in the LCQ run.
Yeah, and we're going to dive into our Skyscraper, which, like Jesse kind of alluded to, it's not a map that SSG have had great history on, and it's certainly not a map that they would prefer to play. That's sitting, you know, around about like their second lowest preferred map, so it's one that I think SSG are maybe looking just to try and get by with it today, and maybe not bring that into the LCQ, a bit of a throwaway map, you could say. But I think for Oxygen, in terms of Skyscraper, it's a map that they're more than happy to play. Very comfortable map for Oxygen here today.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. The only thing I'm really curious about is, well, so throughout the entirety of NAL Stage 2, it's been a very defender-sided, I guess, season, you would say. So there's a lot of luck here on the side of OXG being, okay, they can start on that very favorable side, but OXG, they've had this one pressure point the entire stage. That has been their early rounds. You know, Fish and Newers not putting up good numbers in terms of intro kills, not doing very good in, you know, the plus-minus in terms of kill and death ratio. They've had a really tough season, to be honest, but what has worked out for OXG has been their backbone. Foxy, Yogg, and Dream. They have won so many rounds, basically playing 3 versus 5, specifically on Skyscraper, because of that early roam being shut down or just not working out for OXG. So if anything, I want to see them work on that this game, and for Newers and Fish to look more comfortable and look like they can play a more consistent game of Siege.
There's been a few times this season where I've seen Fish, and I just think, what's he doing? There's been a couple of times where Fish has given me a right old headache, but I will say that I think he's actually done surprisingly quite well for someone who I think is still fairly new in terms of, you know, some of the ages that some of these players have been around for. He is still very young in his career inside of Siege, so it's just getting him up to speed and getting him to gripes for playing for such a big team like Oxygen. You know, Nick, this has been a team that's been around for ages now.
Yeah. I mean, they go all the way back, and I really like the fact that we still see somebody like Foxy active in the pro scene and actually having a really good season too, because we see players play for, you know, 5-6 years and have a hard time, but sometimes you adapt and learn with the young guns. Speaking of which, Ashen, the youngest member to join Pro League, just turned 18 as his season, well, 2 weeks in basically, and he gets a kill, but he also dies first with the side of Space Station Gaming, so they're gonna play without a set of grenades in this round and essentially no real soft destruction outside the ash charges, so they can't really do any, you know, killing from below. It has to be kind of like a inside the building trading game for Space Station now.
Good to see Yogg get the immediate trade back. Someone who's been very consistent for Oxygen over the case of the stage. And now SSG, they're going to have to try and break through this first layer of defense that Oxygen have set up, using the Azami barriers, using the shield, just these layers of defense. They just keep falling back onto the site as best they can and waste more time, waste utility. So we've seen that early drop off from Fish, but we still have Yogg in the hot seat, in behind the Dragon Shrine. Cotton maybe looking for a backstab up the house stairs. That could cause issues if nobody from Oxygen is aware of him. So right now, Nick, what I start to see from Oxygen is just hold their ground. They don't feel pressure.
Yeah.
There's no nades from below, like you mentioned. Ashen's gone. Where do SSG go from here?
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta go in, quote-unquote, guns blazing. You have to break this line in the map that is essentially a very strong crossfire from the defending team. And, I mean, look at SSG. They're waiting, but for what? OHG know this. They don't gotta move an inch. They don't gotta move a muscle. SSG, they need it, but Fish, the young player, he gets traded at least. It's not all at the end there, but it's a rough start.
There was the backstab from Hot and Cold. Up the upstairs he goes, but has immediately been shut down. Jumps into the Frostbite. Noah Forest is quicker to it. Destroys that, but Dream destroys him in return. Now Faults in a lonely 1 versus 2. Oh, misses the shot on the Yoga. That's one of those, Nick, where he thought he killed him, he looked away, but nope, he's still kicking.
We've all been there. I mean, you know, for a very short second, I actually thought that Fish was going to absolutely throw the round there, just swing it from Dragon into a gunfight, but it wasn't all that. It was communicated between him and Yogg that, hey, Fish, you're gonna go swing, you got the worst gun with the UMP, and then Yogg is gonna re-swing afterwards and try and play for that 1-for-1 trade to open up that map. Perhaps OHG actually felt like, you know, that the enemy was, you know, essentially locking in on them. We did see Thatcher on forward outside the breach. You saw Hot and Cold come out the house up the stairs like you mentioned, so the flank actually was successful. But because OHG swung out first, they kind of reduce one of those 2 pushes, and they can all look in the same direction afterwards. It's actually a pretty decent play, and I'm curious how they made that decision because there wasn't a lot of intel on the side of OHG. Either the default cam downstairs, which is a good read on the game, must have given them the intel that they needed there to make the right decision.
Round 1 goes to the defense. A map like Skyscraper, we do see it be very difficult for attackers whenever you leave operators up, such as Azami, which we've seen displayed very well, and how you can just block off these different access routes into the building. The history of this matchup, Nick, it's currently SSG leading 8 series to 5 over the course of the history between both of these teams. That dates all the way back to 2020. Obviously, teams look very different than when they were there, but SSG leading in the all-time stats. I think for SSG today, it's just about showing us a little bit more. I think they start off pretty slow into the season. We know they had that week off, Nick, but then they started to get better as time went on.
They have, and I mean, they're gonna rush the bomb site. Go for it.
Hot and Cold, straight in. Nobody's with him. Nobody is responding from the defense. You hear the Lion scan go out, but nobody from Oxygen in a position to deny somebody just walking through the middle of the site. Ashen's in, he's ready with that G36. Misses the shots on the 1, but Hot and Cold is there to pick up where he could not. Newers, oh, he's thinking, what on earth has just happened? A great shot on defaults, but Sight is in full control of SSG. A nade right at his feet eliminates Ashen. Newers, he has been the one, the chosen one for this side. We've seen him do magnificent things in the past, but here's a 1v5 clutch out of his reach. Moves in now. Looks to push in towards the corridor. Jane, I think in a great position. That rappel looks straight into the heart of the site. Hot and Cold is ready for that jump downstairs. Hot and Cold, who started things off, he finishes it as well, Nick. My goodness, that's classic SSG.
No, I mean, you said you wanted to see things from them, and all of a sudden they're in the bomb site seemingly out of nowhere. And again, I love the fact that Space Station Gaming, you know, they've gone through roster iterations, they've gone through different players and, you know, I guess meta games of Siege. But one thing that's always been a staple is Hot and Cold and his ability to, like, create plays seemingly out of nowhere. Whether it was back when Buck was huge in the meta and he was always on the Buck, whether it was Ying before she got banned every single game, and nowadays, Hot and Cold still tends to play a lot of Nuke. And sure, he might sometimes be roaming, you know, looking for those free kills around the map, but when he needs to, he'll also be in the very front of things. But the very big difference is, now you have Ashen who can follow up as that second entry player. And we saw Ashen sprint right on in, find those 2 picks, and they got full bomb site control, get the bomb planted down as well. There was no gaps there from Space Station. It was all covered. And I mean, the drone intel we saw there was a red ping that happened to lead Hot and Cold in towards the bomb site as well. So they had info, they got the follow-up trade. I mean, it's beautiful. And again, as you said, it's classic Space Station Gaming when they're playing at their very best.
And one thing that I'll kind of look at from Newer's perspective is 2 goo mines in the pocket, but that's not his fault. Because SSG hit the site so quick,
yeah.
Sure, Legion's very strong in the meta where you got more goo mines, and the goo mines are very, very strong at the moment. If you're not going to be able to get them out in time, because you physically can't, that's not necessarily on him. I think that's more the case on whoever the site player is. Just needs to react more to that. You hear a Lion scan go off, and you're against a team like SSG? Come on now, that's common sense.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, that is risky business. And again, they're quick in these early engagements, but you're right, Demo. It's up to the anchors to extend out far enough on the map to get that intel that, hey, there's a door broken downstairs, there's a window being opened up, because all of these decisions by the attack, they happen for a reason, either for a side rush, a push, or simply just for phantom pressure. It's important to recognize which one of those it's going to be. Foxy on the Bandit and Geisha. We see OHG being one of the few teams actually still playing a fair bit of Bandit in pro play. And, you know, that's a big decision making. Okay, EMP goes out. Should I Bandit trick this wall? Well, if Foxy had tried to, he would have died to a grenade. Foxy, that experienced player, that veteran like we spoke of earlier, he chooses, you know what? I know INS downstairs because Ashen was in a gunfight. That means grenades are below me. I cannot risk to go for the Bandit trick. It's not worth that risk. And he doesn't go for it, and therefore he stays alive. And this is what I mean with the swings. They know that Geisha wall is open, but it's not the primary push. That's gonna happen later in the game. So now Fox can tell his teammates, hey, Geisha, don't, you know, nothing's gonna happen here. Don't help me. Worry about the roam clear on office side, perhaps.
Oh, we've got Heat Seekers below. Ashen misses it though on the Fox, and sure they've opened up Geisha, but the main thing that SSG are after is getting in towards Drum. They've opened Geisha just to alleviate some of the pressure and allow these 1v1 engagements to happen. Fultz has got himself tucked in nicely and is going to be holding for that Legion. Fultz tears them up with a Thermite, 2 in the round. Now he's going to give the call for his teammates to start wrapping around him and start making that push into the bomb site. Dream has to try and hold down the fort, trying to smoke off the backstairs to trying to help Fish make sure he doesn't get swung, but this is not looking good, Nick. 3v4, and SSG have all the control.
And they do. Also, the flanks on a lock, holds with a triple canal on Thermite. Hey, Fragmite sometimes happens, man.
Oh, Fish, though, does respond of 2, and now Forest. He's in the 1v2. It's the old Uno Reverso. SSG into the 1v1. Forest finds Fox, and Fish. Very strong position with that Warden 1.5x. A great weapon for the defense. As things stand, both players still on full HP. 20 seconds. Forest, no diffuser in hand. Has to try and make the push in towards Vault. He will do so. Picks it up now. Puts the Claymore for the door. Fish has to be careful of that now. And we're going to see the kill maybe from Forest. No, we'll try and go for the stick. Fish has to move, sees that Claymore, pops the Claymore. Forest does not stick the defuse, so Fish, you should know that. All he has to do is stay alive. Forest pushing for the kill. Over he vaults, and Forest! Massive clutch in the 1v2. SSG had all the control in the early game. They lost it in the mid, but Forest cleans up in the late.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, you can talk about Forrest in a lot of ways, right? I mean, sometimes he's a support player, sometimes he's an entry player, but what he always is a smart player. He knew he couldn't plant 1 versus 1, but he still sets it up. The Claymore gets put down, he gets very deep into that plant animation, but he still recognizes the second that Claymore is shot, he has to go on the offense and make that hero play, jump through a rotate, look to his left, get that pre-fire in, and it comes down to 1v1. But when you're up against Forrest as a new player of Fish, it's not really an even matchup. And I will say, Fish did play it well, but before it came down to that clutch moment, I want to just take a second to appreciate Space Station's map control with intel. I mean, Fultz, he got the intro kill, then somebody on drone says, hey, you're getting flanked right now, buddy, look behind you, he gets the second. Like, yeah, the SSG, they're really quick to get into the building, but they're not just blindly rushing in. They still got that drone network set up, they got the flanks covered, and I think a big part of why this is happening is because Seoul is actually banned out by OHG themselves. It's so hard to find these drones in the drone phase, and that means that if you're good at actually getting the drones into the building, you'll have intel off the rip, and you don't have to spend all that time setting them up in the middle of the round.
I was also going to comment, with Souls being banned, why are we not seeing things like Brava come in, who I think is very strong as Skyscraper, very utility-heavy focused map. Brava makes a lot of sense to eliminate some of the gadgets. She will be brought now, and also the Flores, so the double set of droners. Only thing we're missing is the Twitch, and we will got the full collection, but not going to be the case this time around. Forrest, he's looking probably, I think, for any shields that could have been placed inside of delivery. Nothing's going to be there at the moment, and it looks to be a pretty standard push from SSG. Get Geisha open. This is going to be the main way of defenders holding on to the kitchen bomb site. Just use it from above. You have a hatch there. You've got plenty of angles you can open up via the flooring. So I think now it's just a case of SSG just have to do the basics, right, Nick? Just get the clear done. Yeah.
But, I mean, it's easier said than done, right? But sometimes you don't get clear. You just need one sneaky hot and cold on Nuke.
I don't know if this is the greatest idea, Nick, but hot and cold, he's going to go for it. I mean, he's in sight now, he's out of sight now, he's maybe walking up the main stairs. He's created a lot of space for Fultz. But Hot and Cold, this is tedious now. Stabs the goo mine. Nobody hears him. Slowly but surely making his way up. Ashen finds Yoga. Will there be a bit of movement now for Oxygen? Hot and just let one go past him. Ashen's died. Fox is there, and Hot and Cold finally gets his kill. Another one of these freaky rounds for SSG have occurred. Still hunting for more, trying to check upstairs, but nobody's home inside a geisha for the meantime. The player he's looking for is actually towards office side, in towards Dragon. A great nade! Dream goes down. Hot and Cold, I don't know how he's got away with this, but he has an Oxygen. Look flustered, they don't know where to go. There's no refrags. Jano finds Fish. And the last player is Fox. He sat in kitchen. He started out above. Now he's downstairs in the site. 3 of them to find. Hot and Cold, he started this again. Will he be able to finish it again? Foxa swinging over towards the double window. Waiting for the peak. Foxa catches a glimpse, but no, not going to happen for him in the meantime. A couple of yellow pings are there for him. He's trying his best, but nothing's coming for him. Forrest finds him, and Nick, what a strange round.
Yeah, I mean, strange indeed, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's working so well. Because if you practice Skyscraper, you scrim it, you play it in pro play, as OG they have been doing, you start to expect the quote-unquote normal way that things they start to work out, right? Attacker's gonna go for the roam, clear an office side, take top floor, clear geisha, then go for a plant. But Space Station, they're forcing these unorthodox plays, like, okay, nukes in the bomb side, and the amount of space that Hot and Cold created in that round single-handedly was just beautiful to watch. He even double-checked the goo mine, meleeed it to ensure that he could actually get this flank upstairs, and the second he gets the kill, he actually slows things down, because if Hot and Cold dies top floor, then all of a sudden she knows that that random, like, pressure that we don't know exactly where is because it's Nuke, well, it's gone now, because we killed Nuke. So just by staying alive and slowing things down, he keeps applying that pressure, he keeps granting space to his team, and SSG as a team, they play so well around it. It looks kind of random and chaotic, you know, at a first glance, but looking at the player positions and the follow-up, it looks very much either planned out, or at the very least well rehearsed. It's very well done from them. And OXG, they call a tactical timeout. They gotta figure out what the issues actually are, because you're starting defense Skyscraper. You should statistically go up 4-2 in favor, and they're currently down 1-3. It's not a great look.
Not a good look. I just don't think they've reacted well enough. A lot of massive holes in their defense. We've obviously seen that. Maybe it's a case of just a little bit slow, starting off slow today. The comms aren't flowing. You know, give them the benefit of the doubt almost. But yeah, like you said, they need to be getting these rounds back with Skyscraper. You're on the defense. You have some very strong operators to play around with. You have the Izami that we mentioned before, so strong for holding really the middle portion of the map in towards Dragon, in towards Drum, respectively for each bomb site. Fish on the Valkyrie, see if maybe some information can be gained from those cameras, where it could be a case of just not having enough info. That could be another thing.
No, I agree, and again, the solo stick, right there, Solus, it denies intel by killing drones, but also gives you intel as to where the enemy are going to be coming from. Because think about it, if you're playing Solus with the gadget active, you're gonna see Hot and Cold on the nuke when he's creeping around, because you can see the nuke, and that's just not the case. And you have to always wonder, okay, well, why is Solus banned? Well, the defending-sided team chose to ban that operator, and it doesn't seem like OHTs are very well prepared for it. Like, I like the Valkyrie round number 5. We saw Pulse in like round number 1, but outside of that, and okay,
I missed that.
Almost went sideways for a second there. But outside of those 2 individual rounds, there's not a lot of intel on OHT's side. SSG, one thing they've been doing, however, is when they're attacking office, that's when they do the good old methodical, the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s, right? SSG, for the first time in the last 4 rounds, have not rushed head into the building. They're breaching, they're EMPing, and we still got Hot and Cold roaming downstairs, and he has those 2 grenades. If they can get intel on the bomb site, he could find some incredible value with those grenades later on.
He's just a rat, isn't he? Just look at how he's operating. He is everything that you hate to see in ranked. Everything. This is it. We've all been here. We've all seen these players who insta-lock the nuke, who go downstairs. They don't speak. They don't communicate with you in any form. And I mean, he's getting the kill, so I suppose you actually wouldn't mind having this form of a nuke in the right games. But I feel as though if they lose Hot and Cold, what's their plan B? I always feel SSG, they have a plan A, which works really well, but if that doesn't work, they just seem to just go away. They don't even start with anything else. That's it. Plan A or nothing. Force has got the nade kill. He just ran straight up the stairs. Finds 2 in the round, hot and cold. I'm loving the plays. He sees an opening. He takes the opening. And it just enables his team just to take control of stuff that they didn't have before.
Ooh. Timing is so bad, but hot and cold. He sprints in the middle of the gunfight there, but what are you watching right now?
Oh, I mean, the space has been made. Space has been made, though. Nick, SSG are in the site. Diffuser, just waiting for that to get picked up, and they've done so. Yaga almost finds Forrest. Forrest, don't be giving yourself away! All you had to do was wait for your teammate, and you've put False in quite the dilemma. A 1v1 against Yaga. Did spot him there for a minute. Both of them having the 1.5 axis, so they're evenly matched in the engagements. Valkyrie camera gets spotted out. Oh, missed flashbang. I don't think it matters, though. He's still going to try and stick to the fuse. Yaga looking for the bait and will bait out the first plant. Fakes it, False. He's going to go for the kill. He gets it. False on this Thermite today, Nick. He's untouchable.
Oh yes, he's been so good, not just tonight, but the entire stage. Him and Jin, I know, always putting in so much work, and we kind of saw Force, we've seen Force in a 1v1 and Force in a 1v1, and they played so differently. Force had to, vault through a rotate and pick up the gunfight. Instead, Force, he actually quote-unquote faked the fact that he was planting. He started planting, and then he came off it and just crouched walked ever so slightly through the bomb side, and it made Yaga be like, is he planting? Is he not planting? Because there's 5 seconds left. If he actually were to stick it, Yaga is in a bad position, so he pushes forward, trying to get that sound cue, and it turns out he wasn't. So Yaga kind of walked into his own death there in the end of the round, and it's all thanks to, again, the intel game. They knew where that Valkyrie camera on the bomb side was, because if that had stayed alive, the dead players you could say, he's not planning anymore, you don't gotta push Yaga, just stay in Dragon. But because he took that extra second, found the Valkyrie immediately, and destroyed it, all of a sudden, he can start playing that mind game in the 1 versus 1. I will say here, you pointed out, the peak from Forrest kind of overextending it there, holding an aggressive line of sight while his team is outside the building. That puts it from a 2v1 in their favor to a 1v1, which is anyone's round, but definitely favoring defense. But either way, whether it's fast or slow, SSG, they're just winning these rounds.
Doesn't have to look clean. They'll take a messy victory if they need to, SSG. And we'll make it a little bit messier here, Nick, as the Amaru has been locked in. Straight away you think, okay, it has to be one of 2 things. It's either going up a hatch, or it's going straight through karaoke window. Opting for neither choice, just Gyro hooks up to outside the double window. So risky, because once E4 and you're gone. But Fox has not chosen to go for that. He's maybe looking for the bandit trick, and as the bandit trick goes in, we could just have a jump in from the shotgun, but it's not going to be the case. The shotgun will lie in wait as it stands and will actually rotate downstairs, so it looks like maybe going up the hatch now, Nick.
I would love to see it. Scout the shotgun is also close quarter, is definitely favorable. I mean, you can toss in some flashbangs from the window, jump up the hatch. There's some options here from Space Station, but before they make any of those decisions, again, the intel work. You don't see Iana intro-droning all that often, but that Gemini clone can provide a ton of value if you were to actually use it by having somebody else entry instead. There we see Ashen's up, and he's dead.
Gone. Yep, that
They got a trade.
Didn't last long, obviously did get the trade, but they've lost that shotgun. Hot and cold, he's still alive though. He's been the playmaker for SSG in this matchup. Nade will be cooked in his hand, but as we can see, nobody's home in that position. Yaga, this is what I mean. These Azami barriers are incredible in those positions. Oh, that's a rough one to swallow. Just on the other side of the wall there, else that would have been a dead Legion Forest. Oh, finds a dead Azami though. Eliminates that strong position. Fish with the automatic refrag onto the Nook, and Newers, he's in a good position to hold the main stairs. Great shot, but doesn't find the second fault on that Thermite. We've talked about it before. He's so strong. As of this time, a C4 falls on deaf ears, though. Both of them, I believe, have failed in the C4 from below. Jaina, no, he's been downed, and Fultz, once again, in the clutch position. It was a 1v1 last time, now it's a 1 versus 2. He's not going to move. Now he starts to look towards the swing, downs it, a 1 versus 1. Up against Fish. Flashbang goes out into the corridor. This is a great angle. Holds on to the bomb chassis. Moves across now, repositions. Fish, do you know he's there? No, you don't. Fultz, another clutch. Oh, he's unstoppable.
I mean, he's so smart in these positions. He's have ease in chat. I mean, you shouldn't lose those 2v1s from the side of OXG, but it comes down to Fultz playing that basically perfect. I mean, he seeks out the first aggressive engagement, trying to leverage it down to 1v1, and then he just plays the positioning game, right? He wants to figure out, okay, where is Fish going to be at? Then he sidesteps, waits for the pre-fire, and then he just has it under lock and key. Like, there's no easy way there for Fish whatsoever, unless he had intel, which again, SSG, they figured that out. They destroyed the Valkyrie cameras, that's why we saw those C4s fly completely sideways, not really hit their marks. Sure, they got one injured, but not onto the planter, and that's the most important part. You want to kill the person holding the diffuser, that's Fultz, not the Thatcher on the other bomb side, which didn't really matter all that much. But again, the nades downstairs, almost every single one I believe so far, at least finding one kill or doing a ton of damage. And what was a great effort here from Newers, just again ends up with Fultz winning incredible gunfights back to back to back. 5-1 now in favor of SSG, and they chose this map, and they very much look great on it.
I've got a stat bomb for you, Nick. This is coming from Jesse J. Chick. He's just, I mean, I didn't ask for it, but, you know, Jesse just shoves the information at your face if you don't want it or not. For this... No, he doesn't. But for this game, Hot and Cold had 4 times more rounds on Nuke than anyone else in the NAL.
I believe it.
So he played 12 rounds before this game. And the one that he's bested over has been Citizen with 3 rounds on Nuke. So Nuke fallen out of favor, apart from Houghton. Houghton's still living back a couple of years ago, Nick.
I mean, to be fair, Nuke did receive that nerf very recently where the gadget doesn't really reduce your movement
noise,
audio anymore. So all those ranked rats, as we call them, they stopped playing this operator, and so did most pro players. But I think people actually... they think too harshly of that nerf. I think it's still very playable. I just think it takes more teamwork around it, and I think SSG and Hot and Cold showed us exactly that. Nuke can still be a meta operator.
No, a good start for Newers in the round. He got taken out around about 40 seconds ago. So they are without the entry, without the Ash. Strong operator to have whenever you're dealing with these Azamis. It's a good way to get rid of them. Hot and Cold has been successful with one impact trick onto that main breach. The side wall will be opened in towards minibar. But do keep in mind that this is not an office defense. This is actually your VIP, or not your VIP, your karaoke and tea room defense. Hot and Cold trying to hold on to office and VIP as it stands. And is he looking for the swing? One lines up. Eliminates some SSG. Look, this is going to be a lockout round for them. Oxygen never really got it going. They lost the entry, they've lost 2. Kill comes back for Yoga. He's blue with nade still, but look at the time, Nick, that we're on. 1:10 to go. 3 players dead. Oh, good look.
No, it's not. I believe Hot and Cold also actually given up the position on the roam, saying, oh, we got those kills. You know, we bought some time. Let's just go all the way back to the bomb side and force OG to drone every corner, every inch of the map, worry about the flank. There's only 2 members left alive. Space Station, they got discipline. They're so excellent in these advantageous positions. They're not gonna throw it away. They're gonna make OG work for it. And I mean, they have 3 grenades. In a perfect world, you try and get a nade kill here to even the numbers a little bit more. But then again, you don't have intel to work with. You can guess where they're going to be standing at, but you can't go downstairs. So very limited options here for the attack inside, and it's messy.
It is. It's been a scrappy game, but this is our round that I think Acid you'll be very happy with. The initial plan, winter plan. Forest sees a leg. Nade gets tossed beside him. That's a great smoke canister. Fish just locked out of it. Good shot from Yoga to get it back, but with 10 seconds to go, he's not going to have enough time. J-Nano claims the final kill. And SSG put themselves on map point.
And looking good doing so. I mean, whenever you're in these kinds of games where you're playing for seeding and whatnot, there's always, at least back in my day, back in Europe, there's a discussion to be had when you lose the first map, which is, are we just gonna like, not throw the second map, but like, do we care this much to force a third map and go the way and spend all the energy and time in showing more maps than necessary? I don't want to say that OG, they are choosing to not try their hardest right now, but I will say that whatever they are doing is not good enough, right? This is a sloppy OXG. Sure, SSG had excellent attacking rounds, but that first opening from OXG on their attack, they get spawn peeked, they can't roam clear, it's hot and cold versus like 4 people and like nothing really happens from it. The intel is messy, no nades below with intel. It's not a great look. And again, how serious they're taking it, I don't know, can only be guessing, but it's not the performance I expected from Oxygen today, given that they played Skies before and looked a lot better.
10 seconds left before insertion.
SSG
5
move
seconds
over
remaining.
to very strong bomb site whenever Mira is available. Towards that office site now.
Objective is to defuse the bomb.
SSG going with a similar idea of trying to defend the other side of the map first and then fall back into your very strong setups on site. Oxygen obviously seeing the Mira window in place will be bringing in that Twitch to see if they can snipe a few pieces of gadgetry, and obviously that Mira window as best they can. Oxygen today, Nick, I think for the most part for Oxygen, as we know, it's a seeding match. It's not going to be, you know, the biggest of losses for this team to suffer, but you still want to put on a good showing.
Well, you do, and there's still time to do so. It's just when you're down 1-6, you gotta put on an incredible performance, 5 rounds in a row, and then you're into overtime. That's a lot of effort. The thing is, when you're attacking a skyscraper, it can be very mentally frustrating and difficult to go through those problem-solving processes. I mean, see it right now. Everyone's kind of locked outside the building. OXG don't have as quick and as clear as a plan like we saw from Space Station. And they spent the first minute just kind of droning. Essentially, the first step of the map, kind of waiting for a swing here, perhaps from SSG, expecting aggression. Last time it was hot and cold in the Roman solo downstairs. This time it's Foltz on the mute with the C4 in hand. Oh, actually, they gotta make a decision. Are they gonna hunt that player down or hit the bomb site instead? Because playing both sides is not gonna bode well. You're too spread out, or spread apart rather.
Oh, Foltz misses his SMG-11 burst and he gets punished. Oh, Newers, be careful. Jaeger trying to run out on him, get the kill back. They were still a little bit scared that he might try the double run out. We knew that Jaeger, he's not going to move an inch. He's going to wait for Newers to come to him. Minute 15 left on the clock. Oxygen, they've got the first kill, which is a good start, but they haven't really made a dent onto the actual site as it stands. Ashen gets eliminated. Dream, he picks up his kill. Houghton has now since left delivery, and he has to try and get back to site. There's not a lot of players upstairs left for them. Really, time could be the only thing that I can see Oxygen slipping up on as it stands. They have the man advantage. They have cleared out a good chunk of the C4s as well. And Houghton walks into house somehow. Gets the flick, eliminates Fish. Hot and Cold retaking up house stairs. Know that one did jump in split window. Holding for him, waiting for him. But the more he holds, the more he waits. It gives Dream time to get the plant down. And he looks away at the wrong moment. Yaga swings in with that DMR, and Oxygen, maybe a little bit of fight left in them still.
Oh, so it looks like it. And you gotta wonder, what would have happened if Foltz actually had stayed alive downstairs in master bedroom and not exposed himself to a long angle from essentially outside the building and forced OXG to actually problem solve around him? He did have that C4, so if he was alive in that scenario, he could have done for a toss downstairs, maybe shut down the plant at the entry, and allowed Hot and Cold more freedom as to what he wanted to do. Instead, Hot and Cold took it upon himself to become the hero of the round, and he did win out in an incredible gunfight downstairs, but walking in and retaking the bomb site without intel on where the attackers are planting at or holding you from, that's difficult. And we did see a member from SSG also being downed or injured early in the round, so that 3v3 that it looked like was essentially a 2 versus 3 instead. And we see it right here, Hot and Cold just kind of walks in, doesn't realize, and yet somehow still wins the gunfight. He's really got Fish's number in these rounds.
10 seconds remaining.
6-2 the scoreline.
5 seconds
Oxygen,
remaining.
just looking at the kills across the board. Newers really struggling this game, Nick, and that's always strange to say, because I remember him back at SI this year. He was unplayable at times. You know, he was right up there as showing that he's one of the best in the world for that year. And he's just not showing it. I think this stage he's really struggled.
He has struggled, and it's always hard to pinpoint when an entry is having a bad time, what the actual issue is. Is it decision making? Is it just a bunch of bad timings? Is it the meta affecting me? Is it like support work, drone, intel, etc.? It's really hard to pinpoint, but Newers has been struggling both attack and defense, and OXG, they still play a lot of Intel operators. They love the Twitch, they love the Brava. We see Fox here on support, always droning things out. Either way, one thing that's for sure is that OXG, they were so reliant on that success earlier, kind of like Shaiko and BDS back in the day when they were a one-man team. OXG having similar struggles in the entry area, at least. This could be a good nade, but caught by a disc, and Hot and Cold with a good reading situation. He knows the cover is no longer there and has to get up this position. But because one nade is going to be spent here, second disc actually, he can then trick after that second nade goes out. OXG might be locked out of this breach.
Yeah, they didn't go below to eliminate the bandit battery from downstairs. Quick trades happen. Fish with the entry, but Ashen hot on the mark with that refrag. Has the shotgun in hand, Nick. In that delivery, it is pretty close. You get to your enemy, so certainly the shotgun is going to be a good option. Echo Cam does get spotted out by Dream before his own drone gets eliminated, and he will tiptoe into delivery. Ashen has since then rotated away from that position, and into kitchen he goes. Oxygen have foregone that upstairs clear, and it's now a sideways take, looking to push across from only just the first floor. No upstairs presence at all, but that's probably going to cost them, Nick. Look at the upstairs verticality that is still at the disposal of SSG. They have all these angles open. You're not going to be able to plant in here.
No. And that's the thing, this is a plan B for OXG, right? They couldn't get step number 1, so they gotta go and skip to step number 3 and just kind of hope for the best here and win that close gunfight. But Ashen, he's looking to stop it, and I don't think they know he's got a shotgun in his hand, but they will find out when they turn this corner, because they're gonna get popped.
The shotgun is devastating. Very, very strong, but misses the shot. Dream will finish him off, but above, look at the angles being held. Janano not letting anyone walk in through that window. Fultz now is swung into kitchen. Oh, there's the coverage from Janano. Fultz just stay alive. He's safe as long as there's players above. He knows no one can touch him. Oxygen have had to retreat out of delivery into the main lobby. They push into barbecue. They will now go. Dream pre-fires on the Fultz, but the players are still above. Yoga challenges, but looks away at the wrong time. Janano still as strong as ever. Holds above. Dream, he's looking for the plant. It's gonna have to stick it now, but this will be an easy cleanup for Houghton. He swings in, and Oxygen fall. SSG take the first map. A strong showing, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, very, very, very convincing on both the attack and the defensive side of things. And it's weird because OXG has been such a good defender team, but their attacks look better today in the few rounds that they did get to show them at least. And I want to see if they can do better on the second map, because that is not the first map of Skyscraper that I really expected tonight.
We're gonna go to a quick break, and then we'll be back to see how map number 2 rattles out between both of these giants.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
The greatest last chance qualifier seeding game you've ever seen in your life if you're Space Station Gaming. They taped their first map pick, their own choice, Skyscraper, off of OXG, and for the first time ever in Space Station Gaming history, they've won Skyscraper.
They've been saving it for this moment, Jacob.
This moment.
This is where they wanted to pull it out. No, they look great. Honestly, they've clearly been working on it in the background, and you can see that through this matchup. You know, I thought this first half was so impressive, just how quickly Space Station Gaming were getting to the bomb site. Demo said the stat on the cast. I fed it to him. The Nook play coming through from Hot and Cold. Everybody else kind of falling off this operator, but Hot and Cold makes it look so good still.
Yeah, I mean, he was just in and out. He was in places that they weren't expecting, catching them off guard. And the one thing that I love that Hot and Cold did is he would reposition every time he got a kill. So if Oxygen did try to go for a retrade, it was like, oh, he ain't even there. So I definitely love that play from Hot and Cold. It's definitely a good heads-up play to be able to, you know, think like that and work the map in that way. So I love seeing that from him. One of the things from Oxygen in these 1v1s, well, not so much Oxygen, but SSG, is even in these 1v1s, just right there again, once again, Fultz was the clutch god here. They looked more in control in those 1v1s, because sometimes you'll be like, oh, it could have went either way, this or that. But truthfully, in a lot of those 1v1 situations, SSG looked way more in control.
How many of those 1vx's did they lose in that first half? Was it 3 for OXG? Like, so many times they had to win and they fell short, like, basically every time.
I think it was 3.
Yeah, Fultz was
overall
really, really good in those. The final couple of rounds there, 1v2, 1v1 as well. Fultz looked fantastic in those clutch situations. I want to highlight Dream as well, kind of letting them into the bomb site sometimes on those defensive rounds. You know, those rush plays were really good from Space Station. Dream often on the smoke, on the mute. Probably the one that should have been stopping that before they come on in. I thought he kind of turned it around on attack. His Twitch play at the very end was like actually very good, but unfortunately just not enough, I think, in that first half from him.
But just as a reminder of where we are in the bracket, again, we are in the midst of an LCQ seeding match. This is for second place, essentially, in the last chance qualifier. The winner of this game doesn't have to worry about facing, what, a former pro team based on who came through the other qualifiers before, or they do have to?
The winner of this game plays Luminosity first round of the LCQ. The loser of this game plays Karn & Co. because Karn & Co. beat Luminosity in the open qualifier seeding game for the last chance qualifier.
There's a lot of math that goes into this, and obviously the base idea is you still want to win because there is an $8,000 overall difference between getting in 5th or getting in 6th, so you still want to try and get as high on the bracket as you possibly can. And to do that for OXG, they lost Space Station's map pick, but now they go to their own. Let's bring up the video again just to remind everybody where we currently sit. We're doing Consulate round 3 as far as the NAL is concerned, Jesse.
Yeah, an odd pick for Oxygen. They were, don't forget, the first team in North America ever to lose Consulate, falling 8-6 to the Sonics. Meanwhile, Space Station, they've played it once and they beat Mirage 7-2, and that was the game to make it to the playoffs. So that was a very high stakes game. So we thought Space Station's pick was a little bit weird. Oxygen's pick also a little bit weird coming through.
Yeah, looking at the Consulate pick, what's going to interest me the most here is Sonics played against Oxygen here. Sonics did end up running away with it. Close game overall.
Yeah.
Then I believe, again, then SSG, familiar with it, knows how to play it. What I'm curious for now, it being Oxygen's pick, is I think Sonics and Space Station play a little similar in terms of that aggressive play style, and then having those, you know, flank heavy people such as Hot and Cold or a Grixer on Sonic. So I'm kind of curious, is Oxygen going to pick up on that and kind of shut down Hot and Cold specifically on this map?
But the big question is the 1vx's from that previous game. Is your mental shattered after that? Can you properly build on what you did right in that first map, even though not very much did, because you've got all those 1vx's that didn't fall your way? You're doing this on cons. You're doing this on a new map. So what's Oxygen's actual relative chance of going to map 3?
I'll say this. It definitely does torch the mental for that game, but Oxygen are no slouch. They're no strangers to being down and needing to come back. So again, this is the beauty of a best of 3. You might have a poor performance. You know, doesn't look great for you overall. You hit the reset button, completely brand new map, clean the slate, fix what you need to fix, finish it out.
All right, let's do Consulate. Again, this is the most brutal, most riveting LCQ seeding game you've ever seen in your life. Space Station did map 1. Can OXG do map 2? It's Demo and Pengu with the call.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Nick, ready to go with a new map in the pool. Consulate, of course, makes its way in. This has been, so far, a pretty good map for SSG. It's a map that Oxygen, I think, still have a little bit of work to do on it. It's not really one that they're all, you know, guns blazing to try and get, well, from what we've seen during this stage. But I think we'll make a very entertaining matchup for both these sides.
No, especially because a new map just means an undeveloped meta. Like, no one knows what the best way to play Consulate currently is, because no one's got that, like, aha, this is the way. Like we see with Orc and like we see with Chalet, etc. This is the way, right? It could be anyone's way. So if you're SSG, do we expect some nuke on attack? Probably. But if you're OXG, then probably not. So there's going to be stylistic choices here, probably mostly on the attacking side of things, because defense is going to be structured typically in a similar way, because you care about certain rooms or certain parts of the map based off the bomb side. And operator ban-wise, I want to see if Solid's gonna survive this time, because intel was an issue for OXG, but this time they're starting on attack, so maybe they do want to ban it again? Yeah, there it is.
There we go. Good call, Nick. So yeah, pretty run-of-the-mill things from what we've seen in Skyscraper. Whenever I was mentioning, Nick, about how good Newers was, you know, back at SI, he was really on top of the world. Here's a fun little game that you can play, and everyone at home can also play.
Oh,
so you can pick any iteration of this player, these players I'm going to mention, any iteration, whatever year you want to choose, by all means go for it. But start one, bench one, sell one, Shaiko, Nesk, Spoit.
Oh boy. Wait, start, bench, and sell?
Yeah.
Sport, Shaiko, and who?
Nesk.
Oh boy. Okay, so we gotta be smart about this, right? We gotta sell the high-value players. We're selling Shaiko because max revenue.
You're selling Shaiko.
I'm selling Shaiko
By the way, whenever I say sell, Nick, it means that he's not good enough.
Oh, I thought you meant we get a buyout.
No. That whenever you say sell means, oh, you get rid of him. I don't want him. He's not good enough.
Okay.
There's your dilemma.
Wait, this is such a stupid vote, because like, okay, if you had to be brutally honest, right?
Yeah.
And now you have to make a decision. We can't like bail out. You'd have to sell Nesk. No, he's retired. He's got a family. He's had a
2018
phenomenal
Nesk.
career.
You're getting rid of 2018 Nesk.
Oh, in their prime as well?
Yeah, in a year. The Nesk that ruined you, the Nesk that stopped you, you're getting rid of that.
Okay, then it's easy. Then we're selling Spoit.
Oh.
Yeah, then we're selling Spoit. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we're,
who are you benching?
I'm starting Prime Nesk. I don't care what anybody says.
So then
I think
Shaiko
that man is a strong.
The Shaiko we seen play 2 days ago. You're getting rid of that.
But we're talking Prime Nesk with a drone between his feet. That man is unstoppable. But this is there's no good answer here because they're all such phenomenal players. And during their primes, which Shaiko's probably in his prime right now, right? It's such a hard case to make.
And Spoit, I don't think it's at his, to be honest. So it's obviously all 3 different eras, 3 totally different players. But hey, a little bit of fun. So, Consulate underway. Generally, what we like to see from Consulate all the time, Nick, is just vertical takes. You know, there's a lot of verticality on the majority of the bomb sites. Well, apart from top floor, obviously, but certainly the mid floor, you get upstairs, you can open up all of Piano, for example. And that's probably the game plan for Oxygen. Whenever you see them bring in operators like Nomad, that's going to be really good to hold down the flanks. There's 3 sets of staircases that can be used and abused by the defense, so bringing in that extra protection is always going to be a good shout.
Oh, Lucas alive already. It's Newers with the opening kill and staying alive for now, not overexposed himself to a second gunfight just yet. And the lockdown is there for XG. The flank drone was there, but then it's gone. What?
Reloading. A shotgun up the stairs. Fish has killed 2, though. That means that Oxygen have stormed away in this first round. SSG just threw everything they had at trying to retake above. It has not worked out for them. And Forrest is the lone man alive. Foxen just droning out the site, seeing if he can find out where the remaining player is. Looks as if he didn't check into the connector room. Sees him now, will spot at 4, so they know exactly where the Wamai is. Dream jumps in, jumps out again. So he's going to wait for his team to regain control of the site, or maybe try and play for the kill. It's really up to Oxygen at this stage. Forrest has to do something magical. We said before, he's a smart player, can position himself really well. At the moment, he's just using the holes that are available to him. Gets shot from bathroom window. And DMR rips through the floor, rips through the wall, should I say, and picks up the first round. A good start from Oxygen.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that they slowed things down, just hit that pause button in the 4 versus 1. They're paying respect to SSG and just how good they were in clutching those rounds previously on Skyscraper and map number 1. And you might say, but it's 4 versus 1, there's no way you lose those rounds, right? Well, there's a very realistic chance to lose those exact rounds if you're just running into the building. There's verticality, the hatches are opened up, there's goo mines everywhere, and you got intel on the defense side. We saw yellow paints coming out on the plant position, so OXG, you know, the reward for playing a quick round, or a quick early round, should I say, is that you have a lot more time later on. So they basically get an advantage, and they tend to use it, which is super good, because some teams will just run it in and say, you know, it doesn't matter, we basically won this one, guaranteed. And that's exactly how you lose those rounds. So phenomenally play well all the way through for OXG. Space Station, they're gonna try things, right? I don't think they're gonna stick to bomb sets if they lose them. I think they're gonna go through all 4 if they have to. They start in lobby on the first floor, they go immediately downstairs, get some mutual on the board, right? Keep up with the goo mines, get those mirror windows, but also stop the drones from getting free roaming capabilities on the map. Bring out the mute. Make them work for those breaches, make them work for the drone intel, and just slow down OXG a bit.
Basement time. Basement time for SSG. Oxygen seeing that the verticality is going to come into play once again. Plenty of that being brought in, the sledge and the ram. So you do have the two forms, the backup, if one does get killed. But realistically, if you're a ram, you shouldn't be dying the C4s. It's a very safe way of opening up flooring. Just throw the drone in, you put yourself into a safe position. No issues there whatsoever. SSG looks as if they're going to be playing with some C4s, Nick. You can see the Valkyrie cameras set up. But actually the C4s, I mean, yeah. But I look at the positioning, the C4 operators actually in aggressive positions on staircases and upstairs. Yeah. So it's maybe they're not playing it that way.
It might be I mean, this is SSG, right? They play a double layer defense usually, right? They have their option A and their option B, and they can kind of mix them into an A-B. So they're roaming a little bit, but they have 4 C4s. So you can have 2 members roaming, 2 guys on site with C4s, and then once those go out, you can swap it. So the roamers become the C4s on the site, and the people who use their C4s become the roamers. There are options here, and I like this kind of safe approach from the attackers. Just let's go top floor and break the floor towards the primary floor, and then once we know it's clear, then we're going the primary floor and move the floor down towards the basement. It's gonna be a mixture of sledge and ram like you mentioned, and the ram does provide you a very safe way to deal with the floor breaking, as you don't have to, you know, stand right above a C4 area and just slam the hammer like Sledge has. And it's why Foxy is still holding on to 2 of those drones, because he hasn't been enabled yet. They need primary floor control but forced roaming.
Oh, the C4 lands, the first C4 lands for SSG. Down goes Fox, the ram I mentioned before. You've mentioned it's a safe way.
That shouldn't happen.
And somehow it's happened to Fox. I think it's happened to him as well. I think whenever me and Flynn cast him a few weeks ago, exactly the same thing happened to Fox, where he's supposed to be safe, but he just wasn't. Dream has a very somber job outside yellow doorway, just making sure that nobody can get back to site. They are playing aggressive on the staircase. Newers starts to rip open the floor as best he can, and Ashen peeks with a shotgun, eliminates Yoga. And Oxygen, this isn't looking good for them. To try and clear this man on yellow stairs. Nades go in, flashbangs go in, and eventually they get their man. Oxygen have it all to do, 30 seconds. Dream now will start to rotate over towards that main breach, over towards Garage. And Faults, he can maybe retake above. There is all this vertical flooring available for the defenders to use against the attackers if they get themselves into Piano. And Faults is just going to wait for Newers to maybe look towards that hatch and try and drop the hatch in a last-ditch attempt. And yep, there we go. Faults eliminates Newers. Dream trying to stick the plant, but you would expect the cover from above come in. Don't even need that. Forrest swings blindly into the site, picks them up, and Janano has the coverage from that double doorway, eliminates the player running in through yellow stairs. And well, SSG, a good response.
Time and time again. And I mean, what we just saw there is, you know, we have the new consulate and still being figured out, but one thing seems to stay the same. When you're playing Thermite, you're just gonna be standing outside that yellow staircase door, holding an angle for about 2 minutes straight. And sometimes you get lucky and a defender will sprint into your crosshair and you get a free kill. You go, whoa, that's exciting. Dream in that round stood there and he did the right thing, right? He, as you said, he was cutting off the rotation. No defenders can leave the bomb site and flank the yellow stairs, and the player of Force who was playing in that position can't fall back either. So you're cutting the map in half essentially on the yellow staircase. But the issue is, well, no one swung. So Dream just kind of stood there the entire time, not really getting any value out of himself. And that's the kind of like a big talking point for pro players is, should you just do it with a drone? Sure, if somebody were to flank, you can't stop them, but you get the intel and say, hey guys, somebody's flanking yellow stairs, be careful. Because if you throw out a flank drone, then Dream could be flicking on, you know, a couple of different drones, get some intel, oh, there's a guy over here, there's a flank over here. Instead, he's just standing there with his gun and only seeing a single angle, and because Foxy died early in the round, you could have even put a drone for Foxy to watch himself and then enabled you to do something himself. But tough decisions to make. What will be happening though is perhaps a fast round. We're seeing a Maru, the Grim, the Blitz demo. So you're a Blitz man yourself these days, so I'm sure you got a tip or two here for Fish, or at least some critique of his play if you want to make the wrong decision here.
I'm surprised to see Oxygen try such a fast play. It's usually SSG who are the team that we expect to see this kind of lineup. Whenever you're dealing with top 4 for Consulate, Blitz, not the greatest. There is a good number of crossfires that can be established as you drop in towards Yellow Stairs, for example. It's a bit of a nuisance, especially as you move in towards Baguette. Then it really becomes an issue. The best way that I found to use Blitz is jumping in through Spiral Window and just fight the man on the front desk. It's very rare you'll find any more than one person around this area of the map, and you're just storming right into where Warden is. That's your best bet. It's very rare you'll find, like, you get shot from behind. That's where you should go.
Curious here. Amoras at the CEO window could fly on in, but there's no follow-up. I mean, you cannot clear hot and cold first, either with a grenade or with some sort of play. And if you fly in just now, I mean, surely you're just going to die if you're the Amber here. So what's the follow-up plan from Oxygen right now? I don't really see it. I mean, Blaze is on the yellow skylight. You should be jumping down. Yep, there it is.
He's gonna rush straight at Ash and will get the stab. Janano is not there to cover, but look at the HP on Fish. He's taken a lot of damage. Oxygen have executed that extremely well. Caught SSG sleeping at the wheel. Hot and cold swing to the bathroom. He gets put on the floor. C4 from below, but it's just a kill to pad the stats for Forest. As the Fusers planted 30 seconds to find 4 of them. Don't think that's gonna work out well. Swings in towards Spiral. Nobody home on the window. Has to move in. It's that treacherous front desk, and now into Baguette he goes, and that bathroom player is still gonna be there. Spots him out, the Blitz. Forest tapping away. Having a battle with old Fish there in the Blitz. Low HP, I mean, he could maybe try and get another one. Get 2 in the round. 7 seconds, no time for Forest. He's gonna try and save the KD. Nobody looking to aggro in to get the kill from Oxygen. They're happy enough to give Forest his life for that when they get the round win at the end of the day. Well, a good execute. That drop in Yellow Stairs caught SSG by surprise. The refrag was not there from Janano where it really should have been. You're a Warden. Warden is a very good operator to deal with Blitz because you can't get flash, but he was just nowhere to be found. He's more worried about the Amaris swinging in through the window.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you go for those kinds of like one-off rush strikes like we just witnessed, you kind of need to have multiple points of pressure on the attack inside. If you're only relying on Blitz dropping down the yellow skylight or only relying on Amro flying in the window, well, if you fail on one front, that's the entire strat. So the fact that there are multiple elements in play here, nades from down below from Newers, 2 members yellow skylight, 2 members CEO, it means that even if Oxy were to fail in one portion of the execute, they will more than likely succeed in the other one. And the crossfire between yellow stairs and CEO was kind of established because of that. We saw there, Nade came out, Blitz got a kill, Armor got a kill, everybody was in there from OXG, and there's no real counterplay from Space Station. They didn't have downstairs control. You know, we saw Hot and Cold playing in CO on Jaeger, but he had to run away right before the execute happened because he was stuck in that position essentially. It's a really good play and very well thought of. I mean, there was no real weaknesses or gaps there. It just came down to winning your individual gunfights. But on the attack, I mean, you got more people in the same position helping each other. You're more than likely going to succeed.
SSG going to be setting up on probably the road less traveled by. Tellers and Archives makes its appearance once again. Best strategy that we really see implemented is using the mirror windows to lock down that B site as best you can from Supply Closet. And then from Supply Closet, if you have that, you can then C4 anyone who may be in Tellers. Keep in mind that A bomb site is all C4able. Nowhere safe that we've really found out that you can plant. Sure, there's a couple of tables you can jump up onto, but it's very easy to just shoot the guy off the table if that's the case. If Yoga can snag a couple of these mirror windows, that could do quite the job, but no. Forest, ready for it, eliminates that. So Oxygen have a couple of options they can go for here, Nick. They can go for the upstairs, clear, try and sweep in through the top floor, in through the mid floor, and then try and bait out a couple of C4s. Or they can try and challenge the mirror windows and go proper direct onto the site, which looks to be the option they're going for.
Oh, this could be a very, very costly misthrow if that's the case, but Fultz doesn't want to risk it. He wants that 5v5 and guarantee it, but had he stuck around, we know he likely would have succeeded here in getting a free kill into Fish. Good drone work, but it's Ash from SG getting that opening kill once again. Oshia looking to clear out with grenades, but so far it's the gunsmith SG doing all the work.
Such a strong position. Deploy those barriers inside of Visa. You can sit tight in the corners behind them. Nobody from Oxygen wants to go anywhere near them as it stands. But they need to get some kills back. They've lost 2. Newers maybe waiting for a flank to come in. Did see somebody creep up in towards yellow stairs, so that could be a free kill for him if it comes, but has since then looked away. Flashbangs go in. They're trying to eliminate the player inside of Visa, and they will do so. But look at that refrag from Ashen in the heart of the bomb site. Picks up Newers. Fucks it, swinging. He's looking to get the kill back for his side. Doesn't know where to look. William Crouch out, sees the Kide. Takes him out. C4 will connect Forest. Puts on the hatch and picks up a kill nonetheless. And Fish has all to do. Starting to look down towards the Visa stairs. Oh, a piece of barbed wire. Things you don't want to see. They know exactly where he is now. And will take the plunge into the site. That mirror window is still up. Moves in towards blue. Does not have diffuser. Look at this. There's a party on the spiral staircases. Got one with a shotgun, one with a vector. That's not going to be an easy challenge for him. Fish checking every angle he can, just face checking as he goes. But both of them know exactly where he is. The camera spots him out. It's only going to be a matter of time before Fish loses out. There's Houghton prone on his belly inside a garage. Picks him up from behind. SSG, another stronghold, early kills, and Oxygen just ran out of steam.
Yeah, and I do think that Space Station, they excel in on bomb sites where they can kind of set up like a big problem for the opposition to deal with. You know, when we're looking at SSG going for a bomb site like CO, top floor, and consulate like we witnessed earlier, you don't have a lot of things that you can do in your control as a defender besides just fighting for map control. Where we see SSG play Tiller's Archives, and they're playing across all 3 floors. They got the C4 plan, they got the double swings and the crossfire, they take diffuser controls, they just play spiral staircase instead towards the basement. Like, so many more options available to them on that bomb side. And I'm curious, Demo, with your experience in rank play and whatnot so far in Consulate, what do you think about Tiller's bomb site so far? Because we've seen it in Pro Play a couple of times now. And it plays in a similar way to like the before the rework, you know? As you mentioned, you play in basement, C4s, verticality. You can't really plan inside of Tellers itself. So it's hard to deal with as an attacker, but I feel like it's also, there's so many things to worry about as a defender. It's a very wide and big open bomb site, right?
I just think that the best way that I found attacking it anyway has been you go just top down. You don't even worry about pushing garage or anything like that. Mirror windows are just too cost effective. The enemy will only have so many C4s. If you get yourself into Visa with like a minute to go, it's not that difficult to bait out C4s. It's really not. You can hear C4 rips pretty easily in this game if you have a decent enough headset. So that's the best way that I found. So that's where I think the defense may struggle a little bit, is actually if the C4s don't work, then what do you do? Because then that's the big issue. How do you retake above?
Yeah. I agree with you. And oh, okay, kind of. I thought I was going to trick there for a second,
no,
actually.
That's perfect square.
Perfect square.
That's what we call that. Well, it's more of a rectangle, but I mean, is it a square? Is that a square or a rectangle? What do we think? Get the old, get the ruler out. It's a rectangle, apparently, according to the Croatian.
The Croatian.
Yeah, there was only one. It's only one.
That's true. I mean, is there really anyone? You can't mention a second? Come on.
I don't want to comment on Eminem at this current moment in time.
Oh, okay, fair.
I'm not legally allowed to comment on the situation.
We speak of being big trouble, yes?
Oxygen looking for a back take for the basement. I'm not the biggest fan of this. The pushing in from the backside, I just think is going to end in nightmares. Because there's so many different angles you need to clear. And you're pushing into single doorways a lot of the time. And then that single doorway has about 3 different crossfires as you walk into it. I don't like pushing the back. I just think open main breach, open up above. That's your play. Pushing back, nah. Mirrors on the board, nah. Don't even think about it. There you go, Exhibit A.
Look at more exhibits. I mean, I like the theory here is that okay, that's a run out. That I've never seen that one before. It's a trade 1-for-1, right? Very spicy there from SSG, but they wanted to open up the main breach and they hit the back as well to try and like hammer angle, right? You push them into an angle somewhere, but if you lose just one gunfight like we saw happen, all of a sudden one of those sides are going to be heavily weakened from the attack. And SSG, they still got the bomb site, they got those mirror windows, they got verticality as you mentioned as well. So OXG, they have no really good way into this, and we see right here, they try.
Ashen, he's missed the shots from above, and it's Gay Fox of the opening. Ashen's trying to get the kill back, still misses him, Ashen. Fox is dancing around the site, he's getting shot from every which way. Fires a couple back to Ashen, but they don't connect, and Forest, he's just trying to hide. Jane, a great swing. Forest, he will clean up Vox. Oh, that was messy from Ashen. Newers, he's in the site now. All by himself, diffuser cold on the ground, 15 seconds to go. There's an enemy every which way. One in yellow, one in the site, one above. Oh, it's not looking good for Newers, and doesn't even clear one of them. Forest, with that shotgun in hand. He held on the site well. Oxygen, pushing the back, it's suicide. You lose too much time, too much utility, too much manpower, and then once that's all said and done, where do you really go from then?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you were to clear archives, you gotta hit the bomb site afterwards. But as you mentioned, it's like you're up against so many crossfires, so many strongholds from the defense. And honestly, I think maybe if the mirror isn't being brought out by the defense, or perhaps if it's banned, you could probably go for that take with a higher success rate. But Mira is in play, it's not banned whatsoever, and we have seen Spatian bring it in the majority of the defensive rounds so far, because why wouldn't you? There are so many ways to play the mirror on consulate that allows you freedom across both the roam on various floors and to strengthen the bomb site itself. I mean, there are so many walls to choose between, and with the Asami up as well, you can kind of pair them together. One thing we never really touched upon, which hasn't really been super relevant, has been the smoke ban from Space Station. Obviously, if the defending starting side team bans a defending operator like smoke that is crucial to the setup, they are prepared and ready to play without the smoke, because they chose to ban him. So I'm curious to see when the side swap comes around next round, if OG will be struggling without the smoke, if HG they got some kind of rush strats they figure out that they want to go for. But for Space Station, we haven't really seen the lack of smoke being an issue whatsoever. Okay, maybe in the very first round on the CEO rush that happened, that Toxic Babe could have made a difference there, but outside of that, it's been all about the mirror, the C4s, and the verticalities from Space Station, and I quite like to see that on consulate.
Oxygen need this round to keep themselves in a even score line. Fish, he deals with a spawn peek, I believe. Faults a little bit too aggro. Where's he been killed from? Oh, just tried to run out with a single wall, and he's been picked off. Not the greatest idea from Faults, but I suppose on a new map where there's some spawn peaks that have still yet to be discovered, that could have been one of them that maybe could have got someone by surprise from Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, you never know till you try, and they're all one round, and they've been playing relatively passive in the early stage of the defense, so maybe catching them by surprise wouldn't be a bad attempt, but they also did spawn peaks on Skyscraper, right? So if you already fall into that once, you're gonna say, guys, they spawn peaks on Skyscraper, this is a best of 3, they're gonna do it at some point again. Intel here, Foxy on the 0 of all operators. You don't see a lot of play for this particular operator, but for a big map like Consulate, those SAM camps, like as we call them, could actually get a fair bit of value. The only downside is that with the way SSG have set up these mirror windows and keeper barriers, they don't need to move a whole lot. So I don't think the flank has to be a big problem here for XG.
SSG, like you mentioned, passive for the most part. Don't have to move unless they have to. Oh, almost the nade connects. But still, Forest is still alive. Another one gets tossed at him. Forest, the man who refuses to give up. J9O picks Newers off the window. He just peeks up, finds them. And this is a good little hold here from SSG, Forest and J9O. Obviously in very dangerous positions. We've seen before Forest almost getting naded, but as long as you don't die, it's always going to be a good strat in their books.
I mean, intel is good from Zero, but they can't really act upon it. No nades below, no real side control as of yet on the attacks. I mean, Yogg's top spiral, but he's very much alone with no flank drone to assist him. Oshi, they finally get admin control because SSG fell back, but they got a second line of defense, and his Ashes pick up the second kill. SSG once again in the lead man count.
That's good tempo from Ashen. Catches the player by surprise. And once again, Oxygen has to try and fight from a man disadvantage. Yogga moving in towards Spiral, assisted by Dream, who's just on the other side of the wall and eliminates that Banshee, but his position will be known. That's a good swing from Forest. On such low HP, still managing to find kills. The man who never gives up, the man who refuses to die. And Fish, oh, well, he will die. He gets picked up. A good swing there from J9O. Great hold from SSG. Just little by little, got their kills, moved back, got their kills, moved back again. And eventually they get the round win.
Yeah, and the big difference there is that when you attack the CEO's side, defenders can't really hold on to yellow. There's that breachable wall from outside, there's the skylight, there's a window repel. It's kind of tricky. Same with CEO. It's a very hard position to play in. So when you attack that side, it's quote-unquote relatively easy. But when you attack the admin side, oh boy, you got the keeper barriers, the mirror windows. It's hard to take Visa because the hatch can be opened up. You know, the keeper barriers, like we saw from Gen 9, they're blocking off all the lines of sight from the rappel. So there's just no real way in there for the attack.
Yep.
Ashen in the previous best of 3 that SSG was in against Wildcard had I was in a pretty hard time, not really having the most fun. He's had a pretty phenomenal time so far against OXG though, individually seeking plays, making them successfully, assisting his teammates, and also being played around by his teammates too, saying, hey, we believe in you, buddy, don't worry too much about it, right? Everybody has a bad game and a bad series, and Ashen is like incredibly new to pro play, but he's had what I would say from a viewing standpoint, a nice amount of confidence in these rounds to say, okay, put me in this crucial position, I'll try and do my best, and usually, more often than not, he'll get the job done. But something we don't see very often is not just the Blitz, not just the Monty demo, we're seeing both of them paired up together in the same round. It's Forest and Hot and Cold to do the shield duo here. What is this?
I'm curious. This is the this is the strategy that we see from SSG, where they will bring the Blitz, but also bringing the Monty in is not something we're accustomed to.
No.
My bet is Monty down yellow stairs to take control of that early on, because it can always be a little bit tedious of getting players in there, and it just kind of stops anyone wanting to aggress. You know, that yellow stairs with a shotgun, we've seen plenty of times the swings come in. It can be very difficult. Forest has jumped in towards bathroom window. Fultz has swung in as well, in towards CEO, but Forest is on a rampage, eliminates Fish. The Blitz is working for them. Dream has tried to retake above, but has since then had to fall downstairs. And Fultz still upstairs in CEO, trying to find these kills. The Monty is starting to get frisky with Fox inside of bathroom. Oh, Fox, and both of them go down. Young has got the refrag too. Oh my goodness, Forest to the rescue. Here he comes. The rescue man is here. With the Blitz, jumps through, clears one, there's another one down, he'll pick up the pieces. As soon as Forest, that's like a shark in the water, a bit of blood gets spilt, and he's on you like a ton of bricks. J90 spotting out the utility, looking to see if he can find anything that'll help, but right now, Forest, go for it, you are a Blitz. There's one player left. This is what Blitz dreams of. A 1v1 against an operator that can do nothing against him. There's no C4 from Dream. There's nothing. There's a Capcan trap, there's an evil eye that can find, but that's not gonna do much. Oh my goodness, Forest, just end it. You know, Dream right now, he's in the hot seat. I mean, Dream was just kind of walked away. He doesn't want to deal with it, Nick.
He's playing it very safe here, and he's trying to find an opening, but again, the discipline from Space Station, the one big issue could be the captain.
Oh, here we
go. Look at this. Forrest is doing it. He's doing the Blitz play.
Oh, I like it. Play safe. Go for the plan. Here comes the Blitz. Oh, he's tangoing with him. Forest doesn't need to move, Nick. You know, Blitz, let him come to you. You know, Blitz wants to try and close that round as best as he can. And there's a swing from J90. Forest using that extremely well, just to annoy Dream almost in that scenario, but my goodness, that was a hectic start. The Blitz just cleaning up kills as they were down. Fox, I don't know what Fox is doing in bathroom. He was just all over the place. And yeah, SSG, the wacky siege continues.
You know, it really does, and I love to see it because it's so chaotic. And yeah, I mean, Fox was dancing inside the bathroom, like impacts going out, trying to shoot, trying to melee, trying to hip fire. It was just a complete massacre upstairs, and it wasn't even where the bomb site was. But yet, when it was all said and done, only 3 players remained, 2 in the attack, and just a singular defender left in the round. And I guess that's how lobby plays out. You try and hold upstairs, and what do you know? The attackers bring 2 shields, a Monty and a Blitz, and just completely rushes you down from bathroom window and yellow skylight. I mean, this is kind of how you set the pace and attack, right? If that's your opening round, that's a statement. That's, you know, they say, we got this. We have every solution that we want. They can be wacky and tacky and odd, but they work. And Forrest, you know, he started top 4, went downstairs, came back up again. We see it, confirmed those 2 injured members for XG, and then just playing that perfectly, I'm in your face role in the 2 versus 1. He finds Dream and just says, peekaboo, crouches, walks towards him, and then the plant starts going down. He's like, okay, I guess I gotta protect my teammate, runs back towards the bomb site, and then peekaboos again. And then as you see, they do a 3, 2, 1 blitzful ADS, and the last remaining attacker swings, and they guarantee that 2v1 kill. It's beautiful.
Nick, I've got another start one, bench one, sell one for you. I've chose players which I think are pretty similar in terms of what they can do. Alamal, Canadian, Fabian.
Oh boy. Is this also about their prime or just right now?
Again, anything you want to choose. Just.
Oh my god.
It's up to yourself.
I mean, it's easy right now because Fabian's a retired boomer, so we gotta sell him, right? Because he hasn't played for a while. But back in his prime, you gotta argue that Fabian's the GOAT, right? He's definitely up there. I would have to sell Fabian, bench Alaman, Star Canadian. I'm a Troy believer, okay? I'm an absolute Troy fan. I'm completely biased. The rival that we had together, the history that he has in the game. I want that guy to stick around for a bit longer.
I mean, 3 championships for 3 different teams speaks for itself, doesn't it, in its own? So there you go. Everyone, let us know what you think out of those 3 players. Where would you rank them? Again, any year, any prime, anything you want to go for, by all means. Top floor is where we head, and half the round already gone. But not a lot has happened. SSG just looking for nades from below and going with this similar strategy from what we've seen from Skyscraper, Nick, of getting hot and cold into a position where he can create havoc amongst the defense of Oxygen. Fox will strike first, takes out Forest. Forest on the Ana, something you don't see every day, but there is something new for you. And hot and cold, this is the man to watch. This is the playmaker, the one who creates the space for his side. But Oxygen looked pretty set up for him. Newers can hold on to that double door to give the coverage over to Yoga, who I believe Hot and Cold is hunting. They're trying to eliminate that Azami in the corridor. A flashbang will go out. Jano, in goes the drone. See if he can eliminate some of these keeper barriers. But Hot and Cold, as patient as he is, so is Newers. Newers equally as patient. Oh, that's a bad swing, Ashen. Caught moving around with the crossbow bolt. Hot and Cold makes himself known. Faults does get swung, but he himself gets it down, but cannot finish it out, and he just full sprints into the corridor. Come on, you knew that Yaga was there the whole time. SSG hasn't worked for them, and Nick, this is what we talk about with SSG. Whenever Plan A doesn't work, what do they do?
Well, they struggle right now, and the thing is, Fenrir is up and available this time. It's banned on Skyscraper, so Nook can just kind of roam clearly, and now the second Hot and Cold walked in, he gets shut down immediately. NorXG, they're hitting their shots, they're playing close together, and it's just that hero player of Hot and Cold left alive in a 1 versus Infinite. So
Oxygen. Good first defense win for them. Certainly SSG struggling with clearing that player out behind the vending machine. Again, just shows that power of Azami. I'm really surprised Azami's been let through, not just in the last map on Skyscraper, but also here as well. I think she's just an oppressive operator, Nick. No one else can do what she does, which is just deploy portable cover in such an easy way.
No, it's so hard to deal with it, really. And we saw it. And even if you were to clear out the keeper barriers, you still got to deal with the positions afterwards. I like the floors with the capital. I mean, theoretically, it would work out, right? You use your Terror drones on floors to show the keeper barriers. Then capital will walk forward, use the fireballs to clear out the corners. But then we saw Foles kind of sprint in for the kill, or the Ashen rather dies trying to do it. And afterwards, Foles just kind of gets the injury because I'm gonna get this kill, boys. Watch me, and he's dead. So, very small things went wrong for Space Station, but they have this massive impact negatively upon the team. And when Defender is up and available and the defenders are going to bring that operator, I don't think the nuke is going to work unless you're going for an actual roam, away from the bomb site. Because near the site itself is where those Defender mines are going to be sticking around, and they're going to find you and expose your position, and you can't really push on in.
SSG looking to clear maybe downstairs first of all, making sure that no one can be roaming with any C4s that could happen to them. But again, consulate I think sometimes can be a little bit tedious to clear out a lot of rooms, Nick. As we know with the update, with the changes, there's a lot more corners now that you need to check and certain things like that. So playing fast, yes, we've seen it can work. But sometimes if you go a little bit too fast, you can get caught out, and all it takes is just that one slip up and everyone's dead, and everything's just fallen around you. So I think there is a level of patience that you need to have, a level of discipline. Downstairs, Newers, getting aggressive, runs into a room with no way out, but makes his own way out with that impact grenade, and there's a rotate hole that leads onto that main door. I'm actually surprised that nobody was holding that from SSG. Newers has somehow gotten away with that. and he's on the prowl. Do they know about him? They should know about him. Oh, that door's barricaded, Nick. That's going to cause Newer's issues, so he can't really get a safe flank off without letting himself be known.
I like that forest in the middle of the map here because they can catch Newer's if he moved the wrong way, but Newer's accidentally is stuck in a relatively safe position now, where if that door was opened up, he might have walked into his own grave. So it ends up being OXG with the opening pick onto Jackal, the roam clearing operator, the best in the game at that specific job. Ashen, he wants blood, he gets an injury and a bunch of damage onto Dream, but can it finish the job? No, cannot.
Is anyone there to pick him up? That's the question right now. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Dream does hold down the site, eliminates J&O, but peaks for what reason? I'm not entirely sure. Fox has been revived by Newers, and Newers started downstairs, just to remind everyone, and he's upstairs now. Oh, a C4 miss from Fish. Oh, big misplay. Could that cost him the shotgun? Oh, he whiffs it as well. 2 chances at getting such important kills, and he's botched both of them. Newers, all to do. 1v3, diffuser planted in such an awkward position for him to get to. He has to battle back through these remaining players. Hot and cold, maybe looking for the rotate above, which would be a good one to go for. It really now puts Newers at a big disadvantage with the verticality going against him then. But Newers has to try and get past Ashen before he thinks about that diffuser, and Ashen locks him down. SSG 1 round away from closing out their series.
And I mean, I hate putting out one single player, one specific player in a round, but Fish really had 2 chances there to really save the round possibly for OXG. The bot C4 onto the wall, and then, I mean, he whiffs that shotgun shell that, you know, he was mid-sprint. He probably should have died before even getting that chance, but if he hits that C4 or just swings it with his gun in his hands and then gets that shotgun kill afterwards, all of a sudden the defense is looking mighty good in that round, but instead, the bomb set falls apart, the bomb gets, you know, put down, and the vertical angles, sure, there's plenty of them to go about, and maybe even some yellow pings from defense, but there's no angles. Newers couldn't connect any of the shots until the bomb planter itself, and sure, he gets the line after he walks out from cover, but in that 2 versus 1, we see SSG, they're gonna go back upstairs, they're gonna take vertical control, they have a drone on the diffuser case itself. There's just no real way for Newers to get into the map there. He's completely locked out. And it started off with Ashen getting that injure, and then Dream looked like he was gonna make that hero play, got a kill onto side, but then Dream 2 fell by Ashen shortly after, and this is it, the shotgun shell goes boop! Oh, right above the shoulder. Yeah, that's gotta suck.
I've got one final start one, bench one, sell one for you, Nick.
Oh no. Yeah.
Jacob Jesse Laxing.
Oh, that this is rude. We can't do this to our colleagues, Demo. We can't.
Oh no, oh we can. We can,
no,
Nick.
This is very rude.
No, it's not in the slightest.
Before I say anything else, I do want to say that I've really been enjoying the desk, having a former pro. You know, we saw that EOL with Fabian joining. We saw, of course, when Sky said he's turning in Mexico. Laxing being a stable addition to the desk for Enale for this stage has been very great. And I've been enjoying Jacob as a host, you know? I really have. And
we're talking about Siege players, how they are playing Siege.
Oh my god, dude, are you serious? As Siege players? I have one experience with Jacob playing Siege and none with Jesse. And let me just say, it was at SI, I think it was. We had our PCs backstage, and it was like the 5 commentators in a rank stack, and not everybody left that room equally happy, let me tell you.
I was there. I knew what I was up against and or playing with. Let's say Jacob plus Hap as a combination. Honestly, people, you need to see that in the flesh. It's always a fun one.
I was watching behind the players, or or talent members, and I was smiling and laughing ear to ear. It was very
let's just say we'll start Laxing. We'll bench Jacob and we'll sell the other one.
The other one.
Yeah. So Oxygen looking to set up with a bit of an old classic here, Nick. A pulse and consulate, being able to pulse outside of Visa. This has been a staple for so long. The information you gain is incredible for moments like that. Sees the player walk in main door, feeds the information to Fish, an easy kill.
Yeah, I mean, this takes me back. I thought watching a VOD on YouTube for a moment here, you know, back in year 1 or year 2, but here we are. It's much later in Siege's lifespan, but some things never change, especially when you see a Bandit, Frost, Jaeger, Pulse. This is quite literally a year 1 lineup, and then you got a Sami. But for Space Station, they brought kind of a, I don't want to say confusing lineup, but they're bringing IQ and Brava, so they're not very lethal in this round, right? Not a lot of self-destruction, not a lot of tools to work with. They got intel and counter-intel, but there's no Valkyrie being brought. You can't hack Pulse's gadgets, so I feel like SSG actually kind of either had lack of intel in drone phase, so used attack or repick correctly, or just has the wrong read on this round.
Dream peeks up, gets thrown down. Should probably fall back at this stage, but no, holds his ground. But that may make ways for J9O to stab him in the back. Fultz has jumped into the site, and Dream, surprised nobody from SSG has killed him, especially J9O. He's stuck in this room, nowhere to go. Moves away at the wrong moment, the Iana. Nowhere's finds Force, but before that, Fultz did eliminate Dream, and J9O gets a brilliant read onto Nowhere's. 3 versus 2, SSG look as if they're gonna take it with this one, and they will do so. A very quick collapse, and SSG will take the seeding match. We're gonna go back to the boys on the desk to see what they thought of that one.
That's got to be one of the most unfortunate, hardest fall-offs you can have for a team in the North American League. A team that was in top 2 contention for a majority of this stage, looked like they really had a chance to finish things strong, and had a top contender, an MVP candidate for the stage on their team, and instead, Space Station somehow crawl back out of the ashes and pull this dub out. I mean, you didn't make it to the major through the bracket, but that still has to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Space Station Gaming, a nice little dub to end off your NAL season. They'll head down to the LCQ alongside Oxygen. Of course, both of these teams going to be starting from the same position down in that first round of the LCQ. But Space Station Gaming, I think, throughout this matchup, definitely played well on their defenses. You know, it was nice to see them kind of adapting to this map and really playing along consulate better than I think what we saw from Oxygen.
Yeah, and that was something that I even noticed. Those first 4 rounds, there's a little bit back and forth, but then you definitely saw SSG really pick up on what Oxygen was trying to do or what they were trying to achieve in those rounds, and you just saw them immediately shut down Oxygen in every single front, and then switching to attack. I mean, they just looked like the better team overall. They were the better team overall. They did get the 2-0. We were wrong. We said Oxygen, gotta own that. I apologize, Space Station. I know we've gone back and forth on Twitch a little bit, so I apologize. No, but I am glad to be seeing Space Station putting up the performance. Whether, you know, this could be a testing route for OXG or SSG, regardless, SSG is looking dominant.
Yeah, it was nice to see J9O in particular. Thought he was really holding down some important parts of the map. We saw him up in admin on the Azami, holding that down super well. We saw him downstairs on the basement with the Mira, holding the back part of the map down really, really well. So I thought kind of the end of those defensive halves, we saw some great plays out of J9O, just to highlight someone in particular from that map, because I did think that he played well.
I mean, so SSG win in all facets. They win the series, but then they also finally get some good Skyscraper reps, win on Skyscraper for the first time in org history, and then they win on Cons, which still needs a little bit of adaptation and some time to maneuver into some people's map pools. So is there really a way in which Oxygen won in this series at all? Is there any positive to take away for OXG?
Just another rep on consulate, in my opinion, just to take it back to the drawing board and try to, you know, make it look as clean as possible. If they throw it out later in the LCQ and maybe, you know, they look more better on it, they can close out a dub on it.
Yeah.
Overall, I mean, if I compared it to the match the other week, they looked way more dominant. Today, they looked very sloppy.
Yeah.
Fair play. Well, just so you understand what this game was all about, it's about the bracket specifically for the last chance qualifiers, and I think we'll be able to show it to you, but the whole point about what happened from this game is literally just who gets second or third seed in the LCQ. That is it. Neither one of these teams are going to be able to get first seed because that's going to go to whoever loses the third place game tomorrow. It's a little bit confusing, but there were 2 teams that came through the open quals. There were the other teams that got knocked out earlier in the North American League. These 2 teams, and then one of the 4 teams that play later in the day will also be in the LCQ. It's one big amalgamation, and it looks like this.
Wow, you draw this yourself, Jacob?
I did. It took a little bit longer than I thought,
Nice.
and my handwriting is kind of atrocious, but this is what it looks like. The only game that we have locked in, actually we have a couple of different games locked in, Mirage and Aerial Arise. That game is happening. That's the 4th seed and the 5th seed playing one another. LG now has their opponent, and Karn now has their opponent.
Indeed. So the winner of this best of 3, which was Space Station, will be playing Luminosity because Karn & Co. beat LG in the open quals.
Yep.
So Karn & Co. have the higher seed. The loser of this then have to play Karn & Co., which is, of course, going to be Oxygen now.
So when you start your LCQ run, what?
I mean, it's just, it's intense for all these teams. Like, you just can't lose. You got to be coming out here. You want to make Atlanta. And I feel bad more for the pro teams because when you're playing against teams that you don't know what they do, maybe you know who the players are, but when your backs are against the wall like this, you have to be perfect. And it's a straight run for these newer teams that, sure, the pressure might be there, but the fact that they made it this far, I can only see them, using that as leverage to just keep going forward and trying to beat these pro teams and prove a point.
So when you have to come into the LCQ as one of the teams that gets eliminated over the course of the next 2 days, you start your journey against Beast Coast. If you cut back the wide, you'll get more of the idea. If you're the 4th place team, if you don't qualify for Atlanta today or tomorrow, this is where you start. You start against Beast Coast, and then you got to maneuver your way all the way down. So if we think Beast Coast is already at a bit of a disadvantage because they're not playing with their full team, that seems to be the easiest path. I don't know. What do you think the easy path through this bracket is?
I mean, the top half has, I guess they both have, the top half's going to have 3 pro, all pro teams, actually. Yeah, the top half is entirely pro teams. 2 amateur teams coming through the open quals in the bottom half. So, I don't know. I kind of like Mirage's path, if I'm being honest with you. They play Aerial Arise, then they're going to have, I mean, second round's always going to be a tough batch no matter what. Maybe Karn & Co. gets an upset, though, and you get Karn & Co. for your second match.
Karn & Co. has shown some upsets. So they ain't no strangers to putting up some upsets.
It's true. It's not the exact same Karn & Co.
No,
that
it's
won
not.
Element 1, though, because Packers on wildcard. Speaking of wildcard, they will play next after we get to another game before that. It's time for the qualification matchups for the Atlanta Major. The first North American teams to rep on home soil is coming up after something. Are we looking at what just released yesterday, or are we just going to break? We'll find out right now.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1 minute and a half on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time, right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have much time.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer is.
I know what I'm picking. I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as opera came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What? Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro. Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You expect me to wake
You're
up that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
they hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
Coming to Rainbow Six Siege, well, right now. Master Chief's Sledge Elite skin is now available in the Elite store. You can go pick that thing up literally right now if you feel like it. Lax, something about Halo and Siege coming together is just one of the coolest feelings ever.
I grew up. I loved playing Halo. Master Chief alone is such an icon in the gaming universe. So the fact that now he's in the best game in the world of Siege,
right?
It's just two of the best worlds colliding. What could you ask for more? You're playing Sledge. You got a gravity hammer. Sure, it might not send someone launching across the map, but you got the skin for it. That's the important thing.
Undoubtedly the coolest collab I think Rainbow Six has ever
Without a
done.
doubt.
I mean,
so,
Pickle Rick was cool, but I think this tops it.
It's like the Pickle Rick one, the Yakuza collaborations have been dope, but yeah, this one genuinely feels like it takes the cake. So if you want to play Master Chief in the Siege,
Don't disrespect the name.
I mean, that's a Russian Badger reference. I'm just quoting my boy. That's all I'm saying. If you want to pick up that elite skin, you can go and do that right now. But let's make a transition from Master Chief into something just as important. When we started this journey a couple of weeks ago, the goal was to try and find the teams from North America who would be best suited to defend home turf when we play in the Atlanta Major in just around a month's time, and these next 2 games are going to do exactly that. Not only will the winners of these games qualify for the Major, they're jumping a stage. They're skipping groups, they're going directly to the Swiss and playoff stage. Both of these games are some of the most important games that you can play in a stage, period, and DZ and Sonics is up first.
It all comes down to this. This is do or not die, because you do have another chance if you lose this, but if you win here, you don't have to worry about it anymore. You go to Atlanta. It's what every team plays for.
No, 100%. This is literally your stage summed up, all the work you put in, all the scrims you did prior leading into it. This is where it all comes down.
There are very few games in North American history that feel like an El Clasico as this one. Dark Zero and Sonics is our first contest. Again, 1 best of 3, and suddenly you are in stage 2 of the Atlanta Major. And we wanted to break down what specifically is going to get these teams across the finish line in just this best of 3. So Jesse, you had a strength for Dark Zero to talk about, and it comes down to Troy specifically talking about one of his teammates.
Well, okay, Jacob, my strength for Dark Zero overall is their survivability. And I think this tweet actually provides some insight that you may not have otherwise been able to grab. Troy here is responding to Macy J, talking about Gavin going 0-11 in the ranked games that they played together. Now, you may think that this is just a joke because there's only 9 rounds maximum in a ranked game, but this actually aligns with what we see in the North American League. Gavin has the lowest survival rating of any player in the league, not on Mirage or Beast Coast. So he's going 0-11 in ranked. He's dying a ton in these pro games too. But it seriously is an important part of Dark Zero's strategy, because while Gavin may be soaking up a lot of the deaths, the other players on Dark Zero are benefiting from it. You've got NJR on this team, who has the highest survival rating of any player in the league, 5 points ahead of the next highest rated survival rating player. And then you've got Pambazoo as well, the 3rd highest survival rating, the 3rd fewest deaths per round out of any player in the league, and he's their primary entry. While Gavin does soak up a lot of the deaths, the rest of DZ are doing so good at staying alive, and for me, that is their greatest strength over their competition.
So even if Gav doesn't survive for very long, everyone else is already doing a good enough job of that, and leading the league, it seems like. So even if Gav dies, if everyone else does exactly what they're doing and plays the same way, they're gonna be fine.
Exactly.
All right, I like the stat. Lax, on the opposite side for SQ. What was the strength you thought they were going to use the most in order to help beat DZ?
One of the biggest strengths that I've always found Sonics, whether that's watching them or having personal experience playing against them, is their unpredictability. You got 4 players, notoriously Grixer being that main one that does that. You do see 4 of these players, being Grixer, Rexen, Geo, Gunner, have the capability to be able to hit you from the side, interrupt comms, leave you guessing. And I've talked about it a couple times so far on the desk, the mental game that having players like this that can do to the other team, it's so important, because it leaves you guessing. You could second guess yourself, or you overcomplicate of, trying to compensate of what someone's going to do. And having 4 players that can do that, that's massive.
Yeah, I think that Sonics have 5 players who, if they see an opportunity, they will take it. They don't need to ask for permission. They don't need to think about, oh, is this a good player or not? They just see that moment and they take it. A lot of the other teams that we have on the top floor, including Dark Zero, they've got rookies on their roster who may not have that confidence yet, who may not be willing to make that play, make that call, but everybody on Sonics can and does do that, and I really do think that sets them apart.
Specifically for both Dark Zero and Sonics, there's only 1 rookie in this lobby, and everybody else is comprised of somebody who has played at minimum a full year of Siege coming into this stage. All of them have been performing expertly, and there's 2 in particular we got to talk about because they're the plant meisters of Rainbow Six right now, Lex.
Yeah, it's important. You look at Troy here. You were just talking about all of DZ doing good. Gavin, maybe has the lowest survival rate, but Troy is the third man in top plants right now. So and you're talking about people doing this or that. Troy's doing a great job with those plant stats. And then you have Gio. He is actually leading this stage in 16 plants. So sure, you might not be seeing him super flashy, getting all the kills compared to, you know, Citizen or Gunner or Rexen or who's the other guy that I'm forgetting right now?
Citizen? You said Citizen already?
I said Citizen.
Oh, God.
Just one of the amazing other players on that roster. No, I think I said Grexer. But regardless of that, Gio, doesn't matter. Gio is leading the stage right now in plants, and whether or not Gio or Canadian are setting the team up for that success to get those plants on, or the team is helping them, it is still so important to be getting those bomb downs, because a lot of those rounds, those post plants are huge benefits for the other team to swap the side. Now you're on the defense while forcing the defense to be on attack. It's so important to be getting those bombs down, and the fact that both of these players are getting that many plants down is a significant feat in its own.
Yeah, and you saw Canadian's operators there too, if you'll recall. His primary attacking and defending operators, Twitch and Solus, not ops you really associate with hard support planting type players, but Troy just plays them so well. You know, Twitch has really been evolving in the meta. We've got so much more Fenrir being played this stage. Valkyrie's seeing a big uptick in plays because she's just not being banned as often. Legion's been super popular. So Troy kind of really reading into that, bringing a lot of that Twitch, I think has been super impactful for his team. And then the Solus too. I mean, just an absurdly good operator. I think Canadian feeding intel to his team and acting off of it as well. He has been one of the best Solus players in the entire league for my money. So yeah, great to see both those players, him and Gio, playing so well for their squads.
So far, Canadian's not the only standout, though. Yes, he might be the vet, he's getting the plants down, but in order to counter Sonic's unpredictability, you need somebody to be the stalwart, the stable guy who's always performing. Jesse, it's Pamba party time still.
God, Pamba is having an absurd stage so far, and I took a look at a lot of the players, a lot of the entries that we have in the league, and of the top 5 entry players, you've got guys like Merc, Gunner, Rexen, Ashen, and Pamba. That's your top 5 for most opening picks in the league. They're all sitting between 19 and 23 opening frags. Very respectable, very good. The vast majority of them, everybody except for Pamba, has at least 15 opening deaths. Pambazoo has 9. That's almost, that's less than 2/3 of everybody else. 19 and 9 on entry is crazy. The amount of times he's able to win that opening gunfight without dying. Again, that survival rating that I already talked about is insane from Pambazoo. I don't think it's just that this guy is walking into the building and getting picks, but the fact that he's walking into the building and never seeming to go down, never seeming to get traded after he finds that first frag has been super impressive to me. I think Pambazoo is playing the best siege of his career, and it's been so exciting to watch him play NAL this stage.
No, it's extremely exciting. Just to touch on the stats you were saying, he is leading in the rating. He's the second in the highest KD. He's leading in the entry stats. He's the 5th highest in the cost. Like, he is all across the board, and that is something that you want on your team. You want to be able to look at that and be like, wow, this one guy is just absolutely dominating on all these fields, and then putting his team on his back, in my opinion, in terms of those stats. Obviously, everyone else is still performing, but he is by far the standout player.
A name to compare him against, somebody who you just brought up in that list, on the opposite side of this table for the Sonics, is his most comparable, like his counterpart on... Is that Rexen, Laxing specifically? Somebody who we sometimes say is a little inconsistent. I think he's been pretty rock solid this stage.
No, Rexen has been popping off. I've always seen Rexen as a very dominant player, and he's one of those players that even if he has a bad game, he is still performing and doing what he needs to do to help his team have success. So in comparison to Pamba, sure, you know, Pamba might be performing in all these stats, but that doesn't take anything away from Rexen and what he does for his team and what he is as a player.
Yeah, I think Rexen has been really good, being able to flex to a lot of different roles. You know, we're seeing him on the Jackal, we're seeing him on the Lion, being able to hunt down a lot of those players. 111 kills is his current stat line, leads the league as in top 2 for those stat lines. So he's really putting in a ton of work, only behind Yaga in terms of the overall frag count. I think Rexen's been really impressive a lot of times, kind of on the roam, getting aggressive, kind of moving around with the rest of his teammates. I think Gio's been great in that position as well. Gunner's been good in that position. I think the early round has been really solid for him and the rest of Sonics, which has been great.
And I think it goes back into what I was talking about early on, and this team's strength is the unpredictability. And then, like I said, of those 4 players, Rexen being one of them, just being able to play and move around the map like he does, getting a frag here, getting a frag there, that sets up Sonics for tons of success.
So because we're in best of 3 in qualification territory, we got to spend a long time talking about what this veto is, because all 3 of these maps are going to be pivotal. Just for today, we're going to do the exact same thing for the second game, but we want to spend more time on what our battlegrounds look like. Border, cons, and the rematch on Nighthaven. Jesse, take us through it.
So Jacob, I was more excited for this map ban phase, I think, than even any of the games today. I was really looking forward to this one. I want to talk you through everything that's going down. So Sonic's bans here, I think, make perfect sense. They have to ban the bank. You know, Dark Zero, very good on this map. And then I do like the cafe ban as well. It's Sonic's perma ban. They're never going to go there. For Dark Zero, I expected the club ban. Again, I just think Sonics are way too good on Clubhouse. You don't want to bring them back there. And then I'm a little bit surprised about the Skyscraper. I thought maybe we'd see Dark Zero try to flex into that, ban out a comfort map like Chalet or Labs. Instead, they let both of those go through. They ban out the Skyscraper instead. Border and Cons get picked. These are both kind of curveball picks, but I predicted both of them, and I'm really happy to see both of these coming through. Sonics, first of all, had lots of options, right? Skyscraper was banned out, but I think Chalet would have been great for them. Border would have been great for them, which is what they've picked. And then Labs as well would have been really, really good. They go for kind of a risky pick here, right? Because Border, they have lost a lot recently. Sonics are on a 3-game losing streak in official competition on Border, so we've seen them stumble here, but they've been close games. You know, 7-8 versus Space Station, 8-6 Dark Zero, 6-8 M80, and then 7-3 against Oxygen, but it was in a seeding game last stage. So, and then 7-8 to W7M as well. So lots of close games from Sonics on this map. I like Border. We saw Border from Dark Zero at the very start of the stage against M80, and they kind of got rolled over. So Dark Zero looking for some redemption on the map, but I do like it a lot from Sonics.
Well, the maps definitely threw me off because I did see the Skyscraper, like you were saying. I thought DZ maybe was going to try to pull that out of the hat. And then I also maybe saw Chalet, that being a possible map for both teams. They're both good at it. So it was surprising to see even Sonics ban that, maybe because the OXG game went a little closer than expected. But the map that I'm looking forward to the most is that Nighthaven, that rematch. That's what I want to look at and see who really is doing their due diligence of making sure, like, we messed up here, this is what we're fixing, or this is what we don't need to fix, and let's focus entirely on here. That's the map that I'm looking forward to the most if we get there.
Yeah, and then we saw Dark Zero pick the Consulate as well. That one I was hoping we'd see them pull out because we've seen already Sonics play that map, you know, and despite the fact that they banned it for a lot of the stage, they played 14 rounds against Oxygen. That was a really long game. Yeah. Dark Zero have tons of VODs. Meanwhile, DZ, they've always been hesitant to ban it. They've only banned it once throughout the entirety of the games that they played so far. 1 out of 8 matches, they decided to ban Consulate. This is where they bring it out. They've always kind of been open about the fact that, listen, we're willing to play Consulate, never had the chance. This is their opportunity to showcase what they've got on cons. So I'm really excited to see what DZ has been cooking on that map. I think both teams picking kind of riskier maps, but I'm really excited to see what they brought out.
We're currently waiting for everybody to get populated into the lobby, so give us just a couple seconds before we get there. But the cool part about this is if we need a map 3, it's a rematch of what they already played earlier in the stage. They both went to Nighthaven Labs. Jesse, I mean, do you see a clear favorite in that one?
I mean, obviously Sonics won it the first time. I kind of like Sonics to win it again. I was a little bit shocked that Dark Zero let it go through. I was maybe thinking we'd see Dark Zero ban the Labs at some points because they lost it, and I felt like a lot of times throughout that game, DZ, they were just getting kind of caught off guard. You know, it felt like the roam clear from Sonics was going pretty well. It felt like for Dark Zero, I mean, that was really a match against Sonics where their defenses were okay, you know, but their attacks as well. Struggling a little bit. So I'm hoping that we do see Dark Zero turn that around, but yeah, I don't know. I do think Sonics, they've shown that they're better on that map already, and I would expect history to repeat itself.
Yeah, and they're improving with each day, and we're going to see how much they keep improving into those mid to late rounds this match, because again, this is do or die. You need to be winning this game. You need to be putting everything into it, and, you know, throwing these maps in there, like you were saying, that could be a little risky pick for both sides. It seems like they're both really out here trying to catch the other one off guard and run away with a map.
So we already talked a little bit about Border. You mentioned specifically Sonics and Dark Zero and what Border means for them specifically. But I just want to cast our minds back, if we're talking about map 1 first, when DZ played that to start the stage. That was the M80 game, and they got slammed. And immediately doubts start creeping back into our minds about how good Dark Zero was going to end up being. And they get second in the stage overall, just behind M80. Pretty darn good resume, but we're starting on Border. Lax, does anything about that M80 game give you cause for concern for DZ in this first map?
I think if anything, it warmed DZ up to an aggressive play style, because when you look at Wildcard or some of these other matches that they've had, those teams that do typically play aggressive, they have shut that down. So now you're going to play against another aggressive team, now maybe a little more unpredictable, but it is still going to have that kind of same aggression that Sonics do have, because they do have gunners on that team. Can't exclude anyone from that roster that isn't a gunner by any means. So I think if anything, they are warmed up in that sense. That first game that did happen, so I do feel that did give them the run and the help going into throughout this stage and to get them up to where they are now.
Yeah, I think that it's about time that we see it again from Dark Zero. We saw it at the very start of the stage. They lost to M80, and you know, a lot of those rounds they started good. Dark Zero was getting a lot of plants down. They were starting really, really strong.
3 of those rounds literally could have went either way too.
Yes, like they absolutely could have clutched that out, but they just kept losing their post plants against M80. And I think for Dark Zero, they've had time to like put it in the background, work on it a little bit. I'm sure they've figured out their mistakes and will be providing a better border than previously shown against M80. But I also think it's the right pick from Sonics. I agree with this map pick. I think you've already shown that Dark Zero are weak. It's not a map that you've shown recently, but if you go back through stage 1, if you go back to the offseason, Sonics love border. They're really good at this map. So it's a bit of a comfort pick for SQ, and it's one Dark Zero have shown weaknesses on in the past. I think it was absolutely the right call to go for this map, and I'm excited to see kind of how it turns out for the first map.
I mean, Mint would not have allowed this bad boy through the ban phase if they didn't have some sort of plan or strategy for it. Obviously, the Skyscraper ban does throw a little bit of a monkey wrench through, maybe not for your predictions, because apparently you're just a wizard at this stuff anyway.
Yeah, so. I was entirely wrong in my predictions.
No, I mean, I think that like that's kind of the interesting choice from Dark Zero, right? Like banning the Skyscraper in the first phase kind of means that, okay, I was curious, are you comfortable on this map? And that first phase ban of Sky tells me no. Dark Zero aren't really that favorable. And I think that's kind of why through the rest of the ban phase, we've kind of ended up on maps that are maybe a little bit Sonics favored. You go to that very final map, and we're going to get that repeat on Nighthaven.
Yeah.
I think if they could have, Dark Zero maybe would have liked to avoid that. However, since their Skyscraper is clearly not strong enough that they wanted to try it against the Sonics, that means they've got to go for the rematch on Labs when they get to the decider instead. So yeah, it's an interesting kind of pickle that Dark Zero find themselves in, but I don't think it's, you know, super duper worrying for them.
Which I'll say this, with it even going to Nighthaven, which maybe sure they aren't, you know, keen on it going to, typically when you get into those map ban phases, both coaches and both sides typically know what the decider's going to be just based off what the other team is. You can try to like throw in a wrench, you know, catch people off guard, which it does happen. But for the most part, I would like to believe that both teams, both coaching staff have done their math, done their due diligence, and figured out, you know what, this is probably going to be the decider. We're just going to have to figure out what we did in these past few scrims to tweak it, touch up on it, and let it play out if it gets to that.
Chad, I can already see you saying casters start game. We're working on that. Everyone's still trying to join the lobby. But to go back to the strengths that both of you mentioned for both teams, I'm curious now if Border plays any sort of wild card in the midst of everything here, because if it's a very preservative playstyle from Dark Zero that works out a lot because their players don't die very frequently, and an unpredictable playstyle of the Sonics, does Border sway one way or another just given how they've played so far this stage?
I mean, I think it's hard to stay alive on Border, right? It's so small. You're going to be getting into fights super early into the round. There's not a lot of places you can fall back to if you're trying to extend like into Break Room or into Armory. Where are you going to go? You kind of have to play spots to die on that map. So yeah, I think for the play styles as well, we're talking about Dark Zero being a team. They're good at falling back. They're good at preserving their lives. It's difficult sometimes to do that on Border. So that's another reason why I do think it's probably a smart pick from Sonics. Yeah. And then, yeah, the unpredictability from SQ as well. I mean, Border's so much fun for a player that likes to make moves.
Yeah, the hardest point for Border is very tight entries, whether you're coming from the east stairs, you're out on that balcony, it's a window or a doorway that you're running through. It's just a lot of windows and doorways that you have to run through if you're coming from the outside of the map, regardless. It is going to be, I think, ultimately it's going to come down to who's going to give up position first when it does come to those defensive rounds, is who's giving up that defensive side or whatever that map control is. And I think ultimately that's what's going to determine who is going to be running away with this map whenever both teams switch sides. It's just who's going to be taking that control a lot harder and who's going to be giving it up.
Well, it's just one best of 3 standing between both Dark Zero and the Sonics from going to Atlanta. If they go, sweet. If they can't make it today, they got an LCQ. And if for some reason they don't make it in either of those, then they got to go by buying a ticket, which you can do right now. Not done quite yet. They want to come back to us after the...
It's time to make history. solid wall. The pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
The Six Invitational 2024 is the prize for those who were able to get through both this stage and the Atlanta Major, because Brazil is the last stop on the calendar, and this is the last stop of the postseason. And specifically for this matchup in particular, I think somebody secures SI.
Indeed, Jacob. The Sonics, because they did so well in stage 1. At the Major, don't forget they got top 4. They're playing not to qualify for 1 LAN, but for 2. Ooh. They will get enough SI points. We've just got it hot off the press from our wonderful statistician, Sprabunny, that if Sonics win this game, they're in SI. They've locked down enough SI points through both getting top 2 in the NAL and guaranteeing, I don't know exactly, top 16, I believe, by making Swiss stage at Atlanta, that they will have enough points to go to SI. They'll be the 3rd team globally to lock down that tournament. So a lot on the line for SQ. Dark Zero as well. They did fine in the first major. They went out in Swiss stage, but still pretty good. They're also going to be in a very good position to make SI. They just won't quite mathematically clinch it with this game.
And this will also be Sonic's 3rd time attending an SI. That's massive. I mean, that is the tournament that you want to be at. Don't get me wrong, majors are just as important, but it is SI. It is the biggest event of the year, biggest prize pool, highest accolade that you can achieve, biggest accomplishment you can achieve, biggest prize pool you can win. Being in front of that amazing Brazilian crowd. Now, I don't mean to, dish on, NA crowds, but I know that Brazilian crowd is going to be unreal. So as a player, being able to get to that point and then possibly get to that stage, that is going to be such a surreal experience. I've experienced it plenty. It is truly amazing. And I know for these players that have the potential of getting there now with just securing a win, it's so massive.
It just had to come in a game against DZ of all teams to figure out whether or not you're going to be going to the biggest dance of the year. And just from a historic level, Dark Zero still owns basically every head-to-head tiebreaker at this point. They've won more maps over the Sonics historically. Over the whole time both orgs have been competing, they've won more series, they've won more maps, they've won more rounds, they've done everything except win more defenses, if Liquipedia is to be believed. So at this point, it's almost like fate. If you're able to beat Dark Zero and go to SI, this is the gatekeeping team to do it against for them.
Yeah, and I think it also kind of speaks to Sonic's journey as a team, right? Yeah, they've historically struggled against Dark Zero, but then this stage, they toppled DZ. It was an overtime match, it was on a brand new map of Nighthaven, but still Sonics have shown we are capable of beating Dark Zero, and that will be the decider if we end up back there on Nighthaven for map number 3. So for Sonics, I think they're feeling really good. I think they've 100% got it in them. Based on how the maps went, I think I'm even favoring them, to be honest, in this matchup.
But then you'd be going against our bracket that we made.
Well, I didn't know the maps when I made the bracket.
Oh, wow. Look at this flake. I'm still going to stick to what I said with DZ. I'm not going to flake out. I got to own it. We got a flaker right here that's, switching sides here. Wow. It happens, sometimes an analyst, has to switch sides. But no, I definitely think this is going to be one of the best games that we've seen so far throughout the stages. Now going into this to decide who's going to go, I expect it to be a slugfest.
Already, 3 weeks on a desk, and he decides he has enough power to call people out just like that. Didn't take you long to get accustomed to what desks are like, Lax.
Hey, I just, I'm not flaking. I'm not flaking. That's the biggest thing here. I'm staying consistent. And I've talked about consistency. I love consistency. I'm consistent.
I love adaptations, okay? And I see the adaptations from that fans. I adapt. I adapt the predictions.
All right, we'll let the guys in the server decide how this one goes. Again, home turf defense is exactly what these next 2 series are all about. And whoever wins this skips the group stage, goes immediately into the Swiss format, and has an even better shot of walking away with winning the Atlanta Major in just over a month. It'll be Parker and Pengu with the call for our first qualification game.
Thank you so very much. Not just a berth of the Atlanta Major on the line for these 2 teams, for the Sonics, a possible SI spot also going in their favor. Only 3 teams have qualified for the biggest event of the year. As you saw, Desk showed we're going to Brazil. Virtus Pro out of Europe. W7M out of Brazil. And D+ out of Korea. All of these teams already clinched their spot at SI. Will we see another team do that today? But more importantly, will we have a good match? Because that's all we care about right now.
Well, of course. And I mean, looking at this matchup, I do think that we can expect a good match. I don't think it's going to be a one-sided game personally, but we'll have to wait and see. A fun thing is that Dark Zero, you know, historically, they've always been known as the team that always goes to overtime, you know, season after season and major after major. But someone else, they've taken that title away from them. And they're also in the server today. It's Sonics. Out of the last in the last 10 maps, 7 of them have gone all the way to overtime. And they're currently on a 4-game streak. So the last 4 games also went to overtime. So Sonics, they've played a lot of rounds of Rainbow Six Siege, which technically is going to give you a lot of prep work and, you know, rounds under your belt to play these important games. But they've also shown more rounds to other teams, their strats, their details, etc. So a good prep work from Dark Zero, they might find some flaws in their gameplay.
It's going to be a banger. And I think we might be delayed again. We are still waiting for players. Very cool.
So we're very excited about this game, and I'm sure the players are too. But we've been missing some of them. There was a toilet break, and now there's a player missing from his PC. We'll get to it in just a second.
I'm going to say something a little controversial here.
Okay, go for it.
I think that if you are not around and ready to go within 15 minutes of your match starting, they should put you in a cannon and fire you into the sun.
That is not where I thought that was going. I thought they had to like surf into the first map or the first round or something like that.
Straight into the sun. Into the heart of the sun.
Okay.
Right in the sun.
That's
with your computer.
What's that gonna change?
Because then nobody can smurf on their account.
Oh, okay.
Because let's say, for example, my good pal Troy Canadian. All right, and I can say this because we're friends.
We're close like that. Yeah.
We're close like that. Let's say you fired him into the sun because he wasn't ready, which factually would never happen because he's always ready.
True.
But if you fired him into the sun, what's to stop somebody else who misses very common kills to step into his shoes on his PC? I could possibly do it. Our aim is so similar.
You're really covering all the bases with that one.
For anybody following along, I have to say that that is a joke. And that no, as far as I'm aware, there are no cannons that can reach the sun, let alone should they attempt to fire somebody in that direction. But be ready for your match, okay?
Yeah.
Operator band rolling in Brava and first. And then a Ying
to follow suit. I mean, it's always going to be a big tale of do you want to fight the intel or do you want to fight the execute? Because that's most commonly the operators that we see banned out in Rainbow Six Siege and Pro Play, either operators that give you information or makes that bomb set execute easier. Brava is one of those exact operators. Ying is one of those exact operators where they make one of those two easier. Of course, Ying being the execute and Brava being the intel. As a soloist, we saw that operator banned out once in the previous matchup, the OXG game, against Space Station Gaming, and it makes the defense a little bit more difficult because you can't find those drones in the prep phase, which means attackers can get set up drones for the rotations, for the flanks, and they can just kind of get quicker up to speed when the round begins because they've done some of that drone work during the drone phase itself. And then aside.
Last operator ban took a while, actually. Easy did not want to rush that decision. Oh, look, Pambazoo's back. Just in time. Citizen, as far as I'm aware, is not back. But
unless, no, I guess not, yeah.
Good news. You can always pick afterwards. It's more important that you are locked in on defense than on attack. 21 attacking operators have been banned. 21. There is quite a breadth between all of those that have been removed from play. However, there are 3 operators that have led the way when it comes to operator bans. Ying, the most banned operator in North America. Dokkaebi and Monty are not terribly far behind. Then it falls very far down to Brava, who has now been banned 7 times.
Oh.
Things are not the same when it comes to defense. In terms of defense, there have been 10 operators banned. So much more clear cut. And the top 4 completely lead the way. Zombie, the most banned defender. Valkyrie, then Fenrir, Hyde with Solus. So we see a Solus ban, we see a Azami ban, we see a Ying ban, Brava, 7 bans now, top 4. None of these seem like particularly targeted bans towards certain players that might be outside the norm, and none of these are all that weird when you look at Border as well.
Well, yeah, it makes perfect sense. I'm not gonna discuss anything there, and I think both teams are also happy with that going away from it because it kind of equalizes that. Okay, defense got weakened and attack got weakened with those key operators. I don't think either side is not more heavily favored than the other, but of course, not having a Sami available on defense is always gonna. Well, it can be difficult to work with. Some teams, of course, struggle more than others, but we know that Dark Zero and Troy Canadian especially, they love intel. And right now, I mean, yeah, Solus is banned away, but Valkyrie's up, the Pulse is up, of course, and we do see Canadian on that Valkyrie operator with a C4 on target, roaming around the map in this very first round on his ventilation defense. And that has been that big change for Dark Zero the last year and a half, where Troy kind of joined as support player, then a flex player, and now on defense, he's often in the battle early, playing those intel operators, and if Troy dies, he can then lead his team from the grave with that full overview, watching players, watching camps, etc., and kind of rally the troops and see where people should be going and what they should be doing.
First point for Sonics is to clear out the CCTV portion of the map, which they survey that there's been some soft destruction done. Citizen was plotting the next steps. Gunner just goes on in, finds a goo mine for his trouble. Premises has been completely vacated. There's Valk cams strewn about. Interesting choice to go down to Ventilation Workshop for first bomb site, since that is not a common start for most teams here on this map. Usually all reliables at Armory bomb site, or you might see the odd bathroom tellers. Either way, Sonics will have to clear out the top floor, as is pretty commonplace, especially with the fact that the Armory portion of the map, usually the first bomb site, is directly over this Vents Workshop bomb site. There's information for Dark Zero, but NJR is not able to capitalize off of that first kill, going in favor of SQ. Down goes the alibi. Sonics are preparing for an advance over on that Armory wall and towards small office. Gunner is off to the races. Try to pick to the left, but Citizen gets the pick on to Gavin. Rice flying out, and he's slaughtered as well. Suddenly, Sonics, with 40 seconds to go, are doing quite well. It's all up to Canadian to clutch as he finds a single kill, but there's 4 more to go. 30 seconds, plenty of time for Sonics to pull this one off.
All time in the world, and I see here the discipline. Canadian's gonna go for a flank, but the thing is, the second against his first gunfight, 3 more enemies await him, and it's gonna be Citizen on the main door, locking things down. The Sonics had a very beautiful early execute in that roam clear. Yeah, they took a bit of time for the setup, but the moment they destroyed the first, wall and door to Armory, it was just a rush on in, picking up kill after kill. And it's always nice to see the attack inside play with confidence and kind of sit in the pace in the first map in a best of 3 series, because it can go the distance, right? It could be a quick 2-0, it could be like a 7-1, 7-1, or it can go OT after OT into the third map. So being the trendsetter to start things off is always going to put you in a nice, comfortable position, but I also have to kind of question the ventilation bomb site start for Dark Zero. You pointed out, Parker, it's not very common or typical, and it doesn't necessarily have the most success because the second the attackers clear that top floor hold of Armory, CCTV, and Archives, well, you lose the bomb site with that as well, because you break the soft floor destruction side of Armory, and then you get bomb site control, then you plant, etc. The other outcome is that you simply try and fight for top floor control with your lives. But that means that the roam clear will define the direct outcome of the round, like we just witnessed. If you kill 4 people on the roam above, on the attack inside, and it's just Troy on the bomb site alive, well, you've basically guaranteed lost the round unless Troy can pull out a clutch out of his hat in a 1 versus 4 with half health. That's very unlikely. So I like the bomb site change here from Dark Zero, going straight from that weaker ventilation bomb site to the more stable and common bathroom tellers to kind of change things up.
I'm a fan of that. And I mean, if you're a team like DZ, who the desks seem to argue that they got beat in the map ban phase. Desk, if I heard that wrong, please let me know, but it seemed to speak towards the strength of SQ's map pool over Dark Zero's. If you are considered a team that does not have the strongest map pool, this is Sonic's map, which is worth noting. Obviously, we can consider which side they started on as we go deeper into this matchup. But you're going to want to try to keep SQ on their toes, frankly. And I mean, an unorthodox bomb site rotation, which doesn't really exist on a lot of these maps, especially with operator repick, is an opportunity, for you to gets Sonics in a position of discomfort. It didn't work on the first round, but now you go to a more familiar bomb site for both teams, and you see what SQ can bring to the table.
You see, they have their style where they can play fast when they need to, but they prefer playing it relatively slow. I will say over the course of the last 6 months, they have sped things up, but they don't seem to take fights that are quote-unquote unnecessary. They're a very disciplined team, and it shows very much in these first 2 rounds. There's no fighting in CCTV. There's no fighting on spawn peak side of things either. They just pick their areas. Right now they care about office and fountain, and then 1-person armory and the bomb site, and that's it. They don't care or fight or bother with the rest besides 1 member in each staircase. So it's up to Sonics to kind of find the gap and find those entry paths, but every single time the first 2 rounds, it's Sonics to get that opening kill, this time onto Gavin, who the desk said he tends to die the quickest in these rounds, but then the backbone of Dark Zero, they usually stay alive for a lot longer.
Well, it's not just Gavin who's dead. Canadian, who survived to the bitter end of the previous round, will have no impact in terms of gun skill. There goes NJR to Grixer. Sonics looking so formidable through these first 2 rounds. DZ mustering just a single pick in the previous round. Now they will do the same here. As Pambazoo gets on the board, only 2 players from DZ with kills to their name, and one of them is dead. Pambazoo will look for more as Rice sits on the bomb site. Pambazoo is off site. So Sonics with 4 players, Diffuser in the hands of Geo, can overrun Rice and set Pambazoo up in a very difficult position. But Pambazoo will try to keep the numbers close as he engages. Down he goes to Rexon, and now Rice will need to save the world. 1 kill on the gunner, but Rexon has his teammates back. When you give up the early advantage, as DZ did, and you trail in numbers, a kill or 2 is good, but you're always going to be fighting a losing battle when it comes to Sonics. They're up 2-0 now.
Looking very composed. Sonics, they've had I want to say a mixed stage so far. I mean, a lot of people have high expectations, and to my point earlier, out of 10 maps, 7 of them have gone into overtime, which means, if you lose an OT, just 1 or 2 rounds, they sway the outcome in terms of how many points you get. And of course, winning regulation gives you 3 points, winning an OT gives you 2, and losing OT gives you 1. If just a couple of rounds and a couple of games are done differently for Sonics, they could be in a much better and very different position in terms of standings. So, looking at it, I think some people judge Sonics a little bit too harshly and say, oh, they didn't even get top 4, they didn't do so good. When it's like they were 3 rounds, 4 rounds off getting a whole different amount of points in the surplus. So, yeah, don't look the best on the board, but they're here still. Had a phenomenal first 2 rounds, and yeah, it's border attack, and I want to say that breaking down the side preference and expectations this stage has been very difficult. We tend to say that border is an attacker-sided map, and all of a sudden it's been a defender-sided stage for all the maps combined in total. And then it's Sonics' map choice of border, but DC they choose to go on defense first. And if I were to put on my old school hat, I would say, oh, choosing defense first in a best of 3 is nice because you get to start on a side that doesn't have to do a lot of things, right? Just set up your reinforcements, set up your utility, and, play in those positions. Make the enemy work that hard job first on attack. But if the map is attacker-sided, sure, you want to start on the preferable side to build up around score. It's confusing, it's hard to make sense of sometimes. What I do know is Sonics are looking a lot more proactive right now than they did early on this stage.
Oh, I mean, the first 2 rounds didn't work out for you on Dark Zero's side, so what do? You blow up the composition and bring that Rook-Doc combo that we don't see all that frequently. In fact, Rook's pick rate is very firmly in the basement at this point. I mean, I guess you do have the benefit of Withstand being reused so that you can pick yourself back up. I like the animation of the pulling bullets, but it just suggests survivability for DZ, which has been the big issue through these first 2 rounds. You've been trampled by Sonics. Good news is that there's 1 minute off the board, and SQ have not been able to find you just yet. They're down below. You're above. Pambazoo seems to be the intended target as Gunner bucks through the floor, but there's 2 separate DZ silhouettes up there, and both of them are going to be looking to trade back if the Buck is able to strike first.
We don't see Buck very commonly these days, but I like what Gunner is doing. Maybe a bit of like a follow-up with the last scan coming out. Sonics could run in if they want to, but right now it's just Gunner breaking that floor apart 1 by 1, 1 layer at a time, and doing a fair bit of damage. Forcing out 1 stim from Pambazoo already, but time is becoming an issue for Sonics. 2 minutes burning the clock, and they haven't progressed in the map itself as of yet.
No, Rexen 4-0 is closing in on what was a heavily contested part of the map, and now it looks like it's just Pambazoo holding it. He can rotate out towards 90 when he wants. If he plays too close to that banana position, down will Rexen go, but DZ gets on the board first. Pambazoo getting the pick, immediately retreating. Citizen no more, 45 seconds left, and this armory bomb site could be held in DZ's favor. Not before Rice dies to Gunner, so the patience of the Buck down below being rewarded. Back to a 4v4. The timer in a bit of a precarious position, and if SQ are not able to pick up the pace here, they will be battling behind in terms of time. Benefits DZ, who at this point just need to sit back and wait. Gio's got the diffuser, but it'll be an armory take. He'll have to reposition and run around basically the entire map as Gunner takes an awful lot of damage. Gavin now turning towards armory, but pre-fired away. Rexen continuing his streak. 5 kills and not a single death. Diffuser going down. Sonics in the post plant in just a matter of moments. Pambazoo dies, Rexen follows. Numbers favoring SQ, but NJR taking one down. It's him and Grixer in a standoff for the ages. Grixer waiting, he's got this angle, but he will have to reposition to see NJR.
Attackers need to protect.
Will he be able to get a good look onto the diffuser? There's NJR to go. Grixer running up. A flashbang goes out. NJR peeling off. Grixer circling around, but NJR wins it. What an unbelievable shot from half wall, and he'll grab the diffuser too to give DZ their first round.
He was even partially blinded as well with that flick, so it must have been a phenomenal shot from NGR, and stone cold on the player cam, not really phased by what just happened in the round, and it looked like it was a, favorable DC round. Time was low for Sonics. Gavin inside of armory held it down very well. All of a sudden, Sonics is storming through that door in the breach, and they get the opening kills, and then we see they're planting with 0 seconds left. C4 comes from Troy downstairs, and he has a good read on it, but Sonics planted on the other side of the cabinet, which saved him from the C4 explosion itself. Bomb goes down. You're thinking, Sonics, they got this one tucked away, but a couple of well-timed kills there from NGR and the rest of Dark Zero. Gio jumping out the window right here, just jumping out, looking the wrong way, can't shoot back, and the post plant not really favoring the retake there for Sonics, or rather the post plant position. Gotta run all the way in and fight those angles, and despite having a flashbang, Grixer couldn't clutch the round for his team. It's very close in these rounds, and that has been the best round for Dark Zero so far, and it still came down to a 1v1. That's the armory bomb site done and dusted. First defense success. Going back downstairs to ventilation, we saw what happened last time. It's a relatively quick round for Sonics, just storming that top floor, so it makes sense for DC to bring more utility. The mirror windows with the bandit batteries to reinforce certain positions upstairs. Canadian with a, some flavor of his own. The good old Pulse. He goes way back to year 1 with this operator, where he has one of the highest played hours on Pulse in personal play. It's Valkyrie last round, that didn't find that much success, and this time they'll try with a different approach. An arguably worse gun, but like as I said, one that he knows very well.
Canadian and Pulse is like Master Chief and Sledge, they just go together so well. I've always thought about the two together, ever since I saw Master Chief back in it was 2002, 2003, the first thing I thought is, man, that'd make a great Sledge skin. Now don't look into that too much because Sledge didn't exist prior to 2017 or 2016 or whatever, so don't think too hard.
Yeah, Seeds might have come out 2015 December 1st, but we won't think about that. It's fine.
Wow, you
He'll
had that
fit
one
a big cam operator.
You just
yeah, I know that one. Yeah, it's a big part of my
tattooed
life.
on you or something like that?
Not the date, but the logo. Close enough.
Right.
You should try it. It's changed your life too.
No, I mean it did, but I'm really good. Thank you, though.
This fair shall be another. It's a bit of a setup here from Sonics again. They just want to make sure that they get all their players in a comfortable position at 5 versus 5. Sonics have struggled with lots of early members, or rather losses early in the rounds from their members of the team. And they've just been paying their respects right now. Again, not getting into unnecessary gunfights and taking risks. No one making isolated plays. All what they're doing is making good sense, and Gio almost loses his life. But it's Canadian who goes first instead. Rexen's in the side.
Yeah, he is. He dies for it, though, but DZ ultimately coming out in terms of kills in a very favorable position. Gio's got the diffuser, but will need better coverage if he wants to get that planted at some point. Citizen clearing from above. This is a solo effort. Two players of DZ are up top awaiting him. As Gio inching ever closer to this vents and workshop bomb site. Trickster a flash out to bathroom, maybe to gain some attention. There will be goo mines littered throughout. SQ might be unfortunate enough to find them. Here's bathroom control going for SQ. If they can get this pick, they're good for it. Citizen as well, flushing out one of the players of Dark Zero on that top floor. It's Gavin and Pambazoo combining for 4 kills. An impressive tally given the state of affairs that DZ were in. Pambazoo drops, party time, and now Gavin and Grixer will square off. Only 10 seconds left. Grixer in the bomb site, planting an A. Now it's Gavin, push up through the soft wall, he's got the read. And DZ lock out the round. I don't even think Grixer knew he was coming for him. 2-2 the scoreline.
Oh boy, I gotta say, Rex made a big ballsy play there. He got that kill on the Canadian and immediately sprinted in towards the workshop bomb site. And in most cases, that's a great play to make because there's only gonna be 1 or 2 members on the site. The rest are gonna be roaming above. But the issue with that ventilation bomb site is majority of the defending players will be above the bomb site with vertical holes and destruction in the floor to see the site itself. Plus, you had that bulletproof camera and default cam still up inside the blue and bomb site itself. So Rexon runs it in, immediately dies, but it's not all for nothing. Sonics, they make a great pick inside the bathroom, they 3 versus 1 that player, and they get into that numbers advantage, but they retake, they drop over into open air from Pambazoo, getting that sprint to a double kill, and yep, Panda party time. One of the highest rated players across all the categories right now in terms of killing, surviving, cost, efficiency, etc. in the NAL right now. I think the KD was 1.51 if I'm not mistaken, which is an absurd score to put up right now, basically throughout the entire season. It also means that despite, you know, whatever foe you put up in Pambazoo's way, a fast team, a slow team, he deals with them all equally well. Consistency is the name of the game right now for Panda. And might not have been the first 4 rounds. He's doing mighty fine considering that DC started down 0-2. He's 5-4 currently, top gunner for Dark Zero.
Yeah, both of these teams have multiple offensive threats, right? Grixer has a bad game, but you've got Citizen and Rexon who can hold it together. You know, Rexon has a bad game. Gunner's suddenly playing well, and so is Citizen. Grixer's there in the background, you know. Obviously, your supports, you're not expecting them to really impact the scoreboard. Gio will have the occasional pop-off game, but his numbers will typically be quite low in terms of kills. We can say the same of Canadian, and Rice has also had some games where he's struggled in terms of the kill department. For Dark Zero's side of things, Gavin has had probably the most pronounced struggles of anybody on the team to acclimate to this DZ style of play. And I mean, hey, if you look at Gavin, you're not entirely reliant on him when you've got NJR and Pambazoo, who almost always do well. If Pambazoo's having a bad game, then yeah, things get a little bit troubling for Dark Zero. But again, they've built this roster around depth. It's not as clear cut, and you'll usually have 1 or 2 players in that standout role for both of these teams.
Absolutely, and as I said, like you said, Gio's numbers might not be impressive, but yeah, KD-wise maybe not. But for supportive play, he's got 7 entries so far in this season, which means Gio can get in quick and dirty when he has to. Quick is not the pace right now for Sonics. There's keep up this like 1 minute 30 seconds left. That's when they start hitting that first entry point, armory, archives, etc. It's been the pace so far, and it will continue to do so in this round as well. That first bit of action happenings of Armory. Gavin, of course, true to his name, get into the action first. Has to make a choice now. Fall back, stick around, or simply try and get a crossfire set up for his teammates.
Yeah, and he's fallen back off of that mirror in small office. Just a little bit over a minute left. There goes Panda. The biggest threat. Dark Zero in terms of offense is no longer available. The rest of the team are going to have to do this on their own. And when a team effort happens, you look to the captain to lead the way. Canadian on the board first for DZ. Gavin also on the board as he drops, but just not quick enough to escape Citizen. Rice a kill as well, and suddenly a second. Grixer all upstairs, all alone. Hunting down these last 3 players from DZ. That'll be 3 in a row for Dark Zero if they prevail here, and with damage being done to Grixer, things for Sonics looking a little bit grim. desperation drop for Grixer will come in as he throws out his flashbangs, surviving for the time being. But for how long? Is he living on borrowed time? Grixer's pulled off some clutches before, but a 1v3 when you're going up against some that anti-plant denial with a C4 in play, spotted on a default cam, mirror windows there, Valkyrie cameras up on the board too.
10 seconds left.
All of this working against Grixer's favor. Has the diffuser, but that'll be an afterthought. As it's NJR to get a kill. The final 4 players all pick up a single kill. It's not a team ace because Pambazoo was held off the board, but after he died in the 4v5, every single member of Dark Zero collects at least 1 kill. DZ's 3rd round in a row. It's pretty nice. They've completed the cycle and they gain control of this first half.
Well, that certainly is very nice. And I think it's going to come down to a game of adaptation right now between these two teams. Sure, you got Border right now, which you can approach in different ways in both the attack and the defense, right? The fast and the slow, etc. But this being a best of 3, it will come down to who can really adapt the most throughout the series. Because if you recognize a weakness in your opponent's setup and you start abusing that, they then have to change so that the weakness lies elsewhere or just entirely remove that weakness. DC struggled the first 2 rounds and it seemed like SQ had their number and had them figured out entirely, but then that Armory defense happened and it was Pambas who just put up that much pressure out of CCTV, and ever since, Dark Zero, they have been putting up a little bit more of a fight in that extended part of the map. Like we just saw at Bathroom Teller's defense where a lot of fighting happens out of Armory, for example, where the first time they defended the bomb site, though the fighting happened in Office, Fountain, and Archives. So all of a sudden, Dark Zero, they add 1 more room to their map of what they care about, and they start finding some success, and they slow down Sonics even further. They get more area to work with, and that's actually forced another adaptation, this time from Sonics. Geo said enough is enough. I'm 0-4, I played Ace, I planned it, I did all these boring things. I want some action. He says, give me the blitz. This normally speaks to, you know, a roam clear, finding isolated members. It's great for playing out CCTV because you can't get shot at that easily. Geo is still droning, however. He's gonna get his teammates in downstairs first to assist Gunner, do that vertical play, and then I imagine later on he's gonna run upstairs and help you clear CCTV with the player, or they can just force Pamby out this time, purely with vertical gunplay, and this time he doesn't play Duck, so there's no healing for Pambazoo. He's gonna play the rest of this round very low in HP.
Haven't really seen a lot of Finka on attack, so no way for the attackers to get back on up. Doc was only shown, I think, a single time up to this point. Pambazoo making his presence known, though. He was on that Doc roll, reunited with Fenrir, good for a single pick. There wasn't much left of Gunner. But you saw how pivotal that buck was on the last Armory execute for Sonics. It put DZ's defenders in uncomfortable positions quite often. Ultimately, the round went in DZ's favor, but the buck was not a big issue. Now, the execute about to begin. We saw Rexon with the lifeline launcher out, ready for Geo to burst in, but instead now the blitz will come over to the mirror window, take it away from Gavin. That's visibility gone for DZ. Half the round off the board, and Sonics appear to be setting up for an Armory take. Well, maybe not. Just Geo. The rest of the Sonics team spread out all over the map, but 2 of them looking towards CCTV.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
I did a bait and switch here from Geo on the Armory side because he had diffuser, dropped it to his teammate. Could of course plan with the blitz, push with the blitz, but it does seem like Armory is still the name of the game here for Sonics because 3 members are rotating. We believe it's just Grixer on the Archives balcony. Yep, there we see him. So once they go, they gotta fully commit here. It's Geo on the blitz to lead the charge.
There's Gavin watching him coming in. Nitro Cell goes out. Geo survives.
What?
Rice down for the count. Sonics with 40 seconds to go, holding that advantage. Geo needs to ensure that his HP's not being chipped away at. Canadian will play the long game down below. If Geo does make it in, there's a Nitro Cell with his name on it in the hands of the team captain. Geo's gonna tempt fate, pulling out the sidearm, finding his first pick in the final round of this first half. And there's Canadian's opening. Geo backs away from it after getting the sound call. Things going from bad to worse for DZ now as they're boxed out of this Armory bomb site. Canadian re-aggressing up the main stairs, finding 1 pick, dancing around metal. NJR out-duels Geo, that's a puzzler. Now it's Canadian to try to get a kill in the post plant. Sonics scrambling out of the bomb site. Canadian isolated as NJR is removed from action. And it's a 1v2 where Sonics look cool as a cucumber, First half, 3-3.
What a phenomenal round from both teams. I mean, the level of siege that we just witnessed, Geo played the Blitz to basically perfection, because you can play the Blitz like we see in typical rank play where you go for a rush and a push and you isolate members. Geo played it kind of like a quicker Monty, where he was just simply looking for intel and trying to enable the setup, the plant, the crosses, etc. Used his smokes both times beautifully to cover the mirror into our lines of sight. We saw a vertical play from Dark Zero, fishing with those two C4s and they attempted retake. We saw NGI getting blinded and somehow knifing Blitz into 1-1 without being able to see a damn thing. And he wasn't playing Warden in that round. It was beautiful to witness all the way through. But Sonics, they seem to have a very set goal in these rounds and very clear plan as well. And nothing could really stop them there. The fact that Gunner died early and Buck but traded, Pambasu 1-for-1 was worth it for the attacking side, because they still had the Blitz, they still had the Lion, they could still get to that plant spot inside of Armory. So trading your best quote-unquote player in Pambasu for a single kill, not the greatest spot to be in. Sonics played that round extremely well. Dark Zero now on their attacking side with the side swap coming through. 3-3's the scoreline, and it does seem to be one of those very even games.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Beautiful double frost, man, just in case there's an eager vault in. Now, here's a bit of a troubling statistic. Even though the score line is equal 3-3, DZ only got on the board first once. Every other round was either a completely clear-cut first kill for Sonics, or the action happened late enough in the round that it might as well be a trade. Those numbers aren't particularly good for Dark Zero. You saw some of their players bail them out of tough spots. The name that always pops to mind when we talk about these things, Pambazu. NJR's had some good moments in other games, but so far, the team has been okay through the mid-round. The early round, though, dominated by Sonics. Now, might be more challenging for them to do that as they move to defense. It'll be incumbent upon Dark Zero to isolate one of these early roamers and get a pick. Citizen is usually the player that is least supported on the roam, but that's because he doesn't need it. And oftentimes, if you can notice that he's lurking somewhere else, and maybe Grixer's lurking too, because Sonics do play rounds like that, you can get an early pick on the site and then get a very quick secondary follow-up pick. I don't know if DZ's going to be looking to do that, but right now it seems like a relatively standard approach to take control of the Fountain and Office portion of this map and snowball from there towards the eventual Teller's Bathroom bomb site.
They do so very, very nicely, right? Canadian on Dokkaebi has those secondary EMPs, so they toss them onto that fountain wall, break open it. There's no impact deny from the side of Sonic, so all of a sudden, if you want to stick around top floor as a defender, you gotta fight with your life because, DC, they're storming down that portion of the map.
They get that first pick, that's huge. No follow-up, though, and Sonics actually win the next two duels, so the advantage that Dark Zero had is gone. They might strike first, but it's all for naught, and Gunner is putting on an absolute clinic upstairs, befuddling Canadian. Will now surrender that diffuser. NJR will be tasked with picking it back up. Pambazu and NJR both close enough to pin down Gunner, who's just, at this point, burrowed
Bomb located by attackers.
into Passport. They get droned out, so they know he's there. Getting an opening for himself. Pambazu hoping to get some bullet pen action, but doesn't land a single shot.
Nice try and a good read. Thing is, Rexon's prone and ready. Planting's gonna be difficult here. Only one person can cover, so perhaps going for kills would be the option here. Do see NGR rotate for diffuser, but in a 2 versus 3, if you start planting, you only got one man upstanding. That's a tough position to be in.
Well, Pambazu flirting with some action now. Nitro Cell going off. It's a tough duel. He wins it. And now he's got control of that bomb site. NJR boxing him out as well. Now it's Geo and NJR in a 1v1, and Geo is wide awake. SMG11 goes 2 in a row for Sonics. They win the round and take the lead.
That's certainly not Sleepy Geo, that's for sure. I mean, you're always thinking to yourself, right? He's got the shotgun SMG11 combo, he can stick the corner, prone there, etc. And NGR, he's so great in those 1v1s usually. And there are these cases where when you're in a 1v1 or a 2v1, etc., sometimes you gotta play the player that you're up against instead of playing the game. If Geo's in that position, I think he might be expecting NJR to think, it's Geo, he's old, he's not that aggressive in his role. He's gonna stay in the corner passive. I'll pre-fire, win the round. Geo, wide swing pre-fires right back, catches NJR by surprise, wins the gunfight, and he puts his gun to good use. Agent 11, such a high fire rate. You want to be the one making those plays and seeking those engagements in those moments. It was a really great attempt for Pamasu and Dark Zero there to just kind of start things off in that 2 versus 3, finding the kill onto Rexon and Castle to get that 2v2. But, well, as long as Geo's there, can never count him out. He didn't do much in the attack in terms of killing, but he just won Sonics a round in that 1v2 single-handedly. Oh yeah, there's frustration.
Yeah. Thought he had it. And that tells the full story. Jesse did confirm with me, by the way, that is what the desk said. Both teams ought to win their respective maps, but Night Haven Labs is a slight edge to Sonics, as it is a map where SQ already beat DC, so why not prevail in the rematch? No, rematches are far from certain. We find this time and time again that the team that won the first map the first time tends to actually lose the second time. This is especially true at international competition. And it's not even just map, it's the matchup. How many times in a best of 3 will, Nip beat Fnatic in the group stages, and then in the knockouts, Fnatic knocks out Nip. These are just two teams that are made up. It's not an actual matchup. In case somebody's like, actually, I didn't play each other.
That's never happened. Yeah.
I was an example.
It's a valid one.
If I had the memory to pull out a random matchup where the team won the rematch, I'd be stunned. Though I do think Nip and Fnatic were in the same group at the Paris Major, and I do actually think that they traded back and forth, so maybe I was right. Action beginning as we are talking. Citizen takes a gamble, down goes Rice, but DZ trades it back. DZ finds another pick. Yet again, no advantage gained for Dark Zero initially, but things then start to go their way. They lost Rice. The 3 players from Sonics are now in the ground as well, including your Doc and including some of that plant denial. 2 Nitro cells were originally available for Sonics. They are not there any longer. It's Grixer and Gunner to just simply win a slugfest against DZ. DZ have tons of time and they've still got plenty of utility. Grenades on the board, smokes on the board, Twitch drones on the board, regular drones on the board, and hard destruction. DZ have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to these gadgets, and they can use it to punish Sonics and maybe pull off a defuse plan.
Dark had a good read to begin things off. They're just holding angles, expecting aggression from Sonics, because being at 4 versus 2, it looks mighty great, but it's actually quite scary because this is where defenders naturally will lash out and try and get those kills because they know they have to, and it's why DC are playing so disciplined and you can say slow in this round, despite having a big advantage. But Gunner, the timing does not favor him, and he dies because of it.
Well, DZ just sweep right through. 2 kills out of nowhere as the last 2 players from Sonics die within nanoseconds of each other, and DZ will prevail, tying us yet again. Both of these teams love their overtime. Both of these teams apparently hate their fans because they want to give you cardiac arrests as often as possible. There is no ease in being a fan of Sonics this stage as they consistently go to overtime, and there is no ease of ever being a DZ fan because they do not make anything simple. They make it as hard as humanly possible because adversity builds character, and they love their character. I actually don't know why they do it. They just constantly cannot escape a match quickly. When you have both of these teams fighting, 2 teams that love overtime, it's like the easily movable object versus like the easily stoppable object. It's just that they keep going into OT gladly every time.
Firm handshakes. Just say, let's go there, all 3 maps. For the side of the rotation so far, I mean, the big difference right now in how defense is played out and kind of how the rounds have gone quicker since the side swap is essentially down to movement. When Dark Zero played defense, they picked their spot and they planted roots. They just sat there. Whereas Sonics, they move around a lot more. And typically on a lot of maps, we'd say, okay, defense, they're being proactive, right? They're roaming, they're finding drones, they're rotating. But on border, it has all these really awkward long lines of sight, like from break room door to security and into 90 beepers, etc., where you can cut the map in half in a couple of different areas, and it makes it very awkward when defense moves too much because you'll just be found out on those angles. So the battle happens a whole like 30-40 seconds earlier than when Dark Zero defended. And yeah, it comes down to like pretty even numbers in terms of trading, but attackers are typically going to have the advantage in opening duels on border because of those long lines of sight, because you have verticality and grenades, etc. So it's all about just getting into that stable position as an attacker, figuring out, okay, where do you want to attack? Because you can't attack everywhere all at once at the same time. You cannot pick, okay, horizontal or vertical take, okay, armory or archives, okay, and then go from there. Dark Zero in the first 1 minute of this 9th round are still figuring out what approach they want to go for. And with these drones, they'll see that, well, Sonics are spread relatively thin because they can defend this ventilation bomb site all from above. So top floor has to be taking control of the attackers, or else there's like no way to plant really on the bomb site below.
And they're really taking their time in relation to the other rounds that we've seen, so be slow, be steady. I like that you pointed out that DZ have been a bit of a slower team just by raw numbers in NA, and they've quickened their pace, which I honestly think comes with the familiarity that Rice has with the overall team structure too, right? You're onboarding a new player. You're gonna be slow as that player acclimates. As Rice gets more comfortable, I imagine we'll see DZ's pace continue to tick upwards. Now they've got the job done of opening up Armory Wall. Now they're pressuring triple panel in office too. Sonics have not been dissuaded from holding this spot though. They're still here. DZ gets a pick onto Geo. Is there an answer back from SQ, or is an advantage actually gained from Dark Zero? Grixer almost falls too, so DZ holding firm. There goes a logic bomb in Canadian, next one under fire. DZ encroaching quickly on this top floor hold, and they'll find another kill on the Citizen.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Well, position B, I mean, they fired it out, but again, DC, they have just more people coming time and time again. Rexon in the corner of Fountain could make a huge play here. He's gone undroned and unnoticed. Only 30 seconds left as well.
Rexon could make a big play. Finding the buck on Gavin, and he's the last one left. No diffuser for Dark Zero, no sight control for Dark Zero. Rexon battling from above. Not a lot of time left.
Attackers have recovered.
EZ will need to course correct as NJR picks up the diffuser and hops to head downstairs.
5 seconds left.
Rexon has dropped as well. Through the wall, he tries something cheeky. Pambazoo shutting him down. And that's DZ winning their second round in a row. It was a heart-stopping moment, and Rexon absolutely could have turned that round on his head. Nearly did. But comes up just a tiny bit short, and Dark Zero regains the lead. They're up by a single round. The Sonics will respond by calling their timeout.
NTR doing NTR things, just doing the intro work, the trading work, the planting as well with Pamba to cover, and it looked dire there for a moment for Dark Zero because, yeah, they got the opening kill, that was Pamba doing that work, but they couldn't really get in towards that Armory and Archives position in the map, and when they finally did, well, they got flanked by Rexon like we saw. Time got really, really low in this round, however. It was a very ballsy move from Dark Zero to say, you know what, we know where Rexon is now, let's just pick up the Diffuser and run outside and plant it. NTR started planting with about 3.5-4 seconds left. If one very small thing goes wrong there, that's Rexon just stealing that round for Sonics in that 1v2 clutch. But that didn't happen. Bomb would have gone down. It didn't, because Pamba got the kill before it even could. With that tactical timeout, both teams can strategize with themselves and, of course, their support staff. We saw a smile from NGR, something that we haven't seen yet. It was frustration earlier, that was the emotion that he showed us, but winning that round must have felt good. He got 3 kills and almost a plan to pad his stats as well.
Bear in mind that Dark Zero gets to speak during the timeout as well. For those that are unfamiliar with how timeouts work, both teams are given access to their coach, who is unable to communicate with the team outside of those timeouts and outside of between matchups. Once the game is live, whether it's in the prep phase / discovery phase, whether it's in the actual active portion of the round, whether it's an operator pick phase, your coach is unable to speak with you. For Dark Zero, that means access to Mint and whatever support staff as well that helps him. Obviously, they can only speak with Mint. As for Sonics, that means access to Goddess and her wealth of knowledge as well. Sonics will remain on defense
Attackers are
unless we
heading out
go
to
to
defuse a bomb.
overtime. Bomb site rotation for both of these teams has been bog standard. Whether it be a surprise pick of that Vents bomb site first for DZ, but either way, Vents and Workshop showing up, Armory upstairs showing up, and then that bathroom Teller's bomb site also showing up too. I await a customs defense, but I don't think we're gonna get it. Not a particularly strong site. So these teams are prepped for whatever is thrown their way. Bathroom Tellers will be on the board for our 10th round, where DZ could move to map point, which would be a huge boon for them as it's not their map choice. Or we could go to a 5-5, which would then necessitate my favorite round.
That it would. Canadian, he's been a flexible lad the last couple of years, and he plays it all. The Jackal entry, the Flores utility clear, the Dokkaebi DMPs. He also plays the Monty. And much like Geo, it's the more supportive style of the shield play, where we don't expect Troika to walk in, ADSing, pew pew, drop shot, getting kills with the Monty, but more of like a escort the diffuser around, push defenders out of comfortable position, apply that pressure with the Monty presence, and of course just grant all that intel. You're basically a walking drone. We saw Troy, he's lost both his drones already, likely using them aggressively in the droning phase, and then a flank drone now that probably died. So now he can just walk on in with the shield. He's completely freed up here, nothing to spare. But one thing that Monty also kind of likes to play around is you can run the clock a little bit further down, because you can with almost guarantee get that diffuser into that plant position, where normally you gotta worry about people holding a line up side and shooting it before you can get there. So DC will play this round relatively slow. They are one gun down because of the Monty, so they want to make sure that everybody gets in the building safely, take down that utility. There's only a minute to go. Is Sonic still hold the majority of top floor? It's gonna be above that bomb set of Tellers, but look at this, Monty is in, could maybe just plant.
No, I mean, unless you're Rexon trying to do something about it, but Canadian smites him away as Sonic's actually got on the board first, but it doesn't really matter. There's nothing gained from it. If anything, Canadian has the advantage, but he's got to be wary of those sight lines leading out from the site. Go for a plan. He just needs the supporting cast in place. And there we go. Geo goes down. Canadian gets the right call at this point. Shield on his back. Citizen compelled to action. NJR falls. Citizen pulls off the nitro cell, preventing the plant. That's bad coverage from DZ. They narrow the numbers. Down goes Grixer. Now another to follow. Citizen, the last one standing, but look at the HPs of Rice and Gavin. A single bullet. Citizen's position well to swing off and just fire away. Flashbang goes out, but DZ wins it. The pre-fire from the pistol. And they move to map point.
They were both 1 HP, and I'm not sure you saw it, but Citizen actually injured the player behind the edge instead of open air, behind the window, and they were almost stacked pixel to pixel. He was so close to getting both, essentially, with that spray down, and I can't believe it again. DC in these tense moments with no time left, with no health left in the health bars, they don't go for the plant and play cover. No, let's go for a double swing, expecting Citizen to make that same proactive play, because mind you, if Citizen had tucked the corner, hidden bathroom, or played for time, they would have swung into the timer hitting 0 and they would have lost that attacking round. It looked great. The Monty played perfect by Troy, right? Walked in with Diffuser, gets the first kill. It did take a long time for Dark Zero to kind of stabilize, to try and plant that Diffuser down. And what a heroic C4 from Citizen, injuring Monty with only a second left in the plant timer. But it wasn't enough. And Sonics, like I mentioned earlier, they've gone OT in so many of their... What? They're blocking each other at the door. They've gone OT in so many of their maps this stage, where 1 or 2 rounds, they go from winning or losing in OT to winning in regulation. And right now, they're down 4-6. And if the 2 rounds that were oh so close had gone their way, then once again, they would be at match point. They would be close to winning it out. They're always so close this stage. But so far, they seem almost cursed in these positions. It was Troy and Monty last round. It's gonna be Gavin on Blitz this round. Dark Zero, they just want to show up here and give Sonics the business.
Well, of your Sonics, obviously you've had some wind knocked out of your sails, only mustering a single victory on defense so far. Stage was set for the second half when they went 3 for 3 on the first half in order to, you know, go to OT, you're going to have to hit that same mark. DZ won 3 in a row and then sacrificed that final round to Sonics. Now DZ have won 3 in a row, but they've got a bit of a buffer with 2 rounds left to play out. Sonics will have to not just double their tally with this round victory, but then add to it. And yeah, shields, whether it be on the previous round or here, could potentially be a significant issue.
Always that fine balance when you play Blitz, because much unlike the Muncie, you're much more vulnerable in these gunfights. You often see the Blitz have to crouch around the map to not get shot in the toes or the feet, the legs, whereas Muncie just kind of skedaddles around with their extending shield. But once Blitz gets into the action, it's also very lethal. The gadget that blinds, the hip fire, the melee, you name it, a killing machine. But it's also the secret weapon for Dark Zero. You don't want to lose the Blitz early to just, maybe get a single or kill on the roam clear. You kind of want the Blitz for that main push where you get a couple of kills or a ton of map control, but they might just reach up on this wall and get make a play on sight because it might be a distraction play from Dark Zero. I'm not entirely sure what this is. They're so spread apart.
Gavin is just waiting for the call. Shades of what we saw from Sonics when it was Geo in the same position above. And speak of Geo, he's the first death. Pambazoo on entry, who's been so good. A 2.1 rating on entry, and it just continues to get better. There's the smokes for concealment. Gavin inside diffuser on the knife's edge. Pambazoo picking up 3 before he's put in the grave. Sonics will now need to work against the timer as a nitro cell goes out by Gunner. Has not been pulled off just yet. Haunting in the chat as Pambazoo attempts to take up residency in their heads. SQ burning through half of that diffuser timer, but look at this. Gunner's on, he falls off. Bros don't fake from above. Rexon feeding into it. Gunner is down, and now Rexon to save his team's map, dropping and edging ever closer to the bomb site. 2 players from DZ up, 2 seconds left. The point of no return has appeared. The map going in favor of Dark Zero. They steal it away from SQ.
What a beautiful execute. The armor breach, opening kill, and then Blitz out of nowhere just goes to the plant in the smoke, and Sonics, they had no idea what was happening. DC playing from both angles in that round, and again, it comes down to a game of adaptation.
How prepared will Sonics be for consulate? DZ, presumably the masters of it. They picked it. Do they send this matchup away 2-0 and become the first team to qualify in North America for the Atlanta Major? We'll find out after this break. DZ up 1-0.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon. Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so...
Probably Oregon kids. I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen Chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine.
That wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs in like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
Wait, I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like consulate.
Is that in the spawn of Bank by Alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there?
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids.
Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. I went, this is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory would probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It's my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damwon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is.
We were up 6-5 on Bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We had to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better, just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
That map, ladies and gentlemen, was Border in its prime. Dark Zero takes Sonic's own map pick by a 7-4 scoreline. It was a very, how do I put it? Combative's the wrong word. Adaptive gets overused a lot, but that's kind of what happened. Sonic's got 2 rounds straight. DZ figured it out, won 3 rounds. We end on a 3-3 half, and then they walk away with basically every attacking round. DZ looked really good here.
Yeah, you hit it at the end. The word you were looking for is good. both from Sonics and from DZ, at least in that first half. Such a high-level game of Rainbow Six Siege. Loved that trade game that was going on throughout the first half. You know, we saw a few early deaths from DZ, which I didn't love. Deaths from players outside the building, kind of falling apart, maybe before the push actually got underway.
Gav.
Sure, yes. But then, when we finally swapped past, when we got to that very second half of the thing where Dark Zero were owning on attack, it was those late rounds, Gav, Pamba, whoever it had to be, popping off, making those big plays, and just winning out when things were not going according to plan, when the chaos was setting in. Oh, beautiful.
And that goes into what I was saying with going into this map. Clearly, in most maps, giving up control, taking control is what wins you the round, but Border specifically is played in a way where you need to be holding these positions for an extensive period of time. And if you get a kill, great, but if you can get away, awesome. You know, you did your job, you did what you needed to do, you stalled as long as you could, and that's where you were talking about when they switched attack. DZ looked dominant. Granted, the game, you know, it was a trade game back and forth, but they were taking that control. They were taking that initiative that I think Sonics, going into that first half, they did go up those 2 rounds, but what I noticed is they started to fall off in their aggression. They started to become a little slower, where DZ kind of just always kept up that pressure. Sure, some of those rounds did come down to the wire, but they still kept up that ferocity and kept it going. And I think that then goes into what you noticed and what you wanted to talk about as well, with the being able to hold a sight of Panda of what he was doing inside the security.
I mean, what? So how much of this game came down to just one bomb site? Sometimes it's just around what happens on Armory or Armory Wall, but this time it was a much different story, and it was all DZ on defense.
Yeah, I mean, Armory was a bomb site where we did see Dark Zero really shine. We've got some clips where we really just see how important security is to holding this down. I want to show 2 rounds here. The first 2 are 3 rounds. The first 2 are from Pamba. Watch how much time he's wasting. We had to speed this up to 2x because Pamba wastes so much time, and we talked in the pregame about how good Pamba is in those entries. 19 and 9 opening kill stats before this. The buck down below, it's Gunner struggling so hard to find the pick onto Pamba. He is so elusive, and you'll see even when they've got a guy on the door on break room from Rexon, even when they've got players in the window, he is still able to jump up on the desk, get into crazy positions, and then you'll watch as we slow things down. He gets stunned, gets the kill anyways, and gets out. Pamba was so good in this position.
Yeah, no, and then it goes in literally into playing into the next round. A huge heads-up play from Pamba here. Whether, I think Gunner was bucking below, whether he knew that hatch was reinforced next time or not, maybe he didn't focus on it too heavy because the round prior, it obviously was reinforced. Then here, you see Pamba drop down and go for the kill and get the buck, which ultimately significantly helps the rest of this round and clears the bottom below. Yeah, and massive play from Pamba.
That nobody got on that drone, right? Gunner threw it up because he had the intel. Oh, it's just masterclass from Pamba. And then we see Rexon try to emulate the same thing, slammed by Gavini. Immediately taken out. You saw the time on the clock, not even halfway through already. I think that's just the difference that Pambazoo has in that one position over anybody else in the league. It's so impressive to watch, and I think it was a masterclass.
And to talk about just how well Pamba played, I do want to talk about DZ. So I believe it was the the Vents Con site, the first half when Sonics were trying to take it against DZ. DZ held, it's a basic hold. DZ, you hold up top, you hold Armory, you hold Archives, you hold Dome side. DZ held that the entire time. Troy was just the only one below. They killed Troy, but Sonics was more focused on the below and taking it from below. And majority of the time, you can't do that because having that top pressure, they can shoot you anywhere. You try to go for a plant Vents, you try to go for a plant Con, they have that top pressure. What I loved about the side swap and seeing what DZ did, DZ saw that Sonics were doing the exact same thing, and instead of doing the bottom clear, they did the top clear, and they also kept that man advantage, which then ultimately secured them that round by playing that man advantage and taking that top control.
Very clearly, DZ looking like they're super prepared after losing Border at the very beginning of the stage to be able to adapt and beat Sonics on their own map pick is huge, but now we go to their own selection. We go to Consulate from we're seeing it today, and this one, like Jesse, you still call this a curveball, but what are you thinking now that they've won the first map?
Well, Jacob, I flipped initially to Sonics to start.
Don't flip back.
I'm not going to flip. I'm going to flop back because I'm going over to Dark Zero. I think the fact that they were able to beat Sonics on Border, now they go into a map which they have yet to show ever in their North American League history. Sonics have shown 8 or 14 rounds on this map throughout the past. These are going to be coming in with a massive intel advantage just because they've got that VOD to look back on. I think Dark Zero, they're in for a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good coming out of that game, winning your opponent's map. You gotta come here going strong. Like you said, you do have that unpredictability of not knowing what this team does, where DZ knows exactly what Sonics does, whether they made adjustments from those 2 games or not. DZ is in the driver's seat, especially even with the match point.
So Gunner, we also know, is calling for Sonics at this point. If DZ are this good at adapting, and so far they've already shown, there's enough footage on Sonics on some specific maps for them to have a decisive intel advantage. What do you do now at this point? In order to win your opponent's map pick that, again, you've played twice, you got to be even more unpredictable than you were to start the series.
I think it's this, because I don't want to discredit what Sonics did in the border, because some of those rounds could have swayed in different ways, and they could have been match point. I think Parker touched up on it. Some of those rounds easily could have been Sonics' way. So I think the biggest thing here is I am seeing the improvement in some of those mid to late rounds. I think the biggest thing here is just really playing the man advantage into their favor, like we saw DZ doing. If they can flop that, I can see this going to a third map.
Yeah, I think while we do praise Dark Zero for the adaptations, when we last saw Sonics on Consulate against OXG, on their defensive side, I thought they were also really good at their adaptations. They lost a couple of those early rounds, but if they lost to Bomb Site, they would run it back, change some things up, bring a Frost here, a Pulse there, and completely change the game. So whilst we have seen Sonics here before, I think that they've got enough strats to mix things up. The problem is it's not just like, okay, you bring something new and you win. You bring something new and you're still playing DZ.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I mean, no, go ahead. Anything else?
I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, it goes into what you're saying. They are going to play against DZ where they don't know. So it is going to be a guessing game of like, okay, this is what they do. This is how we need to fix it. But again, I am confident that Sonics, if they can just reverse that trade potential and then more focus that heavy, I can see them running away with it.
I love the idea of Dark Zero qualifying for a major and playing Consulate for the first time since it's a rework to get there. Cool story. Can they actually make it happen? Are Dark Zero about to qualify for the Atlanta major with a rookie in phase 2 without just completely skipping the groups? That's what they're fighting for. And for Sonics, it's either this and then a map 3, or it's down to the LCQ with you. It'll be Parker and Pengu with the call.
All right, well, Consulate. The newly reworked Consulate. A map that you and Demo actually spoke about in your matchup earlier as being one where the meta has certainly not settled. If we just go off of that alone, just that the meta is not settled, does that benefit DZ? Or does that benefit Sonics? Or does it benefit neither of them?
It's a great question. And obviously it comes down to preparation, right? Like which team feels like they have the better grasp on this map, because the desk said Dark Zero, they haven't shown this map yet in stage 2 or since the rework happened. And if they bring it out now of all times, when you're qualifying for the major, you know, it's your map pick, it's the second map, etc. Like a lot goes on the line here. Surely Dark Zero themselves, they feel like they got a really good grasp on things. Now, while this is a rework, that means it's a new version of Consulate. It does, of course, have some characteristics of the previous. That's why it's a rework and not just a new map in its own. So knowing, you know, somebody like Troy has a lot of experience on the previous Consulate and liked playing that to my knowledge as well for the most part, I can see them have a pretty good idea on what they want to do here. The thing about Consulate, unlike Border, is that attack on this map is a lot more difficult. There's many more rooms, a lot more ground to cover, and you're dealing with 3 floors, the basement, the primary, and the top floor as well. So I feel like where these two teams will really get compared to one another is going to be on their attack and side and how good they are problem solving more than anything else. And it's DC on attack and Sonics on defense, but we'll see if it's going to actually be an attacker side or not Consulate, because that could also just be the case.
Jackal has been banned a single time in all of the North American League and is now banned yet again, this time taken out by Dark Zero. We talked about this earlier. 21 attacking operators have been banned. 21 separate operators. That is a staggering number. And while the vast majority have been contained to 3 operators of Ying, Dokkaebi, and Monty, you still have the odd curveball thrown in. And I think a Jackal being banned for only the 2nd time in this entire stage is indeed a curveball. The other 3 operators are no different than were banned the first time. DZ bringing some flexibility in the operator bans, banning Brava in map number 1 and then removing Jackal in map number 2 keeps things a little bit spicy. Very first defense will be upstairs inside of that old projector office room that we came to know and love. Now renamed. Secretary technically being the name of this bomb site.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Of course, not having a Jackal means roaming should be a more viable option. Of course, with DC being on to ban it, it means that they probably want to roam when the side swap comes around. But what would they do to combat the Jackal ban themselves to start things off? Well, for starters, they were running the Dokkaebi, but Rise went off that onto Ace instead. So with Nomad and Grim as the outliers in this round, IQ, you can say, Sky doesn't get played that often, right? Well, there's a pause, there's a Valkyrie on the board, etc. So it makes perfect sense as to why Panthers would play the IQ. But the one big issue that might occur for Dark Zero in this round will be the clash of Geo. It's a phenomenal operator clash in the top 4 bomb site because there are so many long lines of sight. It can be hard to rotate as a normal defender, but with clash all of a sudden, that goes out the window. You can roam freely around as much as you want, slow down the attackers, and to make matters worse, Dark Zero, they don't have any real counters to the clash. Yeah, if you get a lucky air jab, then maybe you can kill Geo, but there's no Capita Fire, no Sophia Stones, no Kali. So Geo realistically shouldn't really die in this round unless he makes a massive mistake.
Shield play has been quite common actually over the over border and now through round number 1 of Consulate. Just not exactly the shield operators that you'd expect. Monty is available for both teams on attack. Not brought by Dark Zero in round number 1, but was brought by DZ. Both Monty and the Blitz. We saw the Blitz brought by Geo as well for Sonics too. So I imagine we will eventually see some shield play from the attacking lineup, even if we do see the clash immediately in round number 1. And just killing time on the main floor as there goes what appears to be a Nitro cell expended by Gunner to no avail upstairs. Now DZ will open up a very critical part of this bomb site, which will be that main entrance into the projector bomb site, once again renamed Secretary officially. Just under a minute to go.
I feel like they could have tried to use that C4 with the clash for direct live intel, so they're just kind of guessing as to where the attackers are going to be at. Dark Zero very slow. This is Consulate, a big map, hard to deal with, but Geo still being alive and full health means when DC don't want to hit the execute button, they gotta deal with the clash first.
And there's DZ. Guess who it is to get the first kill? Pambazoo, just like we always expected. The bees will go out, and Canadian finds a safe way to get that diffuser down and then backs up over towards admin. Citizen looking for a run out. He'll get it, and a pick for SQ. It's the only pick for Sonics on the board. Kills will continue to come in as that timer just goes away and away and away. Canadian got the diffuser down. Now he gets one on the board. Geo, shield away, looking for an engagement. It's him and Rexon. That's it. Secondary shotgun out. Rexon with a kill. He's got a shotgun too. Rice sees Rexon, guns him down, and now it's the super shorty, which at that distance might do negative damage. Dark Zero looking very calm as they walk in, plant the diffuser, walk out, and then cut through Sonics in the post plant.
I gotta say, I feel like there was a massive blunder in that round because Geo's playing Clash, full HP. I mean, yeah, you're not gonna know every single attack and operator off the rip because attack a repeat and whatnot, but when there's 40 seconds left in the round, and Geo is like the last person to die on Clash, who should be the first person in action, something's wrong. I mean, what's stopping Geo from just walking in that secretary hallway on top of these stairs, sapping people, slowing them down, peeking out that side door, having a guy playing behind him? Well, nothing. Because we know there's nothing really stopping Geo from just walking into the opposition. Sure, the air jabs, but you got C4s, you got impact grenades, you can shoot them as well. And what the Clash enables you to do is the same as a mirror window, except it's on wheels, right? You can move into your opponent and just keep forcing them back. You got 2 C4s in the previous round on Citizen and Gunner that weren't really effectively used either. So what looked like a really solid strat from Sonics to start things off had some major flaws in it, and DC, they made it look so easy. They just walked in the side, they shot out a couple of bees from Grim, and they planted, and that was that. The round basically ended. Retaking is so difficult on most bomb sets on Consulate. On the current rework, just like before, you can play so far back and outside the bomb set sometimes and still see that diffuser, making the defuse almost impossible. That's some good value from the Twitch stream there, Troy.
Change up for Sonics in their operator lineup. I like referencing the Maestro whenever we see him emerge as, well, he's not exactly a commonplace operator. And there's time for those evil eyes to go down. Both of them placed, only seeing the one. I didn't get a good look at where the second one was.
No, I didn't either.
Oh my.
But, sure guess is the side itself. Just get that intel. You can play from below, you can play from above, you can deny drones, of course. Just going to be Geo and Grixer near the side itself, with 3 roamers extended around the map. Of course, still triple C4 this time to utilize those Valkyrie cameras, perhaps. We saw Canadian already clear out 1 Valkyrie cam on site with the Twitch drones. Also found a goo. And DC are doing the same kind of thing as on border on attack. They want 5 players alive. They want to get that set up and try and clear as much utility and get as much map intel as possible before it starts getting chaotic. They've only lost 3 drones, so 7 left alive. That means either they haven't used any of them, which we know is not true, or Sonic simply aren't finding these drones, which is the case. Again, Twitch drone gets value, clears out the mirror window this time around. Air jabs being positioned now from NJR. Dark Zero, yes, time is taken away, but they're still progressing in this round second by second.
Sequential breach activated. This is the speed at which we see DZ like to operate on, and it's easy to be critical of them when we think they're taking too long and being a bit too impatient, or too patient rather. Then if they get impatient, we knock them for that as well. I guess you can never really win here.
No. But, I mean, there's being slow and doing nothing, and there's being slow and doing something, right? And DC typically are proactive, like they're doing something with their time. It's just sometimes hard to figure out. But you look at this, the setup is there. They can walk on in and maybe, just maybe, get a free pick here.
Canadian looking for it as Grixer outduels Panbazoo and then swings. Grixer holding his own inside a piano. Gavin hopping in, he assesses the bomb site, playing around it, but that silhouette is still there, and Grixer's firing away from that position. Can NJR do anything? He's the next in line. Grixer won't get a 4th kill, he's been down. Sonic's losing 1, but Citizen long range finishes the job. DZ, they're not gonna go up 2-0, and they're not gonna make quick work of Sonics on this one. As we expect, it'll be close between these teams, even if it is DZ's map. Sonics are still a formidable foe, and they prove it on that second round.
And Grixer just with perfect timing, right? I mean, with how much time DC they took to set things up, Grixer picked a literal perfect moment to actually swing out and get that 3K essentially. And he did so in a way that allowed him to take individual gunfights. He would fight 1 player, and then that middle piano section in the middle of the room blocks the angle to the second. Then he swings out and gets another 1 versus 1. So he just kept isolating targets by using the environment around him to grant himself cover from where he couldn't see himself essentially. It was very well played by him, and the amount of things you can do in a small room like piano, well, we just saw it right there. A masterclass from Grixer. Of course, pumps out rotations on consulate still not fully fleshed out. Teams that tend to go anywhere. Top is played, lobby's played, basement's played, and we tend to see more and more archives tellers as time has been going on. We saw it earlier today when Demon Ivy cast. Saw it previous playdays as well. So no bomb site has been deemed quote-unquote unplayable. And it's also still not clear exactly which top 3 across all regions will be the exact picks every single time. And that's the beauty of maps being new. Teams are still figuring it out, and so are we.
Callouts being established between the regions for both Consulate and Nighthaven, though I will say there is a working group that is currently going over what everything is referred to as, so that there can be consistency across the broadcasts. It's tough, right? Because, I mean, when you're thinking of callouts, compass callouts are usually what you want to stick to the most, as that's the familiarity that the audience will have and the casual player will have too. Then you get into the nitty-gritty and you get into the ranked callouts where most of the enthusiasts and hardcore fans will know that banana, for example, is a certain part of the map and not just the fruit, which happens to be an excellent fruit, by the way.
Sensor activated.
Ace, eat your literal fruit heart out with that one.
Not the fruit tier list again.
We're not bringing that one up, though they do enjoy it very much, and I mean, why not? That's not exactly the greatest of first zaps. Rice is on the board first. Down goes Geo. Just a bit more than a minute off of the board, and now Rice will continue to aggress. He might run head-to-head with the Pulse on Sonic's side of things. They've opened up one of the panels leading to the garage bomb site as well. So some of the work done for DZ, but still more to go to wrestle that map control on the first floor away from Sonics.
I mean, with the smoke on Canadian, I do think that DC could try and go for a smoke plan, but it is risky. Of course, there's no glass, you can't see through the smoke. You've died with C4, there's no retake because there is only 1 smoke available, but it could be the way, and there it is. Canadian tosses out. This could be the go-go sign for Dark Zero.
The real question is going to be that intel, right? to kill in for Sonics. Down goes Pambazoo. Canadian attempting to get that diffuser off again. Grixer doesn't seem to know, and it will prove to be successful. There's a pick by Gavin, traded right back. Grixer, a monster as always, but that yawning chasm, that basically is the floor of garage between SQ and DZ, might just be too much. The timer as well running away. Canadian, after getting diffuser down, a big pick, and now here's Rice on the flank to take advantage of Sonics if they're not looking. Rice with one. Can he find Citizen to seal the deal? Citizen emerges towards Pillar. No, Rice, 3 kills on the round. Phenomenal stuff. And DZ again, they just get in under the noses of Sonics, get the diffuser down, and get out safely and finish the job in the post plant. That's twice they've done it. Yeah, they ultimately failed in round number 2, but DZ regains the lead.
This is classic Darkseer action as well, where what do you do in a map that you don't know all that well? Because roam clearing and chasing people around is very difficult. You don't know every angle, every softball, every possibility, and also even every single call out, because it is a new map. So to simplify that process, DC are playing what I would say is like a year 2 or year 3 Pro League style of Siege, where they play the game from the end, so to speak, right? Instead of going, okay, where do we want to start our roam clear? Where do we want to start the game? They go, how do we want to end these rounds? And the answer is simple. On a basement attack, they want to plant on the breach. That's their end goal, and they'll work backwards from there. They need main breach control, need to make sure there's nobody in piano, or they need to have a smoke grenade. It's a very simple process of how you play Rainbow Six Siege, and the reason why this kind of style kind of quote-unquote died out in more recent time is because we've been playing the same maps for so long that everyone has figured them out. When the enemy does option number A, you know exactly what counter to use to stop them from achieving success. But on a new map, you don't know every answer to every opportunity and everything that arises in a given round. So DC playing a very old school simple style, saying we just want to plant down this diffuser, that's our goal, that's our objective. And Sonics, they're playing this very delicate roaming setup, roaming on basement, extending out across on lobby, and now playing this Mira and Clash strat once again on top floor. I will say though, Clash is the #1 counter to Monty, I would argue, same with Blitz. So if there was ever a time to be a Monty, it wouldn't be now. But Canadian thinks otherwise. He's gonna attempt it. I'm curious to see what DC will do with problem solving in this round, because I do think this will be the hardest round yet to find that gap in the defense.
A bomb has been located.
Hey, what live event it was? Might it have been the Copenhagen Major, where? No, it would have been the Charlotte Major, where the Monty and the Blitz came face to face. I think it was at the top of Bank Blue Stairs, and they did battle. Maybe it was farther back than that. The pandemic absolutely cooked my brain, because it still feels like 2020 and it's almost 2024. Not to make anybody panic, but yeah, I think that obviously that is just a fun anecdote. It doesn't lend any real credibility to your argument, but I mean, if you've got somebody designed to slow you down on defense, it's going to be that Clash. I mean, Legion obviously is another great counter for Monty, not present by Sonics, could have been brought. Another counter on the board, Information. Observation blocker brought by Gunner. Oftentimes, we don't speak about how critical that secondary gadget can be in denying very important intel. Sitting behind it, there's 2 ADSs, by the way, or in front of it, depending on which way the drone comes at it. But it will block off line of sight by that long desk and in the top of Spiral.
Only a minute to go here, and again, not unlike DC to take their time, but again, I wonder about the Clash, because the one thing for Sonics right now is they obviously recognize the issue last. And look at this, that's what I want to see from Sonics. Proactivity, walk in, there's no one here. It's a ruse. This is not going to be an attack and ankle, so now the gig is up. Sonic should realize this and see, hey, they're actually going elsewhere.
The sound of bees. Now Grixer will see the Monty reading into it. Down goes Pambazoo, but Grixer needs to play this next one perfectly, because you've still got Canadian there breathing down your neck as he dances around a nitro cell and then takes too much damage. A ruse it might have been. Dark Zero losing out. There's NJR to do some damage. Now pivoting, looking back towards long desk. Gavin and NJR are in a real tough spot. 10 seconds to go. 4 players from Sonics. And Citizen just flattens one of them. Traded off, but it's impactless. And Gavin will go fishing. The line snaps. Nothing there on the other side. 2 now on the board for Sonics to match DZ's total.
I actually quite like the setup from Dark Zero, though. I mean, it was a beautiful play from Geo saying, okay, something's up, there's nobody here. And then they realized, okay, they're going to be attacking elsewhere. And they made that great rotation at the very final second, because if they were just like 2, 3, 4 seconds slower on the defense, well, Troy would have been mid-plant animation deep inside of CEO. But you see here, Grixer runs in front of Troy, and Pamazoo doesn't pick up on it. And another small detail is that Canadian stayed extended the entire time with the shield, where if Grixer runs past you to kill your teammate, you should unextend to threaten a hipfire, an ADS, or a melee to force Grixer to either focus on the Munty or try and play for that 1-for-1 trade. And the second very small detail is that after Canadian got C4'd, it forces your shield to like turn to its side. He didn't counter turn with his mouse, which meant that he opened up himself to get shot due to the animation stagger, and that's how he got injured and died to the person who C4'd him. Because when you get meleeed or C4'd as a shield player, you gotta turn your body accordingly so that your shield still covers your front body as it gets slanted. Very, very small details where you gotta be a relatively experienced multiplayer to make those very small decisions. Canadian's goal there was simply just to get in the bomb site again and get that diffuser down. It wasn't to go for kills, etc. Canadian isn't the typical multi main, so to speak, but it's those very small details that can make or break rounds and moments in those rounds that then favored Sonics because of that outcome. But again, good adaptations from Sonics. They tie things up. And DC, you know, they'll try and go for broke with those strats where they try and simplify the process, and then they'll say in round number 5, let's try and go for room clear. Let's pick up the Dogibi, try and go for these kills, and just keep changing up the pace in our playstyle against Sonics, because it makes them so hard to predict for the defending team.
Focus on this piano bomb site yet again, and you hear the play down below. We got to see it. Brava on the board, banned out in the previous map, but Canadian has very much been liking these drone operators. Twitch and Brava being the lion's share of what he's played up to this point. Obviously, the Monty is the big exception. Brava's showing what you can do with the Cludge. The thing is that if you're Fenrir, losing those dread mines, you can very easily notice that, as they're no longer up there for you. There goes Geo, by the way. He struggled to find a kill in the first half of Border and is in the same position now. He sits 0-5 on these support roles that he is so well known for. But again, Sonics being tied with DZ, they can keep pace even if Geo's not performing in terms of kills.
It's true, but the big worry in trend is not that he dies or doesn't get any kills, that he dies first all these rounds. Unsupported operators should be playing relatively safe, and DC, they add to the tally, they find Citizen as well. What usually is an aggressive roamer from Sonics now in the grave too, just watching cams. And it's Rexing, Gunner, and Grixer, that trio, that has to clutch out now to not lose that 2-2 scoreline.
There's one pick for Gunner as he gets the slow read onto Gavin. So long, farewell, thanks for all the fish, I suppose. Now a double jump in, as DZ might stack up here, and that's exactly what happens. Grixer gets the pick, but Gunner traded out. Trades will favor Dark Zero as there go Logic Bombs. Sound given away. Rex in an excellent position from above to give some support to Grixer, as I don't think DZ has the wherewithal to send somebody up to the top floor. Rice has a good understanding of it, but it's looking the wrong way, and Pambazoo dies because of it. DZ might find themselves in a tough spot as NJR gets retrieved, goes back to a 2v2. NJR on low HP, easily thwarted by the players from SQ above, and there's Rice to go down as well. The inability of Dark Zero to put their forces upstairs has bogged them down, and Rexton will continue to fire away as NJR does not have access to the diffuser. He peeks out, but it was a formality. There was no way he was picking up those last 2 kills. And that's 2 in a row as Sonics gain their first lead of Consulate.
There's great use of the map overall there from Sonics. I mean, they're playing across such a big portion of the map, and yeah, they lose 2 members early. It looked kind of grim for a moment, but again, they hold on to top floor. They recognize its importance, and while I didn't have that much intel on side with the cameras, they just had the right angles covered. They knew where the Dark Zero players were. They locked them into that small closet inside a piano in the yellow hallway as well, and they just couldn't get into the bomb side. And even if they did, they don't have any easy ways to plan because they had no smokes left on the attacking side. It was flashbangs and grenades, and most of those were spent already. So when you play a simple style of siege in these rounds like DC are trying to currently, there's also arguably very simple ways to get countered. And one of those is that you simply play above or below the bomb site. That's exactly what Sonics they did. Gonna get an icon to Gavin, of course, that starts things off, and then a frost map that takes down NJR on the window jumping on yellow. Those two things, of course, have a massive impact because it's what's weakened that initial push for Dark Zero, and there was a short time where both members of Sonics were reloading and nobody was covering the angles. If DC had more bodies just funnel through that door, they might have actually broken in. But they didn't, because again, a pick, as well as a frost map, just simply slowed them down and handicapped them a little bit too much in that round.
Final defense for Sonics, who so far have been pretty good, all things considered. Again, we'll reference the fact that on this map, the meta is far from settled. It can take several stages for the meta to effectively become formed, and each region is going to approach things differently. Bomb site rotation for Sonics, though, has been exactly the same in the second half of this first half as the first half of the first half. I'm sure there's a more elegant way of putting that. As for Dark Zero, they're going to rock with the Monty yet again. Canadian was successful to get in amidst the smoke, buy that garage panel, and get a diffuser planted with relative ease. Now he's going to have the shield on his back and the team, in a way, on his back as he will guide the play towards the objective. I suspect that Sonics will not be duped by this same strategy again, but open to seeing it unfold.
Yeah, I mean, they got Rexon on the Oryx to counter Monty if he goes for a push. They got Grixer on the side, hopefully. Yeah, there he is on Warden countering a smoke plant. So Sonics, they got both angles kind of figured out right now for both their own clear and, of course, a side plan. But look at that. NGR just walks on in, and Rexon has no idea that DC were inside of lobby. And this is Canadian right now, Monty, looking for a plant option, but it looks the wrong way with the shield.
Geo finally getting the kill that has eluded him. It's against his former teammates. Now Pambazoo will die as well to Gunner. There goes Geo, so it's Grixer and Gunner in a 2v3. Both these players, though, have been performing up to snuff. Grixer, the standout performer in this lobby up to this point. He's been quietly amassing a good number of kills. Oh, he could have had more than one. It'll leave more up to Gunner, who engages. Big pick, and he gets away. He'll retake from above. Plenty of time. Rice holds onto that diffuser. He needs to find an opportunity to get a plant down where he cannot be spotted through the floor. There's intel at play here. It could be dangerous for Rice, who's looking for that angle, but that's not a good perspective. Instead, now inside a calf by the A-bomb site, he'll go for the plant. Gunner tries to scare him off of it, but Gunner's attention is in the wrong place. He hasn't moved a muscle, and he'll have almost next to no intel in this regard. The one thing working in Gunner's favor is the HP of Rice. He will die to one bullet at close range to that SMG-11, and with the fire rate, it'll be a good fight to take. But Gunner needs to find it. Rice posted up, an angle onto the wall. Gunner attempting the stick, maybe, and Rice has the peak. Just as we saw all the way back in map number 1, these teams so evenly matched the first half. A dead even heat. 3-3 side swap incoming.
I just love watching, like, quote-unquote new players who pro play like Rise in those 1v1s, because you really get to watch their train of thought and how they want to approach it, right? He starts planting the first time and he gets a little bit rattled. He's like, oh, I don't know if I'm safe here or not. Goes to his second position, sticks it, and then just plays it very patiently and just structurally. It's also classic Dark Zero, right? You can see the influence of the team that you're joining as a young new player to the league, because they're going to mold you and form you and how you're going to approach these rounds and these moments in the game. Is again, Canadian Monty is it's a spectacle, right? Because it looks really, really great until it doesn't, and then he dies those very small, silly mistakes like not turning his character to C4, not positioning himself, quote-unquote, correctly to avoid death. But it doesn't matter because he's got great teammates to back him up when that happens. NJR, so many times in the first border and now consulate, finding kills seemingly out of nowhere. Rise actually being the stable person in the late rounds here for Dark Zero, where it's Pambazoo, quote-unquote, falling short. He's 1-6, but no one seemed to realize because DC are still in a great spot, tying things 3-3. And now the slide swap comes around. And if Pambazoo now fires up and he has a great half in defense, all of a sudden DC are looking mighty fine. But this is the thing. I said before the game started, where I want to see teams succeed and kind of pick apart who's the better consulate team and who deserves to win this series, I really think comes down to attacking here in consulate, as it is a new map, and just to show you how much prep work has gone into this and how good their read is in the current map in the meta that currently happens to be on consulate. It's a bit of a fumble breach there from Sonic to start things off. Geo gets kite tricked on the main breach to basement bomb side, but it's not the end of the world. He's got a second in pocket. They just gotta go for a roam clear now, figure out how to deal with those kite claws because they don't have secondary piece on Rexen on the Dokkaebi.
Ooh. Legion will lurk from above with Canadian not too far off. One thing that we like to highlight, and I come back to quite often, is first pick. DZ got first pick 4 of those 6 rounds. Team that has gotten first pick has won it every single time except for round number 5, which was that disastrous round for DZ where one player upstairs prevented you from winning an entire bomb site, frankly, and that really fell on the shoulders of Rexen succeeding in that regard. So, who gets the first pick here? Seemed like there was a bit of an issue with one of the Selmas for SQ, and if that's the case, then you're not able to open things up the way you want. Gunner punishing Rice. They run right into each other, and it's Sonics to strike first in this round.
I feel like Gavin should have known they were inside a piano area because they haven't started breaking the floor just yet, but they were sprinting above NGR's head. I mean, surely he hears it. Either way, Gavin falls early, but of course you get those Valkyrie cams still active in play, so the first member who dies on defense gets to be a cam watcher. Watch the flanks, make some calls, see where the things are happening. We also see Ramen actions breaking the floor so quickly and also pretty safely from NEC4 from below. We're still in roaming presence from Dark Zero. Amazon is still looking to get active in this round. But Sonics, once they break this primary breach, and that'll happen shortly right here, they can set themselves up a decent plan because, again, just building up this numbers advantage.
Gunner taking damage from that goo mine as he soldiers down yellow. He was a second away from dying. Canadian was picked off earlier on by Grixer just moments before that. Sonics with the advantage, and there's Pambazoo on the flank. Good enough for a single kill. Gunner on a tiny portion of HP. He could have easily felled as well. NJR and Gavin now playing long range. I don't like this fight with the TCSG, and he's flashed as well, so that's not good. Gavin pops up. Couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. Now it's the Nitro Cell to go out. SQ clean up with Gunner basically being a ghost of himself, getting the pick. Sonic successful on their very first attack. They gain the lead again.
I mean, that entire round is just Gunner. He's doing so much work on the roam clear near the bomb side, and I mean, I thought he was going to die to the goo there and hope he was going to get traded by his teammate. The idea from Gunner there is try and get the goo mine to tick down as far as possible and then pull it out the very last second because he knows he's about to get flanked. And the longer Gunner can go for before he starts that animation, the closer he's going to be to a friend, to a teammate who can trade him out. And Dark Zero, you know, the person who was chasing him, he realized that. And then Gunner is so smart. He goes outside the yellow door, Rexen posts up close, and then they play that 2 versus 1 trade where, sure, Dark Zero, they flank for that retake, but Gunner trades it right back. And the reason why Gunner was so important is because he was the person with the smoke grenades. That's how they get in the bomb site, that's how they get the plant down, and it's how they won the round. So he finds 3 kills, and he keeps his own utility alive. And this is the thing, if you look at Gunner in like the current stage of Pro League versus when he first joined Sonics, he is a completely different player. I mean, he used to be seen as like the crazy quote-unquote Ashman run and gun, you know, can't sit still kind of player, and then he started playing Ying or like entry, second entry, and nowadays he plays flex/second support, and he looks very vocal in the callouts as well. And he's doing so much work still on the entering, of course, and getting kills, but his utility game so improved since he joined Pro League. It's phenomenal to watch.
High praise from the 2-time back-to-back world champion. I mean, you don't make it this far if you don't have your standout players. SQ might want to go for... Oh, I was wondering if they were going to go for something quick here, but no, they just wanted the Argus cam in. We finally see that server bomb sites. Now all 4 have emerged. The question is because this bomb site doesn't really see a ton of play, how do you go about doing it?
That's the thing. The few times we do see the playstyle kind of like the old concept where you play heavily from below because you can see for that Taylor's bomb site. And then attackers, well, either attack the basement like we see right here being attempted, or you do a top-down roam clear. Great EMP usage there to deny the tricking of Bandit and Kite Claws to get that wall opened up, but that's just the starting point. And Sonics are doing both sides here, right? They're taking top floor control for pressure on towards Visa and Tilla's bomb side, and they're trying to pressure the basement of Archives itself. The question is, where is the diffuser carry going to go that is Geo? Because that's gonna signify the actual execute. The rest is purely a distraction and a way to try and assist that bomb to go down. Geo also playing the nuke. This could be a way for him to activate the gadget and plant while being invisible to cameras, because Valkyrie is on the board. Pulse, of course, will still see the heartbeat scanner and see the heartbeat of nuke. But the Valk cams will be rendered useless essentially against it. It'll just be a case on the floor. Nobody planting it.
It's a nice drone by Geo, by the way, and if you have confidence in your teammates, you can keep somebody on that, especially if you get a numbers advantage. You don't need to be, I suppose, as involved in the actual execute, which, for the record, the execute will come very quickly. 45 seconds left in the round. Not a point of damage to be found between either of these teams, but look at that. Geo's just walked right in. He's getting the diffuser down. Is this information? No, he falls off. Citizen drops, but not before Canadian dies. Nitro Cell goes out. Gunner is also dead. Sonics do not come out ahead here in this brawl on a bit of an unconventional bomb site. Now it's Rexon to go in and get dropped. There's a kill on the Pambazoo, but Gavin seals the deal. What an absolute mess of a round. Dark Zero's not going to care one bit how clean it was when they take the win. Back to a tie game, 4 rounds apiece for these two.
I mean, it was very chaotic, but at the same time also felt very calculated from Dark Zero because they all committed at the same time in the same way. But I will say, Sonics' attack attempt and the plan behind it, phenomenal, right? They send 2 players down into Archive's basement to distract the players that are below trying to C4, try and pulse, etc. And then it was in fact that play from Geo where he plays the nuke, he pops the gadget, and he starts to plant down that diffuser because if Pulse can't have his scanner out or he dies, which is what happened, and you play nuke who's planting, the Pulse can't see you, the Valcam can't see you, and the defenders don't really know if you're actually planting. So the theory behind that was phenomenal. The only issue is Dark Zero, they had so many backup plans for, oh boy, there's something about to go down. Impact the wall, flank from bottom spiral, fight out downstairs in Archives, C4s not used vertically to deny the plant, but used horizontally to get kills and shut down that Archives push that we saw from Sonics. And we're tied up again 4-4. All bomb sets played. And very different approaches on the attack inside from both of these two teams. Dark Zero going for a very slow, methodical plant approach. Sonics playing a lot of intel so far, a lot of flank drones, and they like to get out on the map as much as possible, going for those quote-unquote roam clears or half clears. It just goes to show that there are so many ways to break this down, and no team is just gonna follow each other. They got their own identity on this map.
Especially these two squads who notoriously follow systems that differ from their regional mates. I mean, talk about the DZ system that has come up before when the team will talk about it. Canadian will go on at length about it and how they play their own style. They don't try to mimic anything, and even if they lose, ultimately, they're still playing their own game. So when you get a new map like Consulate, it's fascinating to see how those two teams will end up mixing. And I gotta say, so far, there's been some pretty messy rounds. That last one, as we pointed out, was messy, but you said calculated. I like what these two teams are bringing to this map. I like the variance in operators. I like the way they're using the same operators in different ways as well. The way that Canadian has used Pulse, differing from the way that we saw Pulse being used by Sonics.
Yeah.
So we still have time to see more operators show up, but for the meantime, we are being treated to quite an exhilarating Consulate so far, and it's as close as it can be at 4 rounds apiece.
We see Sonics, the no Canadians downstairs. They got Dogaby. They're slowly looking for him, but not just sprinting toward him either. Sonics always trying to apply this, like, a little bit of pressure here, a little bit of pressure there. They're everywhere yet nowhere, and Geo gets on the board first for this time round, finding Rice.
My. First pick for Sonics. Canadian answers back. He unsheaths the UMP and shows what damage he can do from that position. So the early advantage for Sonics is gone. They regain a numbers advantage with Panbazoo being dropped. This has been a very quiet game in stark contrast to the border match that preceded it. Nice play by NJR. Out-dueling Geo, looking around, can't control the Roni. It's now Canadian to bail his team out. Diffuser picked up by Citizen. Canadian can hear it, but he doesn't have access to the Nitro cell. They know he's downstairs still, so it's very easy for Grixer and Rexon to just watch those positions as Citizen sticks the landing. Not taking enough damage, though. Not at full HP. They don't have to fear a Nitro cell, but Canadian, as long as he plays these 44 seconds well, 45 seconds rather, can potentially make some noise, but these are dire circumstances. He sees one, spotted on the Argus cam, finished off by Sonics. It really is a seesaw match as Sonics take the lead back. Again, they've now got 5 rounds.
Back and forth, and again, like the very small details what define some of these outcomes, right? Canadian going for a C4 toss despite the fact that the Valkyrie camera literally yellow pinging where the plant is going down. So NGR, he prones in that wall, he gets the kill instead. But if they contact that better, you know, the first C4 could have killed the planter. NGR kills the second guy and allows NGR to hide in that piano closet for much longer. Because Canadian finding the kill onto Gunnar downstairs in the basement was massive. Because then Pulse is alive, they get the scanner, they get the C4, but Rexon's out. But they don't get to use it whatsoever. So all of a sudden, that strategy of playing Pulse build to plant deny, it doesn't really have a lot of value and it doesn't come to life. And there's no secondary C4 for follow-up. Canadian's very much alone, so had he died early in the round, then nothing happens at all from that play. We'll see if DC will tend to stick with the same approach.
10 seconds left.
The one thing that's for sure, though, is the roles rather are very defined right now from Dark Zero. Canadian will play intel. He'll be far off the bomb side, looking for a C4 play, or to try and contest the roam and you know, have some map presence. For Sonics, they seem to more often than not try and hunt him down with mixed success, of course. Gio's been playing some Ace today, some Blitz today, and Gio will now get to play some Monty as well, so it's gonna be a big shield day for North America here. I love to see it, but just like in round number 1, when Gio got tricked on the wall, as does Citizen. You got Thatcher though, it's fine.
Well, they did the split Electric Claw play where you throw one on one panel and one on the other. Now NJR is going to sacrifice a single claw. Think they get it. It gets shot right through. He has another available as well on drone. There's the EMP. NJR falling off. No opportunity for that Electric Claw to do anything. The garage is now open and Panbazoo watches from above. As long as he has somebody watching, or he relies on those goo mines, he can hold off whatever advance it may be. The secret weapon for Sonics will be those Argus cams. The changes to Zero have made him a far better stealth operator because now you don't need to automatically activate the other side of the Argus cam. So you can stick a cam up and then 50 seconds later when nobody's thinking about it and nobody's watching, switch the script up and get information. Crucial information, that is. Grixer's already got 2 of those cams out. He hears a call. He'll creep up. Down goes Gavin, not expecting Grixer in this position. Grixer will just head for the hills now towards Locker Hall, but instead he sees the opening towards Cafeteria. NJR now the next to fall. Sonics in an incredible position with still over a minute to go, and they've still got the Monty on the board. Wow. It just keeps coming. Now it's Canadian to die. Rice and Panbazoo in a 2v5.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
I don't like those odds. One bit. Rice down the spiral stairs. We're getting towards that Locker Hall, looking in multiple directions. How does he bail himself out of this situation?
Defenders have eyes on
just to get away, sees the diffuser, swung on, losing the fight. Panbazoo not able to get a pick. Moving to map point, it's the Sonics doing so flawlessly.
Yeah, and this is the thing about consulate, right? It's this big map that it can be very taxing on the mental because there are so many things to keep track of into, you know, the map that you gotta clear, the things you gotta deal with, and we see Sonics do it so well. You know, they get the main breach, they got the Muncie. Okay, that's their win condition for planting, right? But that's too simple, so they have this kind of like secret strategy. It's Grixer on the flank from backside, just finding the opening kill, getting all that side presence, and then they just allow like 5 seconds of breathing room. They let Dark Zero make the first move, they start moving too much on the defense, and then Sonics get a second kill. Then it's that 5 versus 3, and that's where the Munty comes into play. Munty extends the shield, just walks on in, and can plant pretty much anywhere that he wants to because they got side control. Sonic's doing a great job here, just problem solving, finding those small gaps, and allowing themselves to also say, okay guys, this is a bit of a risky play, because if Grixer goes to that flank inside of the bottom piece of stairs and he dies, they got nothing, right? But at the same time, the second he succeeds, they all act up on right here, this kill. That defines the entire round. That's the Warden, it's the backside pressure, it's the bomb side pressure, it's the panic from Dark Zero that then gives Sonics further kills and side control. And it's just like that. Gunnar says it right there. Good job, boys. 1 round away from taking us to the 3rd and final map of Nighthaven Labs. But Sonics have been so close in so many games in regulation into overtime when it comes to best of ones. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow, some way, they take us to OT in this one as well. See what they can cook up in the final round. We've seen a fair bit of flexibility. I mean, I'm not sure what Gunnar is cooking it, but he was showing the fuse. Now onto the Grim. One thing I do like though is the shield use from both teams. The Munty, the Blitz on attack, and the Clash in defense. 2 rounds by Sonic, and now 1 round from Canadian of the Dark Zero as well. Both teams got that same thing figured out here at least, that shields on consulate are strong.
I don't know if I have the same confidence as you to push us to overtime. I'm ready to be made a fool of, but I don't know if I've seen enough from Dark Zero to have any level of confidence on their defensive plays to nod my head and go, yeah, I think overtime is likely. I think we might be in the same position that we were with Border, where there is just very definitively a stronger team on one side of the map. Sonics have really not committed a lot of mistakes on their 4 attacking rounds so far. Even on that server's take, where yeah, it was a sloppy round, it was just a brawl that can go either way. If you're just constantly killing each other and running into each other nonstop, and there might not be the utmost strategy involving these teams, it really comes down to gun skill. And Sonics, sometimes their gun skill can't keep up with their contemporaries. Here for Dark Zero on defense, they just don't look like themselves. You've had very poor performances from Pambazoo, very poor performances from Gavin so far. Even though, you know, not all their players' numbers are underwater, DZ definitely looked like a more comfortable team on attack. And Sonics are finding the loopholes and exploiting them in these defenses for Dark Zero.
I do agree with you. And to know also Sonics is everybody. I mean, Grixer on 13 kills, sure, but everybody's putting on that team performance. Everyone's showing up, but this is it. The clash against the Munty. This is the worst place to be if you're Geo, because you can't really progress on the map. But this is where the intel comes into play. The yellow pings, the nades below, if they find a little bit of value, that goes a very long way. But the longer this round goes on for, the lower Geo's health will get. Again, Grixer, they're playing this 4-1 split, 4 people on one side, Grixer backstabbing. So all Sonics they gotta do is keep distracting and buying time for their teammate.
It's been a very good set of games for Gunnar as well. It's not even just in terms of numbers, it's in terms of his contribution. And he's been playing a lot more sheltered and making his presence known. You talked about the clash of the Munty early on, and well, look at that. Canadian has the attention of Geo. Down goes Rice. Citizen falls shortly thereafter. Geo taking a gamble. It does not pay off. Gavin picks up 2. Now it's up to the 3 remaining players of Sonics to address this defense. They've got some time to work with. They don't have the diffuser, so it will have to be kills unless one of them goes to retrieve it. Gavin, a 3rd kill. He's got every single one so far. Ace denied by Pambazoo. And now it's Gunnar nearsighted. His own bees buzzing in front of him. It's slowed down effortlessly by Canadian on that clash. Gunnar will get gassed out and drop through the hatch. 20 seconds left, and he's not even on the right floor. There'll be pings, but I don't think he's going to go for it at all. He'll just wait, give his team some time to catch their breath, recoup, and see what comes next in what could be our final round, but will certainly be our final round of regulation. Clock at 0, Dark Zero takes the round. They just needed to wait, and they succeed. Rebuffing Sonics as they try to get into the building. The timeout working out, and maybe you were right about overtime. The next round will determine the fate of this map.
Curious to see if DC will bring out more like the Fenrir and the Legion or Element, because the issue for them really has been that Sonics kind of just walk in. They backstab, they flank, they get the opening picks, and DC struggle in that early to mid stage of the round. And once you fall behind on consulate, it can be very difficult to get back in because you have to play retake on all these areas. But this is a classic, like, really funny moment, right? There's a person about the clash assist in the clash, there's a person about the Monty assist in the Monty, and it's a 2 versus 2, but half of those players are shields that are just extended up, looking at each other. But it favors defense. If you got Monty and a gun and Clash and a gun, it always favors defense because you got utility. We saw the Fenrir gadget going off, the goo mines going off, toxic babes being, thrown out. Darkseer, they could go to any bomb site but top floors. They just won it. They chose to go for this Archives, Teller's bomb site once again. Triple C4, the Pulse Valkyrie, but NJR also on the Fenrir. So a bit of a combination of the first Darkseer operator lineup and then the later half that seems to be directly targeting towards Sonic's approach here. I'm actually surprised to see Geo once again opting for the Monty, especially because planting on this bomb site can be very difficult. My fear will be that maybe Monty will try and roam clear downstairs instead of the Archives instead, and not opting to go for that upstairs take this time as he tried to previously. But Sonics are kind of playing a lot of different angles here. They're playing Thatcher, Nomad, Monty, which is very structured and relatively slow. And then they got Hibana and, Sledge just kind of fill in. I'm a little bit worried that Sonics don't have enough firepower, actually, to kind of brute force these areas. They're very reliant on the Monty itself. And with 3 C4s in play and Legion, it's not the easiest round to be a Monty player. So Gio has a lot on his shoulders this round.
Absolutely. Gio's had a lot on his shoulders most rounds in the way that he plays things. He'll block off that window as there goes 2 EMPs, a round of X-Kairos, and the wall to top blue will now be open. It'll allow Gio full entry. It'd be crazy to think that just a couple years ago we would not have seen that play be possible because Hibana could not customize her X-Kairos setup.
Things change sometimes so quickly, but I mean, it feels like it's so recent, but it's also so long time ago at the same time. The beauty of meta changes and operator changes that small quality of life upgrades, like Castle can now just override a normal barricade with a Castle barricade. Back in the day, you had to open it, break it down, then replace it. Anyway, Canadian always looking for a fish here with the C4, has a scanner, throws it out, misses, and this is one of the things where if he gets the kill, it's great. But because he doesn't get anything, it's 1/3 of the utility gone now from the mana for Plant Deny to counter the Monty. So that C4 could prove vital later on in this round. It might not have been the best use of it in this case.
You can hear some of that gas being breathed in, but nobody is suffering any loss of HP, which is, I guess, normal since it's not a smoke, it's a Fenrir. Though that is an odd interaction. I don't usually remember the coughing from it. Everybody is still alive except for Pambazu, who now dies. Citizen goes as well. Geo almost getting the diffuser down, does so successfully, and then the post plant. Now Sonics will scramble. Rice is bleeding out. DZ outnumbered by 1, and they need to retake the bomb site. With Geo still up as well, this might be a harrowing prospect. Metrocell goes out. Geo looking to engage with the bandit, loses the duel. Suddenly DZ have taken the numbers advantage. Technically, no, Rice bleeds out. Now it's a 2v2. Gunner, the next one to take some damage. Time continuing to run away. Gunner prepared and ready. NJR needs to clutch and get to the diffuser. This might be an all but impossible task, and it is. Gunner the pick. And you can see the look on NJR's face. It's a scare. But Sonics, in 12 rounds, snipes Consulate, and they get their revenge on DZ's map.
And they do so in regulation as well, no overtime needed. And now we get to that stable third map of the rematch at Night Haven Labs. So this is exactly what everybody wanted to see, I feel like. And both teams taking the opposition's map. It's a great best of 3 so far.
We got a break ready for you. We'll come back with the thrilling conclusion of DZ versus Sonics.
안 돼, 여기서.
그 창문 쪽에 있던 인원이 잡혔다 보니까
왜 방패 안 풀지? 그래서 궁지에 몰릴 수 있겠는데요. 와, 그래서 뚝뚝.
발이 안 맞았어요. 아, 권총도 장전 중입니다.
여기서 총알 없지 하고 미드 선수도 방패 들어갔는데 총은 없지만 칼은 있어요.
Pyro's holding a perfect position. He's detonated that Vulcan canister. That will ring out till the end of the round. And he's found a kill on Nate. 2 versus 2 presidents. He falls. All up to Cairo to push into overtime. And Pinku's got no clue. Information on the red ping, but there is no time. Round the corner, Cairo.
Espera a passagem, olha a C4 do Erdina, garantindo a passagem, garante a eliminação, 3v2, virou tudo, 2v1, Feli conseguiu a eliminação, Palu sozinho, vem pra cima, deu a bala, garantiu, vai tentar buscar, Palu!
And Users just completely domes him. Surely we don't see another Patball 4K. He's on towards 3, Tim. It's just Nate left alive. And once again, M&M have let him bring this down to a 1 versus 1. Snaked his way in, sleuth beyond the defenses, and no one had any idea that he was coming. He's done a lot of damage. May well uses Exothermic as a bit of a bait here as he works his way down the main stairs. Nate, at the very least, knows loosely where he is. Oh my god, Nate almost sidesteps into it. Flash over the top. Dancing around here at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for his man. Nate, what are you doing? God damn!
Also, Hat now down too, so Mr. B might be gone, but this player knows Spiff. Oh, it's all lining up, Spiff! 3 players standing in a row. He turns to the right and cuts down the 4th.
3 versus 3. Still a Montang to deal with. Gets up close. 15 seconds left, keeps him trapped in the corner. Oh, what a shot. 3 in the round again for Onigiri. 3 from 3, make it 4, make it an ace because he knows where the last player is.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes. And now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, we're a family, We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
There's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
We always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. They took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Rams got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker could have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass consulate and Nighthaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
DZ tried getting a little bit cute and saved the first time that they've played the consulate rework as a team for this series, whereas the Sonics had plenty of footage on it and lots more experience and decided they weren't going to have any of that smoke. Instead, they take DZ's map pick. We go to 1-1. This series requires Nighthaven to finish it out. I'm loving the way this is transpiring so far.
Another incredibly close, high-level matchup where both teams are playing so well. I thought this was a great showcasing of new consulate as well. We got to see all 4 bomb sites. I think that basement bomb site in particular, really a weak point for the defenders. Yep. Nobody really able to find those wins. A lot of great pushes on that bomb site, but every site really having multiple different ways that it can be attacked and defended. It was a great showcase.
No, it was very back and forth, and I think as a viewer and as for us, it's just a fun game to watch overall. To see 2 teams going back and forth and a touch up on Sonics. Sure, they lost the first map, but it just goes to show they are a high-level competition team, that they can find their footing, that they need to get the match, get the round, whatever it needs to be, and they came out on top, and they did exactly what I thought that I wanted to see, was they played the trade game perfectly, in my opinion. It was more in their favor than what it was DZ previous game.
So for me, the big thing that really pushed Sonics over the edge was their adaptations on attack. There's 2 sites I want to focus on in particular. The first is that basement. Notice the first time they attack the basement, they get 2 big picks on the roam, Canadian falls, Rice falls, and they go in, they get the plant easy peasy. The next time they attack on garage, they don't go for the roam at all. You saw, I think it was Pamba up there, looking around, trying to find, it was this round right here. Instead, Grixer comes from behind. They don't send anybody above. They come from the back of the bomb site, grit the pinch in, win the round, beautifully executed. So then they win that bomb site twice, and then Archives. More great adaptation comes through. The first time they try to hit the Teller's bomb site, they try to go in from above, but the pulse below feeds them intel. Dark Zero perfectly collapsed on the site. Then round 12, Dark Zero try Archives again. They go for the Monty strap through the back. The C4 barely misses on the Valkyrie, but it's a beautiful setup. They take no map control, but they don't need it. Go for that Monty push, and it works perfectly for them. They win the map 7-5 because of that round.
And I love that we talk about that base round with Grixer hitting the flank. Grixer had a massive game, and I think that's exactly what they were missing on border, of just having one of those players, or Grixer specifically, being able to find, you know, that hole or that gap inside the strat, that border. Really, it is hard to kind of find that because they are so choked up together on the defense, whereas here it's still a new map. There's a lot of different, you know, doorways, there's a lot of different hallways, a lot of different entry points, and you saw Grixer multiple times just spearheading the back while the other team was focused on the other 4. I think Parker mentioned it was a 4-1 split with Grixer being on the back end, the other 4 focusing on front, and Grixer was playing that perfectly, and I think played a lot of that into their success.
So 2 things that I should touch up on from the previous segment. The first, it's not just Gunner calling for Sonics, it's both Gunner and Geo, so it's an amalgamation of the 2 and not just Gunner. And they don't have to go through the LCQs if they lose this game. It's just the 3rd place game tomorrow. But they might not need LCQs. They might not need a 3rd place game because we're going to Nighthaven. We're going to a 3rd map that actually can combine the new fresh ideas the Gunners got and the long-standing versatile calling expertise of Geo on a map they've already defeated Dark Zero 1 earlier in the stage, Jesse.
Yeah, so when we last saw these 2 on Nighthaven, both teams were successful on their defenses. For the Sonics, you know, we saw Grixer and Rexon winning winning a ton of big individual fights out on the roam. The trade game was really solid, whether it was C4 tosses or gunplay trades. Sonics got off to that early lead, and then Dark Zero pulled it back in the second half. We saw Gavin doing really, really well. Big multi-kills. He's been a big player for DZ throughout this series. He was big in that previous game as well. When we got to overtime, it went the way of SQ, but this is still a map that these two teams have shown they are so close on. We have a little bit more play from both these squads as well. Sonics played it once against M80, Dark Zero once against Oxygen, so plenty of footage to go by. I expect this to be another incredibly high-level matchup.
I definitely expect the same thing, Jesse. And like you were saying, they both went 4-4 on those defensive halves, and then they also went 4-4 on the attacks, with ultimately SQ taking it. So I am curious to see if we see that shift now that these two are playing against each other again. They do understand what each other does. Are we going to see that shift? Is attack going to look like the stronger favorite side, or is it still going to be the same thing where these teams can't get anything going on their attacks, and it's ultimately going to come down to defense, and then them going through a whole cycle and shifting it back into an attack-sided heavy favor and just see where it goes from there? But ultimately, this is going to be a slugfest, and this is what's going to put you in Atlanta.
I love that we went from not knowing if North America was going to play the new maps to now the new map being a decider for who goes to phase 2 of the Atlanta Major. We'll go to Parker Mackay and Nicholas Mortensen.
Well, we get treated to 2 special maps as Consulate was reworked and Nighthaven was newly introduced. Obviously, these maps have been around for a while, but Nighthaven Labs is the rookie of the map pool, so to speak. These teams have met here before. Nick, remind me, what happened?
Oh boy. You know, it came kind of down to the wire. It was a 8-7 victory for Sonic. So it needs to go all the distance, right, between these two teams. And that's, you know, that classic Sonic's position. They found themselves in often best of ones, all the way to overtime, all the way to max overtime. But you said, Parker, that often when you see a rematch happen, the team who lost the first time, they tend to win the second time. So if Sonics won 8-7 last time, what does that mean for Dark Zero? They just take it?
I'm doing your math right now. And in my defense, I'm no mathologist.
Okay, do the math.
But the numbers are, the math is mathing right now to show me that Dark Zero will prevail based on your logic and the numbers you provided.
So the numbers don't lie, and with that, we can just conclude right here. Dark Zero take map number 3. Thank you all for watching. These upper bands completely pointless. It doesn't matter because stats do not lie, unless sometimes perhaps they do. You know, typically we say that when a team picks their map, so map 1, for example, was Border picked by Sonics, Dark Zero won it. That's not supposed to happen. Then Dark Zero, they pick Consulate, and Sonics, they win it. That's not supposed to happen either. So I feel like if we look at the numbers, today nothing makes sense. So I don't think we should expect Dark Zero to just take it because of the rematch. I think this is going to be a great barn burner of a third map. And because it's a rematch, both teams have direct experience with one another. So the previous map of Consulate came down to preparation, right? To learn the map from fresh with an undeveloped meta. Nighthaven also being a new map, same story applies. You gotta come in with the prep work, but also you gotta keep in mind the info that you have from that direct one-to-one experience from the previous matchup and say, okay, what did they do in this round that we can abuse? Are there any small gaps that we see? And just try and keep in mind as you're playing these rounds, oh, this seems familiar. Oh, we studied that earlier, that's right. Because it's not every day that you have direct information from just a few playdays ago on the exact same map that you find yourself in the third and final map of best 3.
The only thing I'll want to comment on about what you said is you said they will have to learn from fresh, which is odd. What does the analyst from EUL have to do with these teams figuring out Nighthaven?
He's probably watching this right now, co-streaming, and if he is, then hello, Fresh. And if not, then there is both the endless Fresh, and there is a fresh look at a map, or a fresh wind hitting your face when you're outdoors.
Isn't that a food company as well, like a HelloFresh?
There's also
HelloFresh. Rainbow Six. Yes.
They provide food for all the gamers who can't cook.
Today,
that's what.
I had to endure the torment of Fabian on EUL on Monday, just as Gavin has to endure the torment of Citizen. That is a debilitating first loss. And immediately, Sonics go to an advantage in the first 30 seconds.
Now the question is, can they just keep up the lead? I mean, we know Sonics in the previous 2 matches, or maps rather, once they get that lead, they don't speed up. They just kind of keep that same pace, keep the numbers tight, and try and play for the trade game. Laxing spoke on that desk as well. The trade's heavily favoring Sonics so far, where DC relying a bit more on individual heroics. And Sonics with a great pace right now, breaching walls, clearing shields, getting killed, do damage to Canadian. I mean, they're doing an excellent work right now. It looks easy for them.
So clinical. Sonics are a 5-man broom, sweeping the DZ players into the bin at the moment. Good news for Dark Zero, you've got your star player that's been highlighted by the desk multiple times, who had a bit of a rough game on consulate, but you don't expect Pambazoo to have 2 bad games in a row, and he's got the only pick for Dark Zero so far. Canadian will need to save the round as Pambazoo is eventually felled by Rexon. Look at the pace that you said SQ was setting. There's still half of the round to go, and only a single kill for Sonics to find. There goes the boogie, making a ton of noise. Canadian might not see it, but he certainly hears it. I think it's droned out by Citizen as he's buried inside of the site. Sonics with a quick one to take round number 1.
So I guess above these 2 teams, one thing that will kind of carry over from Consulate is that both Consulate and Nighthaven labs are relatively large in size. They're triple floor, soft destruction, etc. Some bomb sets we gotta get very active and around the map as a defender, and some bomb sets we gotta bunker down and hold down the fort. So it's gonna play out in a similar fashion, and what that means is the open and kill pretty important in these rounds. When you're dealing with a big map, the more players you have alive just means you can hold on to more map cover. You can hold on to more areas, have more guns facing the same direction, so that when the enemy attacks you, you have a higher chance of coming out on top in those gunfights. Seeing Gavin fall really early in that round is not, doesn't bode for the best start for Dark Zero. I just need to rein it in real quick, play a little bit closer together. The desk spoke very early on before the first map that Gavin's survival rate was kind of in the basement compared to the rest of Dark Zero. And that might be a rehost, as Grixer has left the server.
5 seconds left.
This man has too much success, he's gonna need a restart. Still 1-0 in favor of Sonics.
Yeah, not sure what the issue was. We always have our fingers crossed for there to be no tech issues that befall the broadcast. I mean, this could be a quick one getting back into the match, but we do need a confirmed rehost, so everybody will become water drinkers at this moment. That's a reminder for you at home. If you have not drank some water, do me a favor, pick up your glass or whatever container you use and have some water. And if you don't have one nearby, go get one.
Speaking of that, what's your preferred container for drinks when you're at your PC? Do you have a specific, like a mug or a canister or a glass, or what do you have?
I use a pint glass.
Okay.
I have a hydro flask that I use quite often, and I bring it with me to events. However, the problem is that the sink that is closest to my room is a bathroom sink, and unless I want to go farther to the kitchen, I cannot reliably fit the flask under the sink faucet.
Classic.
A pint glass is 20 ounces. That's a lot of water. And usually I'll go through probably 2 or 3 of them during a standard broadcast day. If you're counting, I've gone through a full pint glass of water since we started. I actually just emptied it.
Lovely.
So if you don't mind me, this is actually a perfect time for me to go refill some water and let you take over. Well, the good people at home are also getting their water.
Yeah, let's all get water. I came prepared, I guess you should say, because I brought 2 drinks. I brought a 1.5 liter, because I'm European, right? Liter of water. And I got myself some caffeine to my right as well, so I can do like caffeine there and then water there, stay hydrated, stay energized as well, and got all the bases covered. When you're playing in pro play, there are kind of 2 different kinds of players I find when it comes to hydration. There's a type that, I'm the first type, this is me. You take a sip when the game starts and you don't drink till the game is over, and you have a raging headache and a dry mouth and throat by the time you end. And the second one is what I would say my teammate Fabian was, where he cranks down 3 Red Bulls before he finishes warm-up, 3 more during the game, and then just to get the edge off, he gets another one after we finish when we have a meeting. And I'm always thinking, how is this man doing these things? back when I was a player, there were limitations as to how many Red Bulls a given player could have on a single day. It was like 2 per player back in my time. And thankfully, some of the players on my team didn't drink Red Bulls. So we just like, hoard them, give them to Fabian, he drinks them all. But they figured that out. And they said, you know what? You only give Red Bulls to players that actively drink them, not to waste any, because they're limited amounts. So Shaz, our coach at the time, was given the task at every single event from there on out to literally go to grocery stores or Uber Eats Red Bull in massive amounts so that Fabian could stay energized. That was his life. So as a coach, you might be thinking mastermind, strategist. But for some teams, also water boy / caffeine boy.
Yeah, I remember at SI, we weren't that far from it's a Walmart. I guess I'll just use the name. I don't really care.
Grocery store.
And I remember there was one time where Kix, myself, I think it was Jess, and Fabian all went, and he stocked up on sweets and potato chips and stuff like that. And then, of course, bought a couple cases of Red Bull as well. And this was before the rationing.
Yeah.
This was before they cracked down on a very strict 1 Red Bull per match, per person, whatever it would be. But us talent, we get as many Red Bulls as we want.
It's true. We're also, there's less of us, right? We're only so many, whereas the players, they add up pretty quickly. Speaking of a former player, Laxing messaged me and said, personally, I drank water. And then a water flowing gif. Very nice.
I got the same message.
Oh,
however,
we doubled
it's
up.
a picture of a woman drinking from a gigantic jug of water.
Okay, different gif. Nice. Oh yeah, let's all stand up. Time to get some motion in. Kirk's is gonna...
Let's get out. Okay, we're gonna...
Yeah, let's get up.
We did, we got our water. We got hydrated. I have no idea what is happening right now as to why we are still delayed.
He's throwing it down. I like that. Staying energized.
Yeah.
With the hat on.
I mean, obviously I am not familiar with that type of headgear. I would call it a sombrero, but it also doesn't look like a traditional sombrero to me. And I don't want to call it that. And then somebody butt in and be like, actually. Like when you call a fedora, but 90% of the time it's actually a trilby. And you're like, oh, nice fedora, man. And it's like, actually, it's a trilby. Nobody cares. Get over yourself.
Oh.
Everybody calls it a fedora. I don't know if that is actually referred to as a sombrero. I would need somebody here to educate me. But
oh man. Is Grixer doing this alone? Is someone partying with him, or is it just him? That's my question, because he's having nope, it's a one-man party so far. Nope. Okay. Oh, if anyone would join, it would be Gunnar, and he's not. So, nope, it's a one-man party. Keeping the high spirits here. And also, I like this because, obviously, as commentators, as fans, downtime sucks, right? You're sitting there, the game pauses, take issue, whatever, player disconnects. And as players, even more so, because you're so emotionally invested as a player, and you go from like 110% down to like, okay, reserve energy, calm down, down to 50%, and then when everybody's back, back up to 110. It's difficult. Grixer is quite literally just staying in that la zone, staying energized, not really getting too phased by the technical timeouts, because some players will get a bit down over it, be like, come on, we won the round, we want to go, let's move, momentum, all that stuff. Are we feeling it? Now DC get breathing room. But we're back. After hydrating, dancing, rapping, singing, and hanging out together, we are back in the server. And the first round started in kitchen. Bit of a slaughter. Sonic just ran over Dark Zero. And then Dark Zero, they said, you know what? We feel like we're in the basement. Might as well go there. Pick that as next bomb site. Use those mirror windows. And again, a very similar approach to what we saw in Consulate. Utility, vertical C4s, 3 of those to be exact. And this time also in JR on the bandit duty, gonna be triggering those walls and making life a little bit more miserable for the likes of Geo and the Thermite, who has to now battle the bandit together with Grixer and Thatcher.
I got a message from Jesse as we get our second round underway as XO bomb site down below. being the scene for DZ's second defense. Jesse J. Tick messaged me amidst the break while Laxing was informing us, and he said, I have had 4 cups of coffee today and 0 glasses of water.
Oh, no.
I think that's how you get a heart attack. But I'm no cardiologist, so who knows? But Jesse, please, for the love of God, drink some water. Thank you, everybody, for participating in our improv skit that Nick and I just did for the last 5, 7, 10 minutes, etc. We've still got a whole other best of 3 to go. These teams tied at 1 apiece. The winner goes to Atlanta. The loser goes down into the lower bracket finals, where they still have a 50-50 shot of making it to the major. 4 teams remain. 3 of them will qualify. The loser of this match will await the loser of our next match, which is Wildcard versus M80. What a story it's been for both of those teams. Will it be DZ? Will it be Sonics? We'll find out. The second round, going in favor of Sonics fairly early on. Canadian, the first casualty. That's the only bit of action that we've seen so far on the board.
Yeah, the early kill is really one-sided right now. The tail of Consulate now here in the beginning of Nighthaven Labs as well, but a C4 will trade things back, and this is where the Ram is more safe than the Buck because of the safety from doing verticality. Gunner pays the price, but the breach does get opened up, so I guess you trade a kill for side objective. But it doesn't get any easier if the attack inside. Those mirror windows are still upright. They gotta get destroyed from above, otherwise there's no way in. No smokes in the pocket of Geo, just flashbangs to go. Well, again, no C4s from DC either, so if they can get into a plant position, it's relatively safe. Sonic's got a minute to work with, and they are so good at finding all the gaps and problem solving on Consulate. They gotta do the same thing right now on Nighthaven. Got a long way to go. They only got 45 seconds to do it.
Yeah. Well, if you're DZ, you hang on at this point. For the most part, you are relatively safe inside of the site. You've got both Rice and Gavin playing close enough together. A good gun could easily take them both out. Pambazoo not too far off as well. You gotta think Pambazoo succeeding is a major key to success, but Sonics have pulverized him and NJR. Rice and Gavin remaining. Gavin gets the down, looking for the pick, but he turns the wrong way. What a round from Geo. He's got 2 of his teammates up in both Rexon and Citizen. Now Rice will need to stop the defuse plant from going down, but Rice is a little bit too late. He gives his position away. That Mira up top will sound like a herd of elephants. It'll prime the remaining 4 players from Sonics to await the drop. Rice makes it down, and well, he's living a lot longer than you might have thought, but there's a nade tossed by Citizen. Excellently done over towards that exo suit. He blows sky high. 2-0 for SQ, successful at getting the first pick and winning the round on their first 2 attacks.
Gio's had, good rounds and bad rounds and whatnot, and for the majority of this best of 3, he's been on a very passive role in attack, playing, the shield operators, droning, planting, then dying, trying to plant, etc. But he's showing more life this time around, and I think it's because that he's getting to actually do some entering before the plant is going down. When you have to run deep through, deep into the bomb site to get the plant down, not just on the breach itself, you actually get to have some action. Geo picking up 2 kills and a plant. Looking good for him so far. Dark Zero, much like Sonics, if the roles were reversed, you really get to test your mental right now. We saw some frustration on the side of NGR a couple of times in the previous map of Consulate, and also once on Border. And now it's third map, you're down 0-2, and it can only really get, well, it can get better and it can worse from here, to be fair. But the mental side, staying checked, staying cool, calm and collected, not getting too tilted or impacted by some things that might not be going your way, whether it be bad timing, you don't hear somebody flanking you, or you miss some shots or a clutch, etc. You're never out in Rainbow Six Siege. You're always in it. You can go down 0-6 and still somehow be able to come back 1 round at a time. And that's how you gotta play these. Yeah, it's a best of 3. Sure, you're playing 3 different maps possibly. But what it really comes down to is 1 round at a time, right now, right here, and that's it. And you just do that until somebody wins or somebody loses.
I really do wonder if there's a statistic somewhere that we have access to that at very minimum tracks the last couple years in the amount of 6-0, 6-0s we've seen, because I mean, it'd be a bit foolish to go all the way back to the beginning of the game because it used to be shorter, it used to be first to 4, and then it would swap sides every other round. Under the current system where you play 6 rounds on one half and then go to 6 rounds on the next, I would love to know across all regions how many times we've had 2 6-0 sides go back to back. That would be a fascinating number, because off the top of my head, I can think of a couple, but not more than, I think, 2 or 3. Again, there's a lot of Rainbow Six to watch, and there are a lot of regions now. What is it, 9 supported regions officially? We'll see. Sonic's gearing up for a 6-0 half themselves, as Gavin has an Abomination Mozzie Pest Launcher and Roni merged together. I think that's a little unfair. He saw the Buck skeleton key and thought he would do the same. Canadian first to die. Sonics with an early lead for the 3rd time in a row.
That's Tri-Scan dies early first, and the Rise just follows through right after. What a great shot from Rex, and again, Sonics are just so good in these.
Oh,
I mean, these are just walking to their crosshairs.
Yeah, this is terrible. DZ showing struggles on defensive consulate. Those same woes have appeared on Nighthaven. Gavin with a pick, but what comes of it? Nothing. Citizen is there, prepped and ready. SQ tearing through DZ. They're up 3-0.
This might be time for a tactical timeout. I won't lie. It's now our next round for DC. I mean, sure, you can rely on maybe that your attacks are, yeah, there it is. Your attacks are cracked or something like that, but now more than ever, you really just don't want to let this advantage build too high for one team. Try and catch it right now. Get some, couple of defensive rounds. If you're Dark Zero right now, realistically aim for a 2-4 side, or be bold and aim for a 3. That's a bit bold, right? And just try and match it on attack. The beauty of this map, just like Consulate, we don't really know exactly if it's going to be an attack or defender-sided map overall. It really comes down to the individual teams that play and the operator bands as well. But DC calling the timeout now makes sense. This is the 3rd and final map of this best of 3, so you really don't want to get this, slip too far away from your grasp.
Should DZ lose again, we go back to that major phase 1 match down in the lower bracket where Dark Zero would meet up with either M80 or Wildcard. Now, if you were to look at the opposition and say, which team would they like to meet more? Well, they played M80 on the very first day in the 2nd match of the day, and they got smoked. M80 won 7-2. When DZ played Wildcard, they smoked Wildcard 7-1. Now, obviously, these are best of ones, and there's not a lot that we can extrapolate from a single best of one. They're both played on different maps. They both had different operator bands, and DZ playing their first tier 1 game with Rice on that roster versus literally the last game of the group stages against Wildcard shows that there's a very different team at play after they've got all those game day reps in. So you can't really draw too much from it. But if I'm Dark Zero, I don't want to get to that point at all, of course. They got a lot of work to do. There really are no good signs through those first 3 rounds for DZ. 3 kills since coming back from the rehost. I think there was only a single kill in the first round as well.
Yeah.
You're averaging just a little bit over 1 kill per round. That is terrible. I mean, it's not like you're going to see 3 flawless rounds in a row. That's very unlikely, but if SQ's only losing a single player, you got a lot of work to do to catch up.
You certainly do, and Panda has been a little bit quiet since Border ended. And it's not that Dark Zero's a one-man team, but when they were thriving, winning games in regulation, relative ease, that one was Pambasu rather was fired up, doing God's work in the server, and right now just kind of struggling to find his stride. Dark Zero, they keep dying early on defense, and that's not really the biggest issue. The issue is that they die alone. There's no trades happening, so it's just individual players being far off one another. In the previous round, we saw one person down a staircase, and 2 seconds later, a second person walks up that same staircase and dies to the same player of Rexon. It's like you're just walking up one by one instead of fighting together. We see the roam now, a little bit under pressure here. Half the round still to go, and Dark Zero slowly creeping back towards the bomb side, but still fighting there is Canadian, who actually finds Dark Zero's first opening kill.
Canadian was the first to die in rounds 2 and 3, so getting on the board this time is good. Canadian plays that weird flex role where sometimes it's more support-oriented and sometimes it's that roam, lurk, late flank role. He's almost always equipped with some kind of intel gathering. The Castle is a familiar operator in the sense that he's got his old reliable in the UMP and he's got the secondary cam to put down, but he's letting the rest of the team gather this information. You've got the default cams potentially still up. You got mirror windows to play off of, goo mines as well, and those dread mines from Rice's Fenrir will all act as information that can be used and abused by DZ.
They don't know he's there. Troy has an angle in here. He's past enemy lines.
He gets the pick. Down goes Gunner. Sonics had kept a great pace through those first 3 rounds, but now they're in troubling waters. Canadian dies to Citizen. Still very winnable for both squads, but DZ look prepped and ready to greet these remaining players from Sonics. Unless Grixter can say something about that, engaging with the Mira. An unfavorable angle from the position that he needs to take. To go for seconds, but just shrug off a lot of damage, and he doesn't seem to know where it's coming from. Sonics bogged down in the mud. They're watching their numbers continue to deplete. A kill from Geo, but he's immediately felled by a nitro cell, and then Citizen goes not soon after. DZ finally get on the board, but they've already sacrificed 3 of the 6 rounds in this first half.
They have, and their first round victory came off a small misplay from Sonics, right? They simply missed drone. They didn't check the Canadian was still lingering about on the primary floor above. They kind of assumed that, oh, surely he fell back because they got that 1 kill. Is what Dark Zero tend to do. They play the numbers and the bomb set itself, but no, Canadian, against most logic and reason, chose to stick around. And he gets 2 kills in totaling, and he, of course, buys a lot of time. And this is the thing, if you're Castle and you've put down your castle barricades, your gun is relatively weak, and you put down your secondary utility of the bulletproof camera, you might as well stick around. I mean, he's 40% health. What's he gonna do in the side to make a difference in that round when he could relatively roam, hide in a corner, maybe get a kill, maybe kill some drones, maybe burn some time? I think Troy made the right call and decision in that round, and it's not an easy one to make. It paid off though. DC, they've been trying to play this kind of far off the bomb site style. Now they're playing double deny, bandit and mute, as well as NGR on the smoke. This is a more turtle heavy bomb site situation. It looks like the CCTV defense. The only thing is, it's only the single deployable shield, as well as just the Jaeger with those ADSs. Often when you see teams turtle down, you like, the Fenrir, the Wamai, double shields, etc. But if you want all of that utility plus wall deny, well, you can't have it all. DC here choosing to prioritize wall deny over utility itself to try and play around that hard destruction of Sonics.
It's a game of preferences at that point, right? And you've got to make some trade-offs.
Absolutely.
I hate to keep bringing up a single player because it is always much deeper than that, but when DZ's success for so much of this stage is relied upon Panbazoo, him being relatively ineffective on defense, but even more glaringly, not the player you wanted on attack on the previous map, that does not bode well for them. A slow start by Panbazoo so far through this match, obviously on defense doesn't exactly set us up for him to also do the same on attack, but you can't be feeling too confident with the way that he's at least roaming and playing so far through these 5 rounds now. Rice is the first casualty here as we just get past the 1 minute mark into this 5th and very fateful round. Sonics are looking for their 4th round, which would give them an indisputable lead through this first half. That would set them up so well to transition to what comes next.
Bit of a, you play Rise and Bandit, but he swings the door and just dies very early on, so now you have no Bandit battery to trick the wall, and you don't have utility, but Panbazoo, speak of the man, he shuts down GU and Monty. That's a valuable 1-for-1 trade, but it's not just that, it's a 2-for-1 favoring the attack.
Oh my. Monty off the board, so it's all guns for Sonics. And those guns won't have much to deal with. If you look on the left side of your screen, what remains of DZ is not particularly strong. Trying to get into position. 2 gas canisters for NJR. I guess that's a point of salvage, but he gets slaughtered by Rexon. Canadian not dying early. That's got to be a plus. Now he needs to find these players before they find him, and it's Gunner who does the discovery work. 4 rounds through 5. Sonics just skating towards Atlanta.
They're so close now. They can feel it. And, you know, they were not far off, not even making it here, and had to go through LCQ because their standings, I mean, again, I keep speaking of it, they had to go overtime in 7 maps out of 10 to get here. So close to losing those in OT, yet also so close to winning them at the same time. Darkseid look like they're run out of solutions right now. They're also playing on, I want to say, like 2 different kind of games on their own turf where, yeah, they play that utility game, but then Rise as an individual swings out overly aggressive and arguably like in an unnecessary way. Like EMP goes out in the breach, okay, you don't ban trigger because a grenade could be coming from below, fair enough, but swinging the Garrett's door shortly after serves what purpose? I always try to break these things into risk assessment, right? Let's say Rise swings the doors bandit and gets a kill onto Gunner. It's a decent value. I say decent because the breach is already opened up, so it's a 5 versus 4 favoring defense, but the hard breacher already did his job, the wall is open. However, if Rise dies, it is terrible for Dark Zero. You can't bandit trick the inner walls anymore. That became an issue because Garrett's walls got opened up. You're playing that 4 versus 5 round, and you lose your active utility like a C4 if that's what Rise was playing in that round. So I don't feel like that trade was worth it 1-1, especially when Dark Zero down in numbers in terms of round count. But that's the thing. Often when teams and players they find themselves down like DC right now 1-4, players will start making these unnecessary plays to try and be the hero, right? All of a sudden, what is actually a 30-70 play, like 30% success rate, 70% failure, you see it as a 50-50 because you need this round to work, you need this play to succeed, and you start assessing things in a bit of a riskier way, which can snowball into your own demise, of course. Sonics have been playing Monty and Blitz with decent frequency in the first 2 maps. It took us all 6 rounds, but Gio's back on Blitz, baby.
They can see him, he can't see them. Grixer, goodbye. Gavin on the board. And now Gio trying to narrow down the Fenrir. Pairing strips at a Panbazoo. Loses his teammates on the flank as Canadian dies Dark Zero, reading into this quick shield play. Having an answer for it. Their guns going right through the defenders and the attackers. But ultimately, it's the defenders who come out ahead. Lots of shots from Sonics, missed potential. Their last 2 players, a Gunner and Citizen, on very low HP. One at half, the other below. Half of the round still to go. DZ have taken their lumps too, don't get me wrong. Right now, you're doubled up on the attackers' numbers. They're the ones who have to retrieve the diffuser and bring it to you or go for kills. It'll be a lot harder now as it's Citizen against the world. He can see the bomb site. He does not have the diffuser. He doesn't have any information as to where these defenders are either, so all he can do is play for picks above. An impressive 5-1 from Citizen up to this point. Doing so on attack. He can pad those numbers, but they'll be in vain unless he can get 2 to 3 quick picks as the timer just continues to work against him. These players from DZ won't need to do too much. Got crossfires on most of the ways in, and it's Rice's shotgun to send the round away. DZ get 2 of the 6. I guess that's about as good as you can expect on this map, but 4 attacking rounds on Nighthaven is mighty fine for Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dark Zero and you start 0-3, you call your timeout, you want that 2-4. That's the absolute best that you can realistically hope to get, and they do just that. I mean, the final round that we just witnessed was actually Dark Zero playing in very close proximity to one another, and they finally got that trade game going. They lose a member, they kill an attacker, etc., but they did so in a positive way as well. One of the downsides of the Blitz is that when you're moving and taking map space and chasing the defenders, you're doing pretty well. When you get to that awkward stall-mate position where Gio has to kind of reload and he's stuck in the hallway, he can't go forward, he can't go backwards, that's where the Blitz seems almost like useless, where he's just kind of sitting in the corner watching his teammates die and he knows he's next. And Dark Zero, they were there from the staircase, from the hallway, establishing that crossfire and playing close together, but it took them a while to get there. If you're a Dark Zero fan, you hope that what they just learned in the previous round is going to carry over to their attack inside, because the way Sonics were attacking, they were very much playing together. Always duoed up, 2 people, 3 people, drone entering for one another, using verticality. That was Gunner, always quick in the building. Darkseer, they gotta do something similar. The stylistic choice between these two teams is interesting to watch because we always see DC play stuff like the Dokkaebi and the IQ and the Brava. And then we see Sonics, they go for stuff like the Buck, they play a bit of the Ram, etc. And they focus more on like soft destruction, where DC, as we know, they focus more on intel and counter-intel, which means Sonics are going to be quicker in the building and quicker at achieving their objectives. Darkseer are gonna do it slower, but arguably in a more solid way, so to speak, because they clear all the steps as they come, whereas Sonics kind of brute force it more. But DC with the first minute to go, just still doing the 1-2-3s here, opening hatches, finding the valve camps, and joining out the building.
Most of that first half was just so dominantly in favor of Sonics. The numbers looking good for them in terms of first picks, in terms of objective play, even operator diversity. You know, some teams, especially on newer maps, might stick to what works for them and roll with the same 5 operators. That becomes especially true when a meta stabilizes, which we are far from here on Nighthaven Labs. It's not even like Consulate, where you've got the bones of an old map, so you can go about some of these bomb sites as if it were the old Consulate. This is just a completely new map for most of these teams. And as the more we play it, the more we're going to see some of that also filtered down to the more casual and competitive audience in rank. Oh, Geo, no! He does a double take on the ace of Gavin, who's just completely stationary. Now it's Gavin to get nearsighted. He fires into Grixer, knowing that the swing will persist. There will be more of him, though, as Citizen ends what was an impressive run from the young player of Dark Zero.
Reloading. I mean, just look at how active Sonics they are. They're roaming at the map, extending out. I mean, they're playing like one guy on the side, if even any at all, and just kind of letting it work with the map because it's such a huge area. And great flank from Gio and Citizen to retake the position. He's in a 1v2 now, above alone.
All more damage being done by Sonics. They're evenly distributing it. The justice going across. Rendering their verdict onto Dark Zero. Pambazoo is the last one with the diffuser now. He's got a clutch drone in front of him. What he doesn't have is time. So many of us lack, if you really think about it. We don't need to get deep with only 15 seconds left in the round. Sonics, both members still at full HP. Pambazoo jumping in, and Rexon gives him a mercy killing. The hope on the faces of Dark Zero very quickly draining, as Sonics now have 5 rounds and are 2 away from being the first North American team to qualify for Atlanta. But more importantly, maybe not more importantly, but impressively, qualify for the 6th Invitational in Brazil as well, joining 3 other teams, W7M, Virtus Pro, and D+.
I almost want to say more importantly though, because like if you ask most players, would you rather qualify for a major or SI? Obviously Sonics, they'll get both with this victory if they manage to get it. But if you have to choose, right? SI is that special place that every player wants to play on that stage, lift the hammer, etc. So I don't think you misused the word when you said importantly. I think very much is. To players and fans alike, to casters as well, to us. Darkseer, they really need these rounds. I mean, I almost feel bad for them. Look at their face cams. There's not a lot of life left. Not a lot of happiness, at least. It is a frustrating position to be in. They did so well on border. Had a semi-disappointing consulate. Where ultimately Sonics was just a better team on attack, definitely. And now they're just getting run over. And this is the thing, when you go from best of ones to best of threes, you have to kind of pace yourself differently. Both in energy, of course, mentality, and the maps as well will play out slightly different. The playstyle and small details of the individual maps, your role on the team on these different maps, what operators that are strong, what operators are banned. It's a lot to deal with. Dark Zero, they haven't changed that much around. They are bringing Sophia this time, perhaps because they know that Geo is back on this clash. And I love this from Geo, right? If the enemy is struggling at entering the building and getting kills on the board, playing Monty Blitz and attack and playing Clash and defense, it might just be the most fun to do necessarily by some players' opinion. But oh boy, is it useful, and it's really, really impactful in these rounds.
I mean, Gio likes the safe rolls. So it doesn't surprise me at all that you want to put him on hard breach. It doesn't surprise me that you'd put him on a clash. When I say safe rolls, I don't mean that in the way of a clash, because clash is often not a safe roll. You might be the first line of defense, but it's not as potentially mentally taxing as a roamer or an entry if you're playing shields on attack, that is. Over Geo, we'll see what the clash can accomplish. Hard destruction already working as there was some bandit tricking to go in. First kill goes to Panbazoo. So he's living up to the billing on entry, but it's traded out immediately. So he's good enough to take Rexin out of the fight. Normally, that would be excellent because Rexin competes for top frag on the team. But everybody for Sonics has been showing up in this map. So it's not necessarily as high profile a kill as it could be.
And they don't really get any map control with it either. It's just a pure 1-for-1 trade, and that's it. If you get catwalk control, you get in the building, that's a decent 1-for-1, but they still got the clash to deal with. Gavin has those Sophia stun, but again, the only counter, no grenades, no nothing from DC, so it's going to be near impossible once again to clear out Gio and Clash, just like on Consulate. As long as he's in the fight and in the front lines, Gio can apply so much pressure onto the attacking lineup.
There's Gunner to go down. Rice seemingly settling into his role in this map. Now Citizen to swing, losing the duel. Dark Zero are good enough to answer back, and if Sonics take fights in a disadvantageous way, they will get punished for it time and time again. Now it's Gio with the super shorty out. Done for the destructive capability, certainly not for what could come with the SMG. Grixer in great spot! Grixer's got all 3 kills for his team. Now needs to seek shelter as Canadian pulls off the diffuser. He's upright. Gavin is the potential lineup. They see the frost for a second. Grixer's feeling it. He'll need an ace, but Canadian denies him that. As close as you're gonna get. DZ prevailed despite the scare. That would have been series point for Sonics, but they don't get there yet.
So when it comes down to the wire, and I want to say, I love the clash in theory. I'm not a great fan of how it's being implemented because everyone's dying around the clash before Gio gets to do anything. And Gio's kind of doubling up on support. He's not playing the automatic secondary weapon. He's playing impact grenades and secondary shotgun. So when Gio has to be forced off the clash shield like we saw because it's 2 versus 4, the shotgun can't really take any gunfights anywhere. So it's really awkward. If the defenders kind of stick back deep in the bomb site, they kind of hide in corners, let the attackers walk into the bomb site, then they get sapped by the clash, they have those crossfires established, that's when it's hard to be an attacker. But if the defenders swing out outside the bomb site into those easy 1v1 angles, that's not all that great. So Grixer, he did the right thing, right? He stalked the corner, he let them walk in, and there are so many options of where he could be. But the rest of the crew, Citizen for example, he just kind of swung the door outside the side and just kind of died. A heroic effort from Grixer and a disc slam to go with it. And a swear word by the looks of it. But I mean, that's the last place you should be mad. Sure, it sucks that you didn't get that beautiful essential 1 versus 5 clutch to send you on to match point. But at the same time, the fact that you got so close down to a 1v1 speaks for itself. Sonics are very much still in the lead, and will be so for at least 2 more rounds. That's if DC win them back to back. Then they're tied up 5-5 instead. They'll just go through the motions. They can choose all the bomb sets they want. The only one that's locked in for Sonics currently is that cargo bomb side, because they won the very first defense there.
That was a very quick amount of map control. Canadian sees the Nitro cell. Down goes Panbazoo to Geo. Things are happening in a hurry. Only 50 seconds into the round, and we've already got action. Geo will now confront the Monty with the follow-up. That could have been a punishing end for Gavin, and the Nitro cell ensures it is. Grixer gets that one, and then immediately teleports away. Now it's Canadian upstairs with no escort on the Monty, clearing by himself. There's no insurance policy. He'll have to go to insurance or he'll have to go on to drone up in rafters as they plot their next steps to tackle this basement bomb site.
But it's awkward, right? Because you lost the only soft destruction. Ash brought the soft breaching charges, and of course has a primary gadget, and Buck has a skeleton key. You lost both of them. So why do you roam clear in this bomb site of basement? Well, to get vertical control, destroy the floor. but the people who died on the roam are those exact players, so now you gain nothing. Gunfight goes in favor of NJR. It's good. Poor Gunner missing out on that situation. But DC still have no real way to deal with the bomb site outside of just simply walking down the staircase or dropping down the hatch. NJR has 1 point of health. Canadians playing Monty, not the most, lethal operator in the game. So a lot of this relies on Ryze's capabilities right now to find those skills and play off his teammates.
Canadian taking a lot of damage as there goes the can opener. He'll walk down the stairs, getting ever closer to this Exo bomb site. Monty will be the focal point for SQ. NJR will likely have to jostle around that diffuser given his HP, and Canadian isn't really that much better off. At that point, what do? Citizen's got 2 more gas canisters, 30 seconds left. That's going to be punishing, and all of DZ is stacked up. A single gas canister is going to kill 2 of these players. NJR and Canadian will be gone. There's Grixer to find the pick on his own. Rice narrowed down now too, and Canadian walks in. Another huge round from Grixer. The delayed reaction. Sonics, though, moving to series point.
1 round away from the major, as well as locking a spot for Invitationals in Brazil. But 1 round, when you are this close, it's also when the pressure is at its highest, when mistakes can happen. You might stop making those hero plays and seeking those engagements. I want to see Sonics play as this was just another round. Keep up that aggression. Keep shutting out Dark Zero from entering the building, get to that bomb site. Keep up that extended roam setup and fight them on the entries. Give Dark Zero too much space, give them some hope, and give them a comeback into the round count. All of a sudden, you look at it overtime. You gotta lock it out right here. They got 2 bombs to choose between. You got Cargo, and they got Kitchen. Kitchen being the least played bomb site, I believe, across most, if not all, regions so far. But of course, some teams tend to play it. Sonics, not yet. They've gone Cargo into top floor CC, downstairs to basement, and now back to Cargo as well. Last time they were here, they were all over the place. They're in the basement, they're up top floor, and they're just looking to extend out as much as possible because they know they can hold the majority of the side from above with that verticality, and that's why they're playing double bulletproof camera as well as Valkyrie. Spawn peek on match point, that's Bold Gunner. Doesn't find it though.
This is not the end that Dark Zero envisioned, especially after all the work went in back in map number 1 to win Border with an impressive 7-4 scoreline. But SQ is a team that you can just never count out. Even if they let their emotions get the best of them time and time again, they have been completely settled into this match. And it's always hard to tell, right? As we get the chicken and the egg situation where what comes first, the tilt or the losing for Sonics? If they're winning and playing well, then it stands to reason that they're not going to tilt. But then they start to lose. Are they losing because they're tilting? Do they start to tilt more because they're losing and then lose more and more and more? Not that DZ are a team that's immune to the mental games, and maybe it is a bit uncharitable that Sonic's mental game is often under the microscope as much as it is. But it is very visible with SQ, whereas with some of the other teams like M80 and DZ, where things might start to go bad and maybe their mental deteriorates, it's not shown on their faces, and it doesn't seem to show in the server. But a good mental is one of the reasons why Sonics are where they are, and they are potentially 90 seconds away from being the first NA team to claim a berth, not just at the Atlanta Major, but also the 6th Invitational.
When you're on the attacking side here, down on match point, you gotta make all the first move, all the problem solving, drone every corner, but also you're working against the clock. You don't have infinite amount of time. And there will be moments in professional play where you look up and you go, oh snap, boys, we got a minute left, we gotta go, go, go now. And you start speeding up a little bit too much. We see the first point of contact upstairs right now. Is DC trying to roam clear, but Sonics, they're well prepared and they got the insult because of Finra Mine giving it away.
Gunner prone ready, Gavin engaging with Geo. They both take a little bit of damage, but ultimately it's the defenders who walk away in worse shape. Grixer on the board first, Rice trying his best. This has gone bad for Dark Zero in a hurry, but wait a moment. Here's the cavalry. Gavin's the last one alive. Cavalry falling short. The trap set by Sonics at this point. What can Gavin accomplish? Nothing! Gunner seals the deal to Atlanta. The Sonics go. The first team to represent North America at our next major on home soil is the team in teal on your screen.
Yep, Major Bound as well as SI, and a team that some people counted out. They showed up when it mattered the most. Look at that, Grixer, he'll be celebrating. He's kept us entertained, and he had an incredible performance with the rest of his team throughout this entire Best of 3 series.
Impressive stuff by the Sonics. They honestly were the team to beat time and time again. They recovered after Border, and they take it 2-1. We got a desk, though, eager to break it down. I imagine they'll be standing just as Grixer is right now. Let's toss it to them.
D+, Sandbox, Geekay, Cyclops, Scars, BDS, Virtus Pro, Wolves, Alpha Atheris, and now the Sonics are going to Georgia, the 10th team to qualify for the Atlanta Major, and in the same breath are also now going to the 6th Invitational in Sao Paulo next year.
So, a huge game for them. Sonics have really shown up, not just in this game, but throughout the stage, throughout the year. You know, they started a little bit slow, didn't always have the results that they wanted, but they turned it up in playoffs. A fantastic series against Dark Zero. They played well on all 3 maps. Even the map that they lost, Dark Zero were playing so well. And then they take it to Nighthaven. They crush on their attacks, dominating just like they did against M80 when they're hunting down those roamers and finding those early picks on attack. Really brilliant round and match coming through from the Sonics. Well done to them.
And this is what I was going into saying. Are we going to see that reverse sweep of turns out? Are they going to be stronger on attack now that they understand how DZ plays? And sure enough, they had a dominant half on attack. We're looking extremely strong. And honestly, I mean, maybe I'll say this a little early, don't want to jinx anybody, but this is looking like the Sonics that we saw in Copenhagen. They're looking extremely strong. It sounds like they found their footing. It sounds like they fixed the errors of the mid to late round. They're just looking better overall, and seeing that improvement is so important now leading into Atlanta and securing invite. That's awesome.
They seem so put together, and obviously we talked about the rematch, right? Playing Dark Zero again on Nighthaven, and I'm glad we saw Sonics take it again, and even more dominantly than the way that they took it the first time. And I think if you go back, you look at the second time that Sonics played on Nighthaven Labs, you kind of see some of those adaptations that they put into their game on Nighthaven, right? Cleaning up their attacks a lot, finding those picks on the roam clear. We really saw that coming out against Dark Zero. A very clean Nighthaven Labs. This is not a map that you can afford to take Sonics to, I think, any longer.
And I don't even want to say that DZ played bad. I think Sonics just really did their prep. They did the work that they needed to going into the match, and they came out on top.
Significantly improved Nighthaven from SQ. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. We should talk to Gunnar real fast, because I know you want to get to celebrations, dude. You made the major and you didn't need the LCQs to do it. How does it feel, bro?
That's the best killing in the world. Oh, I don't even have to play another. Dude, you don't understand the weight lifted off of me. Oh, man. That was a great game.
Gunnar, you guys played so well throughout the series, and it was a long, tough game for you guys. For you, going through all 3 maps, through Consulate, through Nighthaven, through Border, what do you think was like the toughest part for you guys? Where do you think was the kind of biggest hill that you had to get over to finally get to this victory?
I think it was just deciding, like, if we want to play aggro at the start of defense or just let them execute. Because with DZ, it's always like they're really slow, so we don't want to fight them. But their executes on Border, they were winning every single one. So it's like next game, we're like, okay, let's start fighting. It worked a little bit, but like on those attacks, I mean, we're dying for each other. We're running in for each other. We're doing everything we need to do for each other. There's no solo play. There's no like, everything we did was for a purpose. Every death, like everyone did what they needed to do, and it was perfect. Like genuinely.
Brilliant.
No, I mean, the map looked amazing. Night and day difference from the first time coming around. I guess my question to you is, I just found out that you're also IGLing with Geo. How does that work? If you could tell the community, like, what's the breakdown? What does that look like throughout those rounds?
So basically, Geo wants to be more forward for like his, hey, I see a plant, I'm doing this. Like that's what he likes to do. I'm more like, because I think a problem we had at the beginning of the stage was we were kind of stalling mid round and everything. Yeah. And I'm a moron. I'll get people in everywhere. So like they talked to me, and I was like, I decided like let me call the starts and the mids, and let them finish. So I call the initial push. I call, hey, this idiot's right here. Run, go get it. Sometimes it works, but it gets us moving, and like it's done really good for us. And I just want to say I'm thankful to my teammates for just like, because if you think about it, me calling sounds ridiculous like on paper. I mean, they trusted me, and we just went for it.
Well, you can say that, but you even look at when you played Chalet just the other day, like you were like spearheading it, leading that charge, and then having your teams follow you. So like whether or not people want to question it, you're clearly leading it to success. You and Gio are both putting in work to put you guys now in Atlanta and SI and avoiding a qualifier.
Yeah, you don't understand, dude. That LCQ is brutal, man. I wanted nowhere near that.
I'm happy for you. Congratulations.
Last question before you let you go. Obviously, now you've got one more game left to play. You're not totally done with your stage yet, but once you play one more game tomorrow for first place in North America, suddenly it's 5 weeks off. Do you know if you're going to be taking a little bit of a break prior to jumping back in, or is it all gas, no breaks until Georgia?
I mean, definitely think it's healthy to take a little break. I'm sure we'll take a couple days off, but I mean, we're definitely going to be working, making new stuff for Atlanta. Just, I think we're giving like a little time off for people to hit the reset. This was a stressful week for everyone, and we put in a lot of work, so I mean, people deserve to go look at the outside world for a couple of days.
For sure.
Yeah, very true. Again, congratulations on the dub, brother. We'll see you again tomorrow, but more importantly, we'll see you in a couple of weeks in Georgia. Have fun, dude.
Thank you so much, guys.
Very, very deserved. And it's the second major in a row. And because of how far they win in Copenhagen, it means they're also going to SI. Look at that. Look at the growth we're seeing from this team after what they did at SI earlier in the year, wondering what Gunner and Citizen were all going to do together. It's coming together in the best way, it seems like.
I mean, we were all wondering what was going to happen from the beginning because we gave them a lot of praise. And again, they were fumbling that mid to late round, and we saw that trending going on. And then now look at them. Yeah, now look at them. They have shown tons of progress, and I think it speaks into what Gunner was saying of taking that little break because they did have to have a huge bounce back. It is a big mental reset that you got to do. Now you're focused on the LAN. Now you're focused on Invite going forward. Obviously, LAN is first, but I think that mental reset is important. I think they do need it, but I think they're going to go off just running it.
Yeah, and Sonics, they always show up for the big games. I don't think that we can say, I mean, we'll see how the grand finals goes against M80 or Wildcard, but it really feels like Sonics have put up that numbers. They seem like the best North American team throughout the year. #1 team at the major through stage 1, the first team to qualify to the major in stage 2. Sonics look absolutely fantastic right now, so it's so good to see them. Even though, like, sometimes they slip up, they're not always top of the North American League, they're always there when it matters.
I think this is a team that definitely can help North America make the case for best league in the world. I don't care what Fabian or Fresh said on the EUL last night. There's still a very strong case that the boys at NA are still going to be able to make a lot of noise at a major on our home turf. And speaking of said, look at the bracket real fast. They only dropped one map the whole time. It was just that first one to DZ. Blew through OXG 2-0. No LCQ for them to worry about anymore. These guys look like they're really lighting up at the right time.
And really, I mean, they dropped one map, but this was not an easy bracket for Sonic, right? Those two maps against Oxygen were to the brutal ends, so close, but they do take it out over OXG. And then this Dark Zero game, those first two maps, so back and forth, could have gone either way. They really put Dark Zero in the dirt towards the end of Nighthaven here. I think they kind of cleaned up, had the momentum rolling behind them, but a brilliant run from SQ. They'll be in the finals tomorrow.
No, and again, they have had no easy games. Everything's been pretty intense, close to the wire, and the fact that they're pushing through every single game, it shows exactly why they deserve to be where they are and finishing where they're at and have a chance to take first.
There's not really a way in which we can say this isn't a deserved placement for the Sonics. They will go directly to phase 2 of the major in Atlanta, and for Dark Zero, the path's not completely over. It just gets a little bit more difficult. They will have another game to play tomorrow against the loser of M80 and Wildcard that comes up just after this. And even if they were to win that game, it's a lot longer of a road to get further in the major because you got to go through groups. Now all of a sudden there's even more potential for elimination. There's even more teams you have to worry about facing. DZ aren't done, but the road's a little rockier right now.
Yeah, I mean, even if they make it in through third place, they go to the play-ins, obviously. Every North American team in Copenhagen got through play-ins just fine, but it's always a risk, right? And you hate playing those BO1s.
It is a risk, but no matter what, wherever you find yourself in that, you got to win. That's no matter who your opponent's in front of you, whether you're making it all the way at the start, beginning, whatever, you got to win every single game if you want to win it all.
Yeah, well, in case you guys can't stand any of us talking more about how good the Sonics were, we're going to do it a little bit more with the breakdown with Jesse J. Chick.
Indeed, welcome to the breakdown. Folks, we got Sonics in a fantastic round. I wanted to showcase just the decision-making. We talk a lot about Sonics in the late round, the decision-making going on from this team, and just how much that they have improved throughout the stage so far. This is round 2. They're attacking on the basement. So far through this round, Sonics have opened up both of the outer breaches that go into the bomb sites. They have signaled to Dark Zero, and I think their initial plan was, we're going to push from these outer breaches into either the A or B bomb site, and we're going to make this a huge problem for you. But Geo has made a call, and Gunnar talked about this in the interview. Geo has said, I'm not actually going to go through this. Instead, I'm going to head up the ladder, and you can see him on his way up right on now. He's making a rotation. 60 seconds on the clock, and they have decided, yes, we're going to make this move. Let's clear the screen and play this clip for a little bit longer, because this is the rotation that Dark Zero were not expecting. Currently, DZ have made the call. They're coming in directly. We don't need to be worried about any areas of the map. It's clear where they're going to be pushing from. But of course, we know, and Sonics know as well, that they're making this rotation. The drones are coming in through EXO. They're gaining the information. They've still got some top-down pressure. This is good. This is useful, but still DZ, they're focused on the breaches. Dark Zero still not aware of where this push is coming from. We see Citizen getting into position again to push on to EXO. Geo is coming around as well. And then look at these toxic babes from Gaveni. He's still smoking in towards the breach. You see him placing all of the toxic babes over towards A site. You see all of the players on Dark Zero still focused towards this breach. But where is Geo? He's going right towards EXO. A brilliant rotation from him. And again, a late round adaptation call. Let's clear and let's see how this goes, because the info never gets there. Geo, an opening pick. He starts to plant. DZ should be calling. They're not coming from the main breach, but Gavin, he's still concerned about the main breach plant. Gavin is lost. He's still looking where the default plant would be if they're coming from the main breach, but Geo already got a pick. They know where he's planting, and Geo, he's about to get a second one. Let's play the clip. It's right onto the smoke. He realizes way too late. This is one of those late round adaptations that Sonics have been doing more and more. The calling from Geo, so important for these rounds. And, you know, it's a 1v3, 1v4 from Rice. He's not got any hope in the world. He could make a miracle play, but in this round, he just doesn't. And this is the fundamentals that Sonics do. They're so good at changing things up. They win this round, they win this game, and secure themselves a spot both at the Atlanta Major and at the 6 Invitational. But here in the North American League, we have one more team to qualify to the Atlanta Major. It'll be Wildcard or it will be M80. We've got a short break, and then we're going to break that game down for you. So stick around, because that's coming up right after this.
I think Nighthaven is one of the most fun maps we've had in the comp pool for a while.
The single word comes to mind, and it's just massive.
It's just so big.
I really like the way Nighthaven plays. It honestly reminds me of how Clubhouse used to play out a lot, kind of strangling the defense by just like slowly opening walls.
If you leave a gap on defense, it will get taken advantage of, and it's up to you how to retake that gap.
Teamwork on the defensive side is going to be big, just because you're pretty spread.
You want to be trying to play that rafter area. Gets us a good spot where you can waste time. It's very hard to clear a defender out of there.
As an attacker, I think a very important part of the map that you want to take control of quickly is the upstairs second floor, because that cuts off a big section of the map where people can flank from.
When you are let free on the lurk, will really help you win rounds on the map.
Nighthaven's probably like one of my favorite maps now.
잡혔는데 여기서.
그 창문 쪽에 있던 인원이 잡혔다 보니까
왜 방패 안 풀지?
이거 궁지에 몰릴 수 있겠는데요. 그래서 쭉쭉.
다리를 안 맞았어요. 권총도 장전 중입니다.
여기서 총알 없지 하고 미사 선수도 방패 풀었는데 총은 없지만 칼은 있어요.
Pyro's holding a perfect position. He's detonated that Vulcan canister. That will ring out till the end of the round. And he's found a kill on Nate. 2 versus 2 presidents. He falls all up to Cairo to push into overtime. And Pinku's got no clue. Information on the red ping, but there is no time. Round the corner, Cairo.
Espera a passagem, olha a C4 do Erdina, garantindo a passagem, garante a eliminação, 3v2, virou tudo, 2v1, Feli Fox com a eliminação, Palu sozinho, vem pra cima, deu a bala, garantiu, vai tentar buscar, Palu!
And Users just completely domes him. Surely we don't see another Patball 4K. He's on towards 3, Tim. It's just Nate left alive. And once again, M&M have let him bring this down to a 1 versus 1. Snaked his way in, sleuth beyond the defenses. And no one had any idea that he was coming. He's done a lot of damage. May well uses Exothermic as a bit of a bait here as he works his way down the main stairs. Nafe at the very least knows loosely where he is. Oh my God, Nafe almost sidesteps into it. Flash over the top. Dancing around here at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for his man. Nate, what are you doing? God damn!
Also, Hat now down too, so Mr. B might be gone, but this player knows Spiff. It's all lining up, Spiff! 3 players standing in a row. He turns to the right and cuts down the 4th.
3 versus 3. Still a Montang to deal with. Gets up close. 15 seconds left, keeps him trapped in the corner. Oh, what a shot. 3 in the round again for Onigiri. 3 from 3, make it 4, make it an ace because he knows where the last player is.
Dude, the 60 goes by so fast. Alright, I'll just use Tellers and Archives as an example, I guess. Something that I thought is really good and really strong to do is opening up the outer wall with like a Hibana or an Ace, and then trying to open up like the Visa hatch near like the doorway, and then having people push from garage side and basically just full pinch the basement. So have like say like 2 garage side and then 2 pushing through the outer wall and then 1 dropping that hatch. And then just all like full pinching basement, because what a lot of people I've noticed do is they heavy hold admin, so they have 2 to 3 people top floor and mid floor and then only 2 people in the basement. So if you just, it's a 5v2 in the basement, you just gotta trade each other out well. I will say Archives is a huge room, so you always gotta like have a drone in front of somebody and just find the people where they are, because there's like 800 different corners there now and the room is huge. So you just gotta find where they are in the basement, just isolate the picks, and then you can get the bomb down. Hopefully we will play console on game day before that airs, because I might have just leaked our attack, but whatever.
One Atlanta qualification down and another to go. This time, it's the Cheerful Conquerors against the ever-living Upstarts. M80 against Wildcard for another spot in Phase 2 of the Atlanta Major. And boy, oh boy, to see Wildcard make it all the way this deep in a bracket is still a little bit of a shock to me.
Certainly, and they've kind of always been the underdogs. Everybody kind of underestimated them at the start, but they proved it to everybody that they are a fearsome team. They did really well at the start of the group stage, and now won their first playoff game and get to play for a major spot.
No, and Wildcard has tons of ferocity. They've always put the pedal to the metal in a lot of these games and showing these teams why that they shouldn't be slept on, why they are here, why they're performing the way that they are, and it goes across everything that I've talked about and we've touched on.
Specifically for Wildcard coming into this position, Lax, what do you think their greatest strength through groups and against Space Station was to help them beat M80 here?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because I think one of Wildcard's biggest strengths is their trade potential. They are always on top of each other. Their communication is perfect, and we've talked about this a lot with Wildcard. That's what surprises me the most with such a brand new roster. Whether you're familiar with some of the players or maybe not so much the newer players, to still have that communication and that coordination and that trade potential that we've seen them have, That's what really sets them apart from a lot of other teams, in my opinion. And to do it in such short time makes me wonder, what does that look like going down the road when they have more time together, when they build more synergy together? They're just going to become way more dominant than what they currently are, and already what they're at is extremely impressive.
Would you say they're on the same level as M80 when it comes to their trade game? It seems really good so far for a brand new team, but are they quite on that level yet?
I would say they're relatively close, but I still put them above M80 in a way, only because they are a brand new team.
All right, Jesse, what's M80's biggest strength going into this game?
I mean, for me, Jacob, it's just got to be the overall defense from M80. They've got a 2/3 win rate on D throughout the NAL so far, an absurdly high stat, the best defensive team in North America, and they really abuse the big four operators so well. Fenrir used brilliantly by Gomez. Sola's iconic, uses that so well. Azami, the domain of Spoit, but Gomez also rocks that operator quite often as well. Valkyrie abused by every single player on this team, but I think Iconic gets the most value out of it because he leads the league right now in terms of C4 kills. He loves that. You've got these big operators that mostly get used by those three gunners, and then you put Diaz on a perma warden so they can't get rolled down by a Ying, and you put Kino on any shotgun operator they want so he can just crush people in those close range engagements. It is a recipe for success. No matter how you build it, M80 on the defense looks so good. They can ban out really any of the big four ops because they know the other three they are so good with.
So far, it's a little difficult to figure out exactly what a weakness might be for M80 because everyone seems like they're playing at such a high level. But Lax, if you had to find the one thing the wildcard might be able to poke and M80 falls down a little bit, there's one guy you'd like to see pick things up just a little bit more.
Yeah, I definitely want to see my boy Kino. Kino has played phenomenally throughout the beginning of his career when I picked him up and we saw his performance. Sure, this stage doesn't look that great, but look how well that they've been playing as a team. So sure, Kino doesn't maybe have the best stats, the most flashy stats, but look at the four other players on his team. But even regardless, the interesting thing to me is here, last season, he was the second highest rated planter. This stage, he is the 5th highest rated planter. So it makes me wonder, regardless of him getting those stats up or not, then what does that transition into those rounds? Because M80 is still looking dominant, even if he isn't having the best performance. But even then, it makes me think into some of these rounds that we might not be able to see what he does. How much do those kills or whatever he does that play a factor into those success rates?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think Kino has been lacking at times, being picked off a little bit too often. You can even look at just their last game against the Sonics, right? On defense, getting picked off on both smoke and mute way too often. It was a Nighthaven Labs game, and he just kept going down in the early game when he's a super important late round player. So I'd like to see Kino sticking around a little bit longer if he can try to support his teammates in the late round, if that may help them out a little bit. But all in all, like, it's difficult to find a weakness with M80 because I do think all around they're so strong.
I'm going to say again, it's very difficult to find something very specific to criticize the M80 guys for. I mean, even if they did technically lose to wildcard earlier on in the regular season, and we have a couple clips from that game to illustrate just how down to the wire that sucker was earlier in the stage.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. So these first couple of rounds, what we're seeing is some fantastic duo play coming through from both Spirits and Adam. This is a 2v4 clutch from them, and look how they just bounce around to the kills. One gets a frag, the other gets a frag, the other gets a frag, and the final frag will go here to Spirits. This is because, I mean, this really disrupts their opponents of M80, who just get so lost trying to look everywhere all over the map. Then you've got another duo play from these two. They're trying to defend Geisha. You get a C4 coming up from below from Spirits, who then rotates up the main stairs, finds a pick himself. This is his teammate, again, Adam, playing inside of Geisha alongside him. He gets a frag, and then we see Adam get a frag. They play so well together. But at the second half of that game, when they swap sides, there was one man who came back and started to take things to Adam and Spirits, and it was iconic. This is his POV that you're seeing right now. It's super iconic with the super shorty. This is a big 2K that he gets in the round number 11, when their back is against the wall. Iconic needs to pop off, doesn't even reload the super shorty, but kills the two duos that were really having a massive impact. And then this one as well, they got great pings. Iconic, watch this trigger discipline. It's brilliant. Gets both of them with a headshot. Iconic was the one that stepped up in the end, pushed that game to overtime, and eventually drew things out and made that match go all 15 rounds against Wildcard. Now, they didn't win it out in the end, but Iconic needs to be having big performances like that to take it to the really talented and well-coordinated players on Wildcard.
Yeah, and I think that goes into what I was even talking about with Wildcard, of their communication, of them working together. Not to say that M80 doesn't have it, because they definitely do. We've seen it throughout this stage. They just really put the pedal to the metal on some of these teams and really go right at their throat. And it just goes into this, that's what we got to see from every one of these players. And talking about Kino specifically, I think if Kino does step it up here and be the voice that he is and be the personality he is, I'm going to see a lot of more just overall success on the late, and whether it's late rounds, whether it's the early rounds, whether it's the defenses. I just think we're going to see a completely different M80 if we can see Kino also step into those roles.
We'll have ourselves a good juggernaut versus underdog matchup, but one of them is going to Atlanta in phase 2. Do we see Skyscraper get played again? No. Instead, a whole new cadre for these two teams to duke it out on.
Okay, so I think this map ban phase was a little bit more predictable than the last one. I think that a lot of these early bans make sense. Oregon, Nighthaven, Cafe. Consulate is a worrying ban for me for Nighthaven. M80 have a 75% ban rate on Consulate. They've shown that they don't really want to go here, but Wildcard are so afraid of Consulate that they're going to ban it first phase anyways. M80 super happy to get Bank. Wildcard super happy to get Border. Both these teams picking their comfort picks. I expected this. This was predicted. And then Wildcard forced to a clubhouse for this final map here in the best of 3. Not the worst thing for Wildcard. They've played it twice, lost it both times, but it was 7-4 to Oxygen, 7-5 to SSG, so not bad scores, but I do think Wildcard, if they had been able to avoid that Consulate ban, could have ended up on a better map for that decider.
No, I think these are both obviously great maps for both these teams to really hit their strengths and take their maps running, and that then is the question. If either team takes each other's map, then it goes to that decider map of Clubhouse. What is that going to look like? Yeah, Wildcard does have that 0-2 loss on it, but at some point you have to go back and look at why you're losing those rounds, whether you see the same things happening from both those games or totally different. I'd like to believe you do typically see the same things happening, and it's a lot easier to make those adjustments when you have 2 serving samples than just 1.
We'll talk about Border, obviously, when we get down to it, just because I don't know how the hell M80 let that thing through the ban phase, given how it was played earlier in the stage. But specifically for Bank, if M80 are such a good defensive team and Wildcard are so good at trades, with M80 starting on defense first, guys, real quick, who takes map 1, Lax?
I'm going to say Wildcard.
Ooh, spicy?
I'm going to say Wildcard.
Spicy, maybe?
M80. This is their pick. They love this 2-0 undefeated since the start of stage 2, and we just saw a really rough Bank coming through just recently from Wildcard towards the end of the stage against Dark Zero.
And see, that's what I want. I knew you were going to resort to that, and that's why I want to say. I think Wildcard is going to learn from the mistakes that they made and not let another team get in their head, regardless of what they might know and what they might not know. I think they're going to bounce back, and regardless, it's going to be a good game, but I do still think they're going to take it overall.
We'll see.
The first map.
Cool. I'm going to let them fight in the green room while we go back and watch this game. It's Parker and... Wait. Parker, who is that you're casting with?
It's Irish, Parker. Demo.
No.
He has his own identity. Don't be bashful.
Yeah.
Not Pengu, that's for sure.
No, that's not me.
You wish.
I don't wish, I'll be honest.
Because you're your own man, or
no? If I wish I was Nick, then I'd have to spend a lot of time casting you. Which, yeah, I'm happy just for today, and I think another time, and then that's it. That's enough Parker for me for the year.
I will say, if you were Pengu, you'd have twice the world championships and half of the hair. So, who's the real winner?
I'm not in it for the success. We know this.
You're in it for the hair.
That's it.
That's great. Is this our first time casting together since the Paris Major?
No, we cast it in DreamHack one time.
The DreamHack Winter?
Yeah.
Okay. That was only a couple months after the Paris Major, by the way. Both of them were in 2018. That's actually incredible to think about.
It is.
Happy 5-year anniversary of our cast, Harry.
Thank you.
All right. Operator bands coming in. We are starting on Bank M80's map. And we have a bit of an unconventional ban. It's a Blitz ban.
That's not unconventional these days. Blitz is so strong. Like, whenever I say strong, he is in his category of rushing and taking one-on-one gunfights. There's nobody that does it better than Blitz. And we've seen a lot of Blitz from a lot of different teams across the regions now. A lot of teams have really clicked on and said, hey, this is the way you have to play Siege. You have to play fast. You have to play furious. And Opera like Blitz works really well in today's meta. So seeing a ban come out, no surprise. I think that for a side like Wildcard, where I do believe they're going to be up against it in this series. You know, the desk, especially Lax, thinks that Wildcard is going to come in all guns blazing. I'm not too sure. This is M80, a veteran side, an experienced side, very dominant whenever they need to be. And I think push comes to shove, this team will show up today.
This is actually a history. There's actually been a history of M80 banning shield operators. Osa's been banned by them twice. This is their second Blitz ban. They banned Monty as well. So they don't like to deal with the shield operators. And yes, I put Osa in that category. Clash obviously escaping the ban, and would you look at that?
10 seconds
It hasn't been locked in yet, but the Monty is off the board, and it's
5 seconds
none
left.
other. Or Blitz off the board, there's none other than a Monty showing up.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
I guess Fuse is also a shield operator, but if you're playing Fuse shield, you're a lunatic, and you
If you're
deserve all
playing
the bad
Fuse,
things that come your way.
if you're playing Fuse, period, I think you're a lunatic. But that's, you know, I see Fuse, I think troll. But hey, it is what it is. Oh, where's the building went? Did you see that? Half the building disappeared.
Can you believe that?
They've heisted the bank. It's gone, look.
It's a mystery as to where it went.
I like the Monty pickup for top floor. Monty is really good whenever you're dealing with spiral stairs. Monty just walks up the staircase and just looks at it, and you can do nothing about it. That lobby, you can't really flank a Monty on the staircase. It's just with how it's set up. So Monty's really good pickup for this. It gives you early control of lobby, which is always a positive thing. Sometimes teams do struggle with opening up Canto Wall, which, as we can see, there's nothing on the side of M80 to actually deny that being opened up, so no problems there. But you'll start to see that Monty start to push up in towards the front desk and just feed that information to the players in the windows, which is the big thing about this site. The window play is huge for this.
They'll get some information with the yokai and see that nobody's over in that particular position. While the rappel play happens, as you talked about, there will be a split push. There will likely be one person positioned on square. There will be one to go through main lobby at minimum. Merc is not too far off of the Monty of Spirits. And then again, there's that window play that you talked about. Now, Wildcard will likely position themselves over towards the actual bomb site windows in greater numbers. We see one on rappel there. Spoit taking down Surf in the very first altercation. And that was none other than the bomb site window rappel. Answered back by Adam. It was just over a minute to go. You've lost your Ash, you've lost your Warden, and more importantly, Spoit is down. Iconic has let players go by. He'll be removed by Merc. Looking for more. He's not going to find a pick, even though the marks come in.
Yeah, this is just the case where the Monty just has to go in, give the information to Merc. He can follow up, and he's starting to do so. Diaz does respond with the player outside of square, but still bomb site control in firm grasp of Wildcard. All they have to do is just try and get this defused down, but maybe they're hunting for kills. Merc playing aggressive, looking down the long corridor, sees the Legion Impact go out, knows exactly where he is, gets his man. That's 3 in the round for Merc, and should be 4, you would expect, and it will be a quad for Merc to kick things off. M80 stunned by Merc just tearing through everyone.
Once that first pick came onto the windows, you think, okay, you don't have to worry about one portion of this map, which is so critical for defenders to be able to rotate, because you've got a very easy cross that can be held down looking towards conference. You've also pinched the back of the bomb site, especially if you can open up square. That window rappel player is so critical. And usually it's a utility-heavy operator. You see Yings in that position. You see Capitão's in that position. I believe it was the Ash that was actually playing on that spot. A bit of deficiency with the way that the initial execute went. You get up main stairs, you drone out elevator, you don't get the information that you need. Ultimately, it could be a casualty, but you win your gunfight. That's a 50-50. You lose that gunfight, now you've got a Monty walking in by yourself. You are going to have to deal with a potential flank through that front office. That's coming out of the elevator, and you don't have the same ability for the Monty to continue to focus on those defenders as you push forward. And Monty, in a lot of ways, is gonna function as a focal point. If you're a defender, you cannot take your eyes off of what the Montaigne is doing. And while you're focused on that, it allows a player like Merc, for example, to pick up kills based on the information that the Monty is giving, and the fact that the defenders can't focus on 2 separate angles at the same time. Second round, it'll be a defense downstairs. No shield operating play for Wildcard, but they will bring an Amaru.
Yeah, Certainly an interesting pickup, one that you would definitely shake your head at and think, why is she made an appearance? I suppose it gets you into the building quickly, and on a team like M80 where you know they will attempt a roam game, I think having someone who can get in the building and maybe catch them by surprise, cut down a flank, whatever it is, that could be really helpful for them. Spoit looks as if he's going to be by himself inside of CEO. Instead, moves now in towards the front office. Merc is lurking just inside of ATMs, waiting for him to maybe drop down into lobby and get the easy kill. There goes the Amaru, but Spoit's ready for it. Here's the sound cue. Guns up, ready to go. That Amaru is good for getting you into building, but if you can't get in safely, what is the point?
Well, that's correct. I mean, it is a kamikaze play, but you know exactly where the Amaru is going to come from. Amaru's going to jump up, go through the windows. If you can greet them, you can completely remove that operator from play and all the secondary that comes with it as well. Secondary hard breach in the hands of Adam to couple up with Packer. So as long as the Buck can stay alive, then it could make some serious noise on this bottom floor take. Spoit has not been shaken off of this position on the top floor, and Adam will be the one to hunt him down. All the while, the rest of Wildcard focusing on that main floor. Nice drop by Adam, but he's only got Merc with him as M80 are proving to be a bit too formidable on this roam. And there's Iconic, but no, Adam, the kill with the skeleton key. Still holding this position above.
You may get the kill, Parker, but look at the time that's been wasted. There's nothing that Wildcard can play off, and there's still a Spoit upstairs. Oh, Spoit's missed the shot. I thought he would have got that clean 2-piece, but not going to be the case. Instead, dives back downstairs, and yep, Merc, this is it. This is your life. It's just you against 3 of them. You've got no knowledge of where they are. You've got no hatches open that you can drop from the back. Sure, open area hatch may be open for you, but really, what is that going to achieve? He will go for the main stairs approach, but yeah, you're walking into Spoit. Eventually does get his man, and M80, just a solid roam game, takes him out. I think it all comes down from wanting to get that Amaru in, to challenge those roamers, but once the Amaru got taken out, where was plan B?
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine that the job was to get in, get up top, clean out the top floor alongside the Buck, who decided to go for a square take, which is perfectly normal. Adam really did put on a heroic effort, but how much do the tides change if you get the Amaru up there, gets the pick on the Spoit, you gain map control so much faster, and then the Buck can go elsewhere. I like that you highlighted it because it really did come down to time management. Yes, eventually Adam walked away with the pick, 2 picks actually, but it took 2 full minutes. And then the Buck, who's very likely going to be focused on clearing that top floor, dropping, and potentially using that hard destruction on the hatches, maybe freeing up the Hibana to go down blue. We don't know because we didn't actually see the execute get anywhere near close to that. But if that's the speculation, then you've now also freed up the time of your Hibana. Unfortunately, it really does become a cascading effect. You lose your one player early on, slingshotting upstairs, you are completely knocked off your stride, and now you need to repurpose that Buck and repurpose the Hibana in a way that you might not have intended.
So we move into the mid floor, and I'm surprised that Wildcard are not going to go with the Monty. I think open area is Monty's best site by far, because you just walk in kitchen and you are in the site and you can plant behind the bomb chassis so easily. We see it happen all the time. So to see Wildcard not go for that approach automatically tells me that they're actually going to have a challenge at M80. They're actually going to try and fight them on the top floor. I don't know if it's the greatest idea, and mostly because Spoit's on 4 kills. And I just think that player on his own, Spoit, if he's on his game, Parker, and we've seen it so many times, if he gets off to a good start, this guy's going to be dropping double digits, you know, easily in this game. And I think if you're going to start feeding him more kills, yeah, you're done. You're not going to kill this guy if he's on his form.
Oh, especially if you've got good roaming play, which we see Iconic doing off-site, and then Kino getting the very first pick. All 4 of the kills for Merc coming in that very first round, and guess who's putting in a clinic upstairs? Gomez now under fire. Spoit looking to come to the rescue. A 6th kill. No, it's Gomez credited with it. We are not even halfway through the round, and M80 have wiped out Wildcard, completely cleaning their clocks. Adam is in a 1v5 with 90 seconds to go. This is pitifully bad for them at this particular moment. It's effectively an unwinnable round, and it would not surprise me if we saw Wildcard maybe try to take a timeout of some form with Adam in play, but no, he's going to go for it and encroach upon that open area. And M80 will show him great patience. I mean, this is admirable. Toil with none other than the Mira of Kino and lose the round with Iconic getting the pick. A flawless second round victory for M80.
Whenever M80 are on their day, they are... I mean, I think they're your best team in the region. I do. I know that Super will be obviously having a meltdown. I haven't said Sonics isn't, but I just think M80, you have to give them the credit for what they are. They, man for man, I don't think you'll find many better than them, realistically, in their roles. I always look at great teams and I think, if that team was to disband tomorrow, would all of those players get a spot on another team? And I would say yes. That shows you the measure of how good this side is. I think Wildcard trying to challenge them in these holes is, like you mentioned before, admirable in terms of how they've kind of played at the moment, but being admirable doesn't get you wins. You need to play, I think, a little bit more respective in terms of what M80 are. I think Wildcard should be playing through their strengths. We've seen the Monty worked really well. Being able to slow down M80 and what they want to do. Bring a Monty. That will scare M80. They're going to know that they're being spotted out. Moments like that make M80 double think themselves and double guess themselves. So I think that Wildcard should just slow it down, control the tempo, because right now they're allowing M80 just to run around. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, outside of that first round, I mean, we use the term pressure in kind of like a nebulous way. It means lots of things. It doesn't really mean a lot of things. But when you have a Monty on the board, as there will be for this round as well, as it's yet another execute on this top floor bomb site, a second attempt for M80 on this bomb site. Wildcard obviously hoping for another victory, but Monty really does apply that pressure. He's breathing down your neck. You're going to lose map control to him as he just continues to go forward. You don't want to engage with him head on. If you got a nitro cell or if you got gas canisters on the board with a smoke, you're going to want to use those as quickly as possible. Got Yokai's on the board as well, so there's something to knock him out of that mountain stance, if we want to call it that, where he's fully extended. But Spirits is basically going to use this operator, again, as that focal point. Keep M80's eyes on you. Let the supporting cast do their job. In the first round, it really fell on to Merc, who got those 4 kills to win the round. In this case, Wildcard, you can't lose Surf early. You need the supporting cast to actually come through while Spirits takes map control on your behalf.
Oh.
It's quite the sound.
Always love that. Really good showing of impact tricking there from Gomez. He impact tricks at the correct point, so even if you get the drone on the shield, the radius will explode the drone, but will not explode the shield. So nice little piece of play there from Gomez. Second one obviously comes in and will get rid of it. And that does open up now the Monty to start marching on down that main corridor. So a different approach. Last time we seen it come in from Spiral, which I'm more of a fan of. I think having that split pressure, more people coming in through Square, and then you still have that Monty with the back pressure in through Spiral. It just creates, you know, that pinch that you can really start to put the claustrophobic effect onto a lot of the defenders. What a flank from Iconic. What a flank. That is also why I'm not a fan of bringing the Monty towards Square, because moments like that can happen. Remember, that floor's also C4able. A lot of different ways you can deal with that Monty.
And it'll be in vain. Spirits, no kills. Packer, no kills. Surf, no kills. Through 3 rounds, getting in on the 4th. Packer on the board. Spirits will have to wait. Surf on that Ash roll. Ash not the main entry that we used to see. There's some utility work to be done with an Ash. Merc will reposition himself now towards the main stairs and walk up. Will they greet him? Well, he's already got 1 pick, but they've got goo mines littered about. Surf searching for his own kill. Not too far away to be reunited with his teammate. Merc finished off. There's Surf on the board. Job well done so far from this supporting cast. As we said, Gomez down. This bomb site really does certainly seem like Wildcard's.
10 seconds left.
He has in a 1v3, but it's a hopeless position for him to be in. Wildcard's 2 rounds, both coming from the same bomb site. I don't know if M80 will be quick to go back up to the top floor to defend it. I wouldn't be, but I'm not on the team. Tie game between the 2.
One thing I picked up on was they brought the Echo from M80, which, as we know, is a good way of getting information, also a good way of stopping Monty as well. they didn't place an echo cam for lobby that I noticed, because I didn't see a single one of the players who were dead on the cameras. You know, there was never that icon. I have to question how Merc's allowed just to walk up here. Did I see 3 goo mines? Like, not at the top of the stairs, but slightly to the left of it? Little things like that, I do worry for M80. You know, someone walking up spirals there should not be happening. Sure, I understand if it's a Monty, because you can't kill him. But for just like a lone Iana, no. Shouldn't be happening in that case. So I think M80 really need to work on that top floor. Twice they've lost it. I don't think they'll be too worried, mostly because now we know they're going to have the next 2 bomb sites opened up for them. This is where they won last time, and then you would expect open area to come after this. So I think M80 will still be fairly happy with how things have went so far.
Yeah, I'd be pretty stoked about the position we're in. I mean, this...
Stokes?
No, non-stoked. Though I will say, it's been really nice hearing him and Flynn cast together again. It's like finding an old sweater in your closet, except one half of the sweater can't swallow properly. This is M80's map pick, by the way. And we got some breaking news. Hold on a second here. This is a Jesse J Chick fact. M80, prior to the start of this match, had an 82% win rate on bank defense. In this stage, they have defended 11 rounds, and they have won 9 of those 11 rounds. Don't look into the number too deep. They've already lost 2 rounds on defense, matching their whole stage total. I would say, if anything, that bodes very well for Wildcard. Granted, they both come on the same bomb site. That CEO bomb site upstairs, which again was pointed out, we're not going to see M80 likely go there.
This is Spoit in his happy place, so, and he's left that. Never mind. Maybe it's not as happy as what I thought it would be. He's just been scared off pretty much. However, that's Keno's happy place. Him on the blue stairs. This man is a menace in this position. I think whenever a player feels so comfortable playing in blue stairs, you know he's a psycho. An absolute psychotic player to enjoy that position. Because it's not fun, but somehow he always manages to pull out with a kill at least. Sure, he dies, but he'll take 1 with him to the grave if he can. And that's going to be the real challenge for Wildcard. How do you get rid of Keno without losing a man yourself? Oh, well, never mind. He's left his happy place. This is not going well for me. He's left as well.
I just want to clarify. You mean are you in the match right now? Is that what's happening?
I've got my VR headset on. I'm trying to really immerse myself.
Well, the last time we saw Wildcard tackle this bomb site, all of the action seemed to occur above. And it was to the undoing of the attackers. They really struggled. We didn't even see a single player on the team get this close in proximity to the bomb site, let alone have a numbers situation where they could. Spirits has had a bit of bad luck, to put the least. And now Surf goes as well, as M80 get the first 2 picks. Only 1 kill between the 2 of them. Only 25 seconds left. Diffuser in the hands of Packer and Adam. Go for the drop to try to maybe bait out some kills. As Packer will need to get the diffuser down. Adam sees these players around him, but cannot land any shots. Already 1 flawless round for M80. How about a second? They lock out lockers. They've got 3 rounds so far through the 5 and are sitting in pretty okay shape. 3 bomb sites open for their choosing on their very final defense.
A little bit of a stranger defense from M80, one that we're not used to seeing all too much, and that is a very passive M80, a team which actually let Wildcard have a decent amount of control around the map. We've seen Split drop off early, Keno didn't hold blue. They gave Wildcard a minute or so to really start hitting that site and starting to clear away a lot of the utility. But M80 were happy to do that. Maybe it's M80, they went for a different approach, knowing that Wildcard, if you give them the singular picks, they will take them. You know, I think that shows good respect towards Wildcard. But equally, M80, they just played very tight together. They didn't even need to refrag. All of them just won their individual ones, but we seen from where the players were stationed, they were able to refrag each other if they needed to. So yeah, a little bit different from M80, but I liked what I see. It shows that they can play 2 styles if needed.
Absolutely. We get to the point now where we're deep into the playoffs. The winner of this match will go into the NAL finals. The loser will go down and have one more opportunity to qualify for Atlanta. And there's going to be firm competition the entire way. But at this point, these are going to be evenly matched teams. You know, as we saw, without spoiling the result, in the SQ versus DZ game that preceded this, teams are going to be evenly matched. You know, I think there's positives here, and you can very easily spin the results at the moment in favor of both of them. You argue against yourself. Wildcard taking 2 rounds on attack against a team that this stage has only dropped 2 rounds on defense. On bank, that's excellent. You have done what every other team that has played against M80 has been able to do across all their games, which admittedly is only 2 other plays. But as for M80, they've got 2 flawless rounds. They've gotten the first pick in every single round so far. These are excellent situations to find yourself in. I think both teams can be a little bit confident. I don't know necessarily if anybody has the slight advantage, other than, of course, the fact that M80 has an extra round.
Wildcards, pretty generic of an attack at the moment. You'll see that quad wall start to get opened up, and that will mean that M80 have to try and move in towards open area. Kitchen is not going to be an option for them, especially with a Zami ban. It makes this open area defense a lot weaker. You don't have the portable cover you can put up to, even if this wall gets opened up, you could still try and play in towards Kitchen, but it's not going to be the case. Keno's actually in quite a good position. If he punches that barricade, he could just find somebody looking through that quad wall and get quite a free kill. Is he going to go for it, though? The phone will ring out. Gomez opens the door for him. Keno looking for the peek. No, misses the shots. Diffuser now going to be planted by Adam, but M80 trying to muster a bit of a comeback as Diaz holds on to that window, stops him from getting in. The smoke will connect. Adam goes down, but Diffuser is planted. Now M80 need to try and retake. They need to try and stop this. Oh, but look at that position from Packer upstairs. Spoit is right beside him, though. He's hidden behind the foliage. He has no idea. He's behind the plant pot. Spoit almost TK's his own teammate. What's that all about? Surfer streak to blue stairs. He tries to hold on. There goes Packer. Nails Spoit from behind. He had no idea. Keno's defusing. Ninja defuse here. Diaz with a cover. Oh my goodness. M80 have pulled off a masterclass.
Absolutely unbelievable round for M80. They get the first pick. It comes hard-earned. They lose control of open area, or well, the kitchen component of it, but they trust in themselves. They know that most of this altercation is going to occur inside of square, because that's where the sight line is to see the diffuser. Once you get a pick or two, once you gain control of blue, if you haven't relinquished control of the top floor, then you can get one player to hop onto the diffuser. And was it Diaz that completely saved the round with Keno on the diffuser? M80 knew somebody was coming. Wildcard, get a player in position to stop Keno, and it's really well played by M80 to shut it down, because if Keno dies, that round likely goes kaput for M80. Wildcard equalize, and we go into the second half with the teams tied 3 rounds apiece.
10 seconds.
I don't want to be the one to throw all of this onto the fragging operators of Wildcard, but Mark, 4 kills in the first round. He's only got 1 since then. Packer, just a couple rounds ago, breaking his goose egg. Surf, same thing. Spirits, still looking for his first kill. You are getting out-muscled and out-strategized around this map. M80 have all 6 first bloods so far, and they've won 2 rounds flawlessly. There's some serious struggles here from Wildcard to get picks, and even though they won those 2 rounds, again, I want to see more on defense from these players, and how they hold map control and how aggressively they roam is going to give you a good example of how they're feeling when it comes to these gunfights.
At the end of the day, you could be the smartest player in this game. You know everything. But if you can't shoot anyone, what's the point? That's what people sometimes forget. Kills do mean a lot. You know, we have a lot of stats. We have KPRs, OPKs, everything to do with kills. It's a big stat line for a reason. If you don't get them, you're not winning games. And that is as blunt as I can put it. M80, all fired up, all really shooting well. Keno on that trusty Monty that he loves so much. That'll make an appearance, I'm sure, more than once in this game. Right now for Wildcard, I just want to see them just hit back at M80, because I think you get into the mindset, yes, you are playing for the major spot. Will that get to this young side? Perhaps it may. But I don't think they should have that mentality of, oh, this is the end all and be all. If you lose that, you still have another chance. Obviously, you don't want to have to go through, you know, the whole LCQ and go into the third place games, wherever it is. But still, you should have a good mentality, a clear mentality that you can still go at M8 just as if it's a regular season match.
Pressure is going to be huge on both of these teams, but one thing that M80 has, and I honestly would argue,
massive,
you know, Wildcard doesn't really, is experience. Experience isn't really helping them in this round as Wildcard breaks that first blood streak. The defending team has got first blood 100% of the time. That's a true statistic. We can say that. Merc is the only one to die from Wildcard's side, but they've blown up the Monty and they killed Spoit. And honestly, those are both huge accomplishments for the defense as they look to hunker down the final 45 seconds down in the basement bomb site.
Losing the Monty is massive at this stage. I think Kino, who will communicate, will try and set up the team for where he sees the opponents are stationed. I think losing Spoit as well, like you mentioned, another huge pick that M80 would love to have. I'm looking at Iconic to create the play. If all else fails, Iconic can pull just something magical out of nowhere. So I'm expecting to see him try and get in towards server, get a pick, and try and get that defuse down more than anything. But he's going to go through a lot of utility, though. We've got the smoke canisters, we've got the C4s, or maybe you're looking at a hat shot from Diaz.
That's exactly what you're going to get. Spirit's ready for it, and we see time and time again how challenging it can be to puncture this bomb site when the spear you're using is a little bit dull. And yeah, I mean, Gomez goes for some BM for good measure, but strategically sound on the side of Wildcard. The inability to pin down the roamers on the first floor, which granted a Solus is on the board, you're going to lose drones, you're going to have trouble fighting an operator that can see you coming from a mile away when you try to gain intel on them. But M80 showing success on defense, but in a small struggle on their first attack.
Yeah, just little things there. A lot better from Wildcard. I think I want to put the focus on them. Didn't really put themselves out too much in terms of defending. We've seen M80 cover a lot of ground in their defense as they were upstairs in towards the mid-floor. Pretty seldom, for the most part, from Wildcard. They had one player just hit in lobby, which worked for them. A missed drone from M80, you have to question that. And then just a Warden by himself in open area. Gets a C4 kill onto a Monty. That happens. Yeah, I mean, why is Monty in open area trying to look to drop that hatch in the first place is beyond me, but here we are.
A great free cam now is rotate around. Double Italian lineup for Wildcard. A Maestro on the board will be met probably by the Flores. The drone operators on attack have an absolute field day with Evil Eye cams, whether it be a Twitch, Brava. Could it even be the Flores on the board? Bravo would actually gain huge value here when you look at what is available, whether it be the clones, the magnets, default cams. There's a lot that you could accomplish, but already the Flores drone blowing open one of the walls in copier. Now this can work against you because if you do not clear out this player that is inside of kitchen, that Maestro being the one doing so, if you go to vault in that window, you don't have the wall there. As coverage, you will immediately get mowed down by the Alda.
It's been a while since I've seen not just one Italian operator, but both of them in one round is, yeah, certainly interesting. I mean, I'll ask the stat man who just shoves it in our face. We want it or not, Parker. You know what he's like. What is the pick rate for Alibi this stage? Because it has not been a lot, I think, since she received that 1.5x nerf. She has not seen the same amount of play. Lo and behold, what a surprise.
No, I mean, 1.5 changes have moved operators around, whether it be Wamai gaining 1.5, Warden gaining 1. We have seen Thorn's pick rate also increase in conjunction with her getting the 1.5, even though there were no real changes to her gadget or her gun beyond that. I mean, Oryx inhabited that same role at one time when he had the 1.5. It really just is a comfort fragging op for the defenders. And I mean, even without a 1.5, Alibi still is a pretty decent gun. And Surf has put that to good use by cutting down Iconic. M80 sacrificing first blood. Again, now 2 rounds in a row, giving the advantage to Wildcard, who still roam quite a bit offsite.
Yeah, having that extra man does wonders for Wildcard. I think it frees up a player like Merc, who knows that, hey, there'll be one less player on the roam to worry about now, or for the flank, what should I say? It just enables me even more so as a Solus, especially whenever he wants to try and get himself probably downstairs, flank up blue, and try and catch the players who are looking to push in towards quad wall, where I assume that's where M80 may want to try and look towards next. But then again, they've lost the race, so is that the best play? Who knows? Adam will start to feel the pressure. He's going to start to get pushed down straight into the arms of Diaz. He's waiting for him. Phone call went off. Merc has since dropped downstairs as expected and will go for that rotate now up towards blue.
Merc is going to be the pardon the pun here. Wild card in the round. Down goes Spirits. Merc will need to get back to the site relatively quickly because M80 is digging their claws into open area. Gomez is just waiting for the call to drop behind the cubicle and get the diffuser down, and there he goes, the drop. Now it's Kino in. Numbers going sideways for Wildcard. The man of the hour, the one we spoke about, it's Merc. He thinks there's one in electrical. He's dead wrong. It's over by Copier. That was opened up earlier by M80. It works in Merc's favor as he gets one pick, but now has to reset for the remaining 3, all while navigating map and the timer. Gomez finishing him off. M80 wins the round.
Beep, 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 beep. I can't do it as good as you.
You want me to do it? You want me to? Hold on.
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay, wait.
Breaking news. This just in. There's a no, that's the other job. Alibi has been picked 4 times in 480 rounds, excluding today's game in the NAL for a pick rate of 0.8%. Thank you, Jesse, with the weather.
And back to the action. A tactical timeout called by Wildcard. M80 being the defensive team on bank to beat, as the numbers that we talked about earlier, even though it was, again, only over 2 attempts on bank, it's still an impressive tally for M80. Now that they have broken the ice on their attack and did so quite well. It was a 4v1, and Merc, obviously on the flank, going to be good enough for a single kill unless you've got every single avenue back to the bomb site covered. It's in vain. M80 wins. They look pretty good. They hunted you down on the top floor. They won their duels. They were waiting very patiently for the drop. They got the call. They drop. They flush out the Maestro. And then it leaves just your offsite player who at that point, it's, I think, a 4v1. You're going to get some impactless kills. Okay, cool. M80 in the driver's seat on their own map. Things going according to plan. And with this bomb site, we will now have every single part of the map played, as it is a Teller's Archives defense for Wildcard.
Wildcard need to do something quick, or else M80 may get away from them at this stage. And thinking a best of 3, obviously momentum plays a big part. And I know we're probably looking at the next map thinking, oh, but it's Wildcard on border. That's a good map for them. That's why they picked it. It's also a great map for M80. You know, both of these maps actually favor, I think, both sides. So overall, it's just realistically who could shoot better on the day. And like we mentioned before, it's M80. M80 is doing more of that than what Wildcard have been doing. Spirits is having a real struggle at the moment up against, I suppose, his ex-team. Don't forget, it wasn't too long ago whenever we seen Spirits on this M80 side back at SI.
I like the Doc pick a lot. And as we have seen with the shotgun changes, the Echo bringing the Supernova as well. With the suppressor, that thing can kill you at relatively and deceptively long range. You have a drone of your own, and as we see with changes to Echo a while back, those Yokai drones are no longer cloaked when they hit the ceiling. So instead, a lot of teams will use them off-site for scouting and then bring them back in and just hope that the people that are pushing the site don't have eyes in their head, I guess. Monty will be a focal point for M80. Kino will attempt this operator yet again. The experiment back in the very first attack for M80 did not go in their favor. We do see our first bit of action as Spoit goes down, but before that, Spirits was under fire, and then man, oh man, Kino is getting next to no value from this Monty. M80 have now lost 2 with over half the round to go, and Wildcard has scampered back to the site.
Oh, another mist drone happens. Merc sat in ATMs. Eliminates the player moving in. Oh, almost catches the player in the window, but Gomez was ready for him. Switched his position around, and gets Merc. But the damage has been done. M80 have attempted the full top side clear by pushing in through square, using the Monty. That's twice now. We've seen both sides put their Monty in towards square, and twice they've just been flanked and shot from below pretty much. So I have to question both sides and why they're not using the Monty in a more safe position. But yeah, Kino, both times played Monty has had no impact whatsoever. One thing you'll start to see from M80, every time the game plan doesn't work and they have to move into more of a last-ditch play, they always like to double up with each other and just try and play for kills. That's what M80 always do. Oh my goodness, Adam. He goes lucky. That's gonna be a bit of a stinger if you're Iconic to die like that. Oh, a second one comes up as well. M80, no chance in that round. Wild card, they're not out yet.
Well, they call a timeout. They go to an unorthodox and often neglected bomb site that most teams will speak quite poorly of the defensive prospects on, and then take engagements off site in very common spots, and it seemed like M80 was just not expecting that. The whole round, to me, would be characterized by a lack of awareness, especially on Kino, who is a tremendously gifted player, but on the Monty has just ultimately not been successful. You don't drone out ATMs, you walk right in. All right, that's a small misstep. But then you don't drone out square and the Monty moves in and you die there as well. That's another small misstep. But if you're trying to run a marathon, which this is, and you are constantly stumbling, your peers are going to surpass you. And in that round, Wildcard took a lap on M80. Down the lockers, they will go again. This was the bomb site that was won on Wildcard's very first defense 3 rounds ago.
Remaining.
Oh, that's a fun fact. Intero and Demo last cast together at DreamHack Winter 2018, according to Intero himself. That is correct. I did give you that information.
Attackers
Bravo.
must locate and defuse a bomb.
God, it was a good 5 years.
Yeah, it's a lot of things have you know, we went through a pandemic in that time, so I'm sure we've probably changed as people, as you know, people do. They do change. I think you've became a lot more spiritual, you know, more like a monk. That's what I think you've kind of developed into. So yeah, it's nice to see.
Well, thanks. I think that's a compliment.
Yeah, just shave your head. Well, you done that a few times as well since last time we cast it. So
I think there's been a lot of growth. At the time, you were just a young whippersnapper.
Yeah, I was 19 whenever
yeah,
first
and you
cast it.
lost your luggage at the Paris Major, which never got returned, so it's still out there somewhere.
Some guy in Amsterdam has my clothes.
There you go. What a lucky lad that is. 1 minute into this round, and the defense, a 100% success rate at drawing first blood again. All 6 rounds of M80's defense, they got first blood. Now 4 rounds of Wildcard's defense, they got first blood, and it's Kino to die first. Good God.
This has been a very poor showing from Kino, and what the Monty can bring. It's a staple operator for him, and that's now 3 times where it has done nothing, not a single thing. So Kino, you need to do better than that. You really need to. I don't know how he keeps ending up in the positions where he dies so easily. That shouldn't be happening. As a Monty, you have to always remember that you can get killed, you know, from anywhere. You don't have a gun at the end of the day, so you always need to make sure you're picking the safest avenue possible. So it's down to the 4 of M80 once again to try and clutch this up. Spoit, this is the player who runs across. Iconic. Eliminates Surf. Merc has actually dropped to his belly, but Spoit doesn't know that. There goes the Pika. Great positional play for Merc to eliminate Spoit. A massive kill in the long run.
Merc is still in this position upstairs. Now Wildcard is doing exactly what M80 did to them. Revenge a dish best served cold, and well, M80 looking cold, but maybe their guns can finally heat up.
Now he's got that one. Diaz has been eliminated as he went for the swing onto Merc. Merc has played a blinder of a round inside of Archives, and once again it's Iconic and Gomez, and they're gonna try and go for that double up strategy again, probably down main stairs best they can. They did not drone the player in elevator, so they try and go for that. The elevator player should just rip them to shreds at this stage. Both of them gonna go for the hatch drop. It's gonna be a quick 3-2-1 flashbang goes in. Iconic holding for the meantime. Still 2 flashbangs on the side of Gomez. The smoke canister, he's gonna try and tank it, run through, and he gets melted. Once again, M80 have tried a last ditch attempt of winning the round, and they've been shut down all the same.
The timeout for Wildcard, pulled when they were facing down a 5-3 deficit, has now resulted in 2 consecutive rounds and a 5-5 scoreline. My favorite round in all of Rainbow Six, because no matter what happens next, one of these teams are going to go to match point. M80 have some long looks on their face. They still have their timeout available, but they haven't pulled that ripcord just yet. If Wildcard do what seemed unthinkable just a few rounds ago, which is win 3 rounds in a row and take the lead, Wildcard's first lead since all the way back when Merc up a 4K to give Wildcard round number 1, and it would be M80 pulling their timeout out on match point. Again, on M80's map, but I know the desk joked about this. Waxing in particular. Joked about, well, what happens if they win each other's map picks? Well, with how evenly balanced these teams are, I would never gamble upon that. If Wildcard prevail here, M80 will almost certainly be rocked for Border. They are an experienced team. They can approach Border with a clear mind, sure. But no team is going to tell you that they want to go onto a 1-0 deficit. No team is ever going to tell you that they are comfortable in that position. And as good as M80 are, this has been and will ultimately be for the remainder of this matchup a game of inches. And if you're M80, you cannot give Wildcard even one.
We've commented on Kino. He's had very little impact in this game. Monty not working out for him. And this is probably the last thing I wanted to see. He's chosen Amari for the top floor. He's obviously going to go into a window, which, sure, we've seen Amari work plenty of times, but that strategy only really works if there's a Ying on the board to stop the enemies from, 1, hearing you swing in as Amaru, and 2, seeing you swing in as Amaru. So I don't know what he's thinking with this. This is going to be so risky. Do I want to make a bet that it will not work? I'm not sure as of yet, mostly because they're probably going to try and use 9 flashbangs as their form of Candela. That's what it feels like. There we go. Concussions
I'll let
in.
you make a bet if you want, Harry.
Oh, he's going to go for the plant. They will use the concussions to stop them from hearing the rappel go in, and they have no idea. They have no idea, Parker, that Kano's in the site planting.
Oh, M80 doesn't need the timeout, Harry. They're just going to brawl their way through this. Yes, Surf dies right as the diffuser goes down, but that's as close to a 5v5 as you're going to get. Site control completely lost. We don't often see the Amaru pay off, but in this instance, Kino makes it work. Doesn't pick up a kill, but he lives long enough to get the job done. Now it's Merc trying to bait out time, trying to bait out a kill, but M80 are so stoic. They're not giving an inch. Not one bit. We talked about this being a game of inches. Well, Kino just took Kino just took several feet away from you. And they take the round. Match point for M80 on their own map.
Genius. Absolutely genius what they've went for. They've done a makeshift Ying, pretty much. They've utilized the concussions from Sophia, which you're probably thinking, oh, what are concussions going to do? That's not going to stop them from seeing you. No, but it stops the players from hearing the Amari go in. The main positions that players will sit in to hear an Amari swing in is where you see Surf and where you also see Packer saying. One in Janitors, one inside of Meeting, both of which can be concussed very easily from a player on the windows. That concussion goes in, they hear nothing, in goes the Amari, again they still hear nothing, and they're still concussed as that diffuser starts to get planted, so they don't even hear the audio cue for the diffuser go down. Genius, love it, absolutely love it.
Well, take your time out with you on match point. Ultimate Chad move here, because as we say, for those that are unfamiliar with the way that the timeouts work, Wildcard also have an opportunity to talk to their teammates and talk to their coach. So while they're the team that's on the razor's edge, they've actually been given a small, slight advantage by M80 calling this timeout. Of course, M80 do so with the understanding that they need to figure out how they're going to go about this attack. In terms of bomb sites being open, it's only that Locker's basement bomb site that's closed off for the defenders. And wouldn't you believe it? It's a Teller's Archives defense for Wildcard. And again, the last time there was a timeout, Wildcard immediately went to Teller's Archives and they won quite handily. Now, after another timeout, not called by them, but a timeout nonetheless, They're gonna go back to that same bomb site. They're gonna bring some different tools this time around.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Oh, and well, we know what's coming next. Someone leaves, and that means it's more of me and you, Parker.
A rehost. Beautiful stuff.
Always a fun one. 6-5 rehost. Just kind of builds the suspense a little bit. It's whenever something important is just about to happen. Oh, next episode. And you have to wait a week for the episode. It's horrible, that. And then we start having all the fan forums of, oh, what do you think's happened? Oh, well, I think this is going to happen. You know, theory crafting, all the videos start to get made, and it's just, wow, you know, can't wait for the next episode. You know, how will they defeat the Night King? Don't think anyone called that one.
The Night King?
Yep.
Is that a reference?
This little Game of Thrones.
Oh.
I did not watch
Game of Thrones.
Okay. I mean, I'll let chat judge you, not me.
Well, if I'd said that, if the series had ended at the 5th season, then I think people would have been upset. But as somebody who tries to stay culturally informed, especially pop culture, I can see how after that final season, people won't blame me. And in fact, some people might even celebrate the fact that I don't have any of those memories destroyed in my head by the end of Game of Thrones.
I get that, but some of the stuff is so worth it, though. It was. You just. I know people will say, "Oh, but they ruined the ending." I mean, just for all the build up to all the other episodes were just unbelievable.
As you can see in the top left corner, it's not a stat. What's the question? Who's taking bank? If you think that M80 will win this final round of regulation, win their 3rd round on attack, and take their own map 7-5, press 1 in the chat. If you think that Wildcard are the better team and that the defense has an inherent advantage on bank and we go to overtime, with Wildcard then ultimately winning it in overtime, because that's the only way that Wildcard's going to come out with the dub, type 2 in the chat. And don't forget, we're not going to endorse gambling, but you've got channel points that you've been saving up. Why not use them right now? If it's still open, I don't even know if it is. I don't
think so.
I don't really follow it. I'm not in the chat all that often.
Yeah, I don't think you have time. Because this game could have been over by now, you know? So it's like you don't let people, you know, take it back.
You know what I do have time for, Harry?
Hit me with it.
The Master Chief Elite skin. That's what I have time for, Harry.
You, Halo guy?
I bought an original Xbox for Halo Combat Evolved.
I'll take that as a yes.
Halo 2, I pre-ordered Halo 2 and Halo 3 back when pre-ordering actually meant something, and also back before games released horrendously broken.
Yep.
I don't pre-order anymore, but I did back then. Also because there was physical scarcity, right? If you didn't pre-order some of those games back then, you might actually have to wait a week or longer, God forbid.
Well, obviously I wasn't
without your fix.
You know, I wasn't around in the 80s whenever, you know, you were, you know, in your prime 20s. So
yes, Halo, the fabled 1980s game franchise.
That's it. You know, I mean, I was more talking about, you know, like Mario and stuff, which obviously you would have grown up with.
I did.
Things like that. Yeah.
You know, it's weird because Mario games are still being made. Technically, you also are growing up with them. Isn't that weird?
I mean, I guess.
That is strange, isn't it? That's so odd.
A little bit.
Let me finish my shameless sellout, okay? You too can be Master Chief in-game. The Sledge Elite, showcasing none other than the Spartan himself, Master Chief, is available in-game right now. Purchase it if you'd like or don't.
10 seconds to
you
insertion.
have full agency and autonomy. You choose what you want to do. I'm not your parent. Especially not yours.
Electrosensor on.
My parents.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
No, I like my dad. I like Paul. Paul's good. Paul watches all my casts and all the games.
He does. I remember you talking about him. And he gets to see front row whether Wildcard or M80 take this. Timeout is done. Rehost is done. We're back in the action. Again on Teller's Archives, the site that we are now reunited with after that short break.
Going live.
Wildcard absolutely outfoxed M80 the last time that this happened. Will they be foxy enough again this time to pull it off? M80 looked like a better team in the previous round, but that's just a small snapshot. And remember, they called their timeout, so M80 likely expected this bomb site and planned for it. Wildcard did too. Who's better at preparation, and more importantly, who's better at executing?
Once again, the Monty makes the appearance. I do, however, like where Kino is. He's going up spiral. This is the best position your Monty player can be in. Kino, you cannot get shot from behind. That's not going to happen this time around. You cannot get C4 from below. So everything is going in his favor before he even starts to do his thing as a Monty, which is call out all that information, start taking ground. He starts doing so. He clears the elevator, he clears the top, and look at the pressure. Whenever you have a Monty alive, look what it does to the defenders. It scares them off. It scares them away and into the crossfires of the players who are waiting for them. That is what we needed to see from M80. Sure, it came a little bit late, Parker, but as long as they get the win, that's all that matters.
Kino just needs to stay alive. He has not been particularly effective on this Monty, not particularly effective on this role, but he took no prisoners in round number 11, slingshotting his way into the site, getting the diffuser down under the noses of Wildcard, with the first pick going in M80's favor. That's humongous. There has only been a single round up to this point where the attackers have drawn first blood, and it was M80 on the previous round. Now Kino, who is not expired, not damaged goods, he's whole, and he's marching his way towards the bomb site. Iconic, a second kill. Spirits, no more. 3 players from Wildcard remain in the final 40 seconds. And Iconic, he can taste the blood in the air. Down goes Surf to Diaz. This action is coming whether Wildcard want it or not. Only 2 more kills to be found. Diffuser going down in the hands of Kino. Merc lit up by Diaz on rappel, and now he has to reposition. Slaughtered through the wall. Could a third flawless be found for M80 to send us away? No, Adam denies that, but that's all he gets. As a 3K from Iconic propel M80 towards victory. 7-5 on their own map.
Ah, very well played from M80. Finally, the Monty works. Kino stays alive just long enough to clear out the top floor, push everyone back into sight, and then M80 just do their thing. They go 1 map up.
That's it for map number 1. We got 1 more to go, maybe 2. But the way these teams played, I think we'll go all the way. Let's not delay in that case. We'll be right back.
안 돼, 여기서.
그 창문 쪽에 있던 인원이 잡혔다 보니까
왜 방패 안 풀지?
이거 궁지에 몰릴 수 있겠는데요. 와, 그래서 쭉쭉.
다리 안 맞았어요? 아, 권총도 장전 중입니다.
여기서 총알 없지 하고 미드 선수도 방패 들어갔네. 총은 없지만 칼은 있어요.
Pyro's holding a perfect position. He's detonated that Vulcan canister. That will ring out till the end of the round. And he's found a kill on Nate. 2 versus 2 presidents. He falls all up to Cairo to push into overtime. And Pinku's got no clue. Information on the red ping, but there is no time. Round the corner, Cairo.
Espera a passagem, olha a C4 do Erdina, garantindo a passagem, garante a eliminação, 3v2, virou tudo, 2v1, Felipox com a eliminação, Palu sozinho, vem pra cima, deu a bala, garantiu, vai tentar buscar, Palu!
And users just completely domes him. Surely we don't see another Batball 4K. He's on towards 3, Tim. It's just Nate left alive. And once again, M&M have let him bring this down to a 1 versus 1. Snaked his way in, sleuth beyond the defenses. And no one had any idea that he was coming. He's done a lot of damage. May well use his exothermic as a bit of a bait here as he works his way down the main stairs. Nate, at the very least, knows loosely where he is. Oh my God, Nate almost sidesteps into it. Flash over the top. Dancing around here at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for his man. Nate, what are you doing? God damn!
Also, Hat now down too, so Mr. B might be gone, but this player knows Spiff. Oh, it's all lining up, Spiff! 3 players standing in a row. He turns to the right and cuts down the 4th.
3 versus 3. Still a Montang to deal with. Gets up close. 15 seconds left, keeps him trapped in the corner. Oh, what a shot. 3 in the round again for Onigiri. 3 from 3, make it 4, make it an ace because he knows where the last player is.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes. And now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, we're a family, We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
There's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, got tired of losing to that guy, and he's just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret. You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
We always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. They took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like, so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're in there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass consulate and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
And just like that, M80 find themselves one single solitary map away from qualifying directly to Phase 2 for the major in Atlanta. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Laxing. So Wildcard now have a bit of a pickle. It was only a 7-5, relatively good performance. M80 made a couple mistakes, almost lost that bad boy. I think we still have a close series on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, this is M80's map pick going their way. I don't think Wildcard are in panic mode yet, but certainly a strong showing on Bank from M80. Those defenses to start us off, other than the top floor where they couldn't really be as mobile, they couldn't really have that same roam game, it felt like M80 were all over this game. So active out on the roam. Spoit hitting some great frags. Gomez supporting him very well in the early round. Just thought that the roam game was very, very difficult for Wildcard to tackle, and it was just M80's world.
I think for Wildcard on their end, I don't think they played bad by any means. I thought they played a really good game of Siege. There was a huge bounce back from the DZ game. I think what it really came down to some of those rounds is that round that we just saw right there, that post plant. If they would have won a couple of those gunfights right there, they would have been put in the driver's seat there. And then there were other rounds as well. It was just one singular gunfight that then gave up that certain piece of map control or that site control that M80 then ran away with, where again, if they just maybe won that gunfight, that would have again put them in that driver's seat to probably take that round, and I would have probably saw overtime.
Yeah, 6 opening picks in the first round, too, from M80. Just made it very, very difficult. And then the second half, they did bounce back. Wildcard, I thought themselves had some really solid defenses, but I think they just dug themselves in too big of a hole at the very start of that game.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And M80 was definitely punishing and collapsing on a lot of those mistakes that Wildcard was making. One of the beautiful rounds, I believe it was the CEO round where they had Kino fly in with the Amaru, and they used the stuns to force someone out of Janitor, but also had the nades also forcing the guy out of Janitor, and then use that cover up of the sound so Kino could go in for that plant. And I know we talk about Kino and him needing to step on certain areas, but you got to have players like that aren't scared to go in there, get the job done, take the risk of dying, and Kino does it beautifully.
So Jesse, you can take this one opportunity if you really feel like it to laugh at Laxing for saying that Wildcard was going to win.
I'm a bigger person than that, Jacob.
Wow.
I'm not a flip-flopper. I'm not a flip-flopper. So, I mean, at the end of the day...
What do you mean? You initially picked M80.
I know, but hold on. That's not the entire game. This is just one match. M80, I still believe, will take it all, but I wanted to give Wildcard the benefit of the doubt that they learned from their DZ game, which I like to say that they did. They performed a lot better from the DZ match. Sure. So, slow your roll, buddy boy.
Sure.
I didn't flip-flop. If we look at the last match, you were, I'm Sonics. I'm DZ.
I don't know, man. I heard a lot of gases from somebody who said that the team that was going to win didn't end up winning. But there's a bigger case to be made for map 2 because it's border. Jesse, remind me what Wildcard's record on this map was again in the regular season?
Jacob, Wildcard on border were a clean 3 straight wins in a row before teams finally smartened up and started banning this against them.
Jeez, so Lax, what on earth? I mean, if M80 is a good border team, they do like it, but if Wildcard are on an undefeated streak here, anything immediately stand out to you that they need to do to catch M80 off guard and actually win their own pick?
I think it's just going to come down to really keeping up that aggression that they need to keep bringing, making sure they're working together, stay on foot on the gas, and not let up at any point, because letting M80 get that round, get that ground, win those specific gunfights, it's not going to look great.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I think a big thing that M80 need to do is also not let their own foot off the gas like they did a couple of times in that Bank matchup. So here's Jesse with a breakdown.
A wise man once said that Einstein once said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I want to talk about Kino and I want to talk about the Monty. At the very beginning here, this is going to be the 2 rounds I want to highlight, which are the basement defenses from Wildcard. Now, to start things off, this is, you might need to focus in on this. This is a tough point to see, but if we zoom in right here, in case you missed it, this is a C4. Inside of open area, going up towards stock, Kino on the Monty. It's a C4 being launched by Surf, of course, who's playing the Warden in the early roam here in open area. And it goes pretty well for him. He tosses the C4. Here's the Monty above him because Monty, he's a loud guy. Beautiful C4 that goes on through. 3 rounds pass. We see Wildcard repeat the exact same site. And what do? Well, we know Kino is on the Monty. We know he's headed towards stock. Okay, and well, there is somebody down below, okay, but, I'm sure it'll go better this time around. M80, they're doing their best to clear top floor, just like they always do. It's the same old take. We're swinging into top floor. Kino is moving forward. We're doing really well. He dies to a C4 from Surf. Surf is still inside of open area. Oh. It's the exact same round. Round 10, the exact same result coming through from Kino. These are the Monty mistakes that we noticed, and they win the map anyways, so maybe not the biggest deal, but still still the exact same position, the exact same way to die. Not exactly what you want to see from M80. But they won the map anyways, and Wildcard now get to go play their favorite map in the entire pool. For map 2 to stay alive, we have Intero and Demo to head us to border for map 2 of this series.
Well, Harry, it would only be fitting that Wildcard prevail and we go onward to Clubhouse. But there's at minimum 7 rounds that need to be played between these teams. On the line for M80 right now as they come in up 1-0. It's a spot at the Atlanta Major. Already one team from North America has qualified. Wildcard hoping for that second team to be them, but in order to do that, they're going to need to essentially reverse sweep M80. If not, they go down to the lower bracket and have one more opportunity tomorrow. Do we get there? Does Wildcard push us to Clubhouse, or do they have a date with Destiny and one more shot as M80 move to the Atlanta Major? Let's find out. Border between these two teams, the operator bands will roll in.
No surprise, see the Ying, strong operator. Both teams will like to use and abuse that as best as they can, but Wildcard thinking, hey, maybe M80's a little bit better at us on the Ying than what we are. Last time they played each other was on Border, and Wildcard did end up taking that victory. It was a really hard-fought victory for Wildcard, but they dug in against M80, and they were able to take that win. Blitz, another ban comes in, no surprise as well. Again, very strong in the meta. Mira being the third ban. And I assume probably you're looking at either your Solus or your Azamis here as your fourth ban. That's my guess.
Wildcard's ban, they'll take care of the Azami. They liked the Solus last time around. They liked her a lot. 2 of the operator bans remaining the same. Ying and Azami banned out by Wildcard in both matches. They've got their bans dialed in. Some flexibility from M80. They don't like the blitz. They want to keep it off the board. That's fine. The Mira ban is not odd. It's not unconventional.
No.
But we've only seen 2 Mira bans out of all of the maps played in Stage 2. She is far from a popular ban, but she will dramatically influence the way that Border is played. So getting rid of her means that now you can't actively defend Armory Wall the same way. It means you can't extend up to Fountain the same way that you would if the bomb site is below you. So many ways that those black mirrors can be applied, especially that Tellers and Bathroom bomb site down below. Without her, information will need to be gathered another way, or not gathered at all, and instead you'll just have to play maybe a bit more secure and farther back.
Yeah, Mira's not too much of an issue in Border. I think that most of the positions that are good for her are still pretty easily cleared with just normal utility. A nade could be tossed in, so it's not the the biggest operator that you have to ban. Sure, you want to ban it as a little bit of comfort for M80. By all means, go for it. But in no way should it be the insta ban. A little piece of barbed wire there for anyone who might be interested. Oh, why is he placed that there? If you're playing inside a CCTV room, just that little sound cue that stops anyone pushing up that long outside corridor and have that early swing into CC door. It just gives you that little bit of information just before the gunfights happen. So that's why he's placed that there. Because naturally you would expect to see a Doc play in that position. CC is quite an open room that we have. A lot of different angles you can get into break room, for example. You can hold back those attackers. So having those stim pistols works quite the charm. A bit of early engagement. How on earth is a Finka in the site?
We're 45 seconds into the round and 4 people are dead. Make that 5 by Kino. Merc still roaming, but Iconic is getting the diffuser down. He can't do anything about it. He's going to rely on the remainder to get in there. He is miles away. There's an E1D to go. Adam dies. Iconic back in. They've got some pings. They've got some information. Iconic needs to come to the rescue, and there it is. Wildcard get the first 2 picks, but then M80 get the rest.
I don't even know. I'm guessing that Iconic has came in through sandwich window. That has to be what he's went for, because there's no other way I'm seeing a Finka kill somebody on Armory Wall from behind. There's no way that's happening naturally. Yeah, M80 have rushed Armory without Ying on the board and without Blitz on the board. That is pretty unheard of rushing with a pretty bland team comp as itself. You have a Finka and a Lion really as the two rushing operators, but everything else was pretty run-of-the-mill. But somehow they've just caught Wildcard flat-footed. Wildcard did not react well enough. Diaz played such an important part. The fact that he stayed alive during all of that, just sat in the window, is crucial. So crucial for that round to work, because he cuts off the bombs. Like, we've seen him get 2 kills from that window alone.
My. Well, it was a swing and a miss for the defense as they get absolutely overrun and mobbed by M80, and now the second attempt on attack, an attempt being the key word here, because every single attack is an attempt. If you don't attempt, the defense wins. That's the way this game works. It's going to be this bathroom bomb site. Again, this is going to be played out very differently with this Mira ban, and most teams do not ban Mira at this point. So, M80 banning the Mira, they must know something. Wildcard has played this map 3 times in Stage 2. They've always banned the Ying and the Azami. These are their comfort bans, and additionally, they're the 2 most banned operators on attack and defense. So, why not? Again, the Azami ban will change the way that you go about defending this map, but she's banned so frequently that, well, we tend to see more defenses without her than we do with her.
It's good. Utility from Gomez, just picking apart any bits of utility that he can. Kino, it's the EMP, the closet wall, and now Spoit will open it up, just eliminates any mute jammer that may be on there. And all that's going to do is not necessarily an angle that M8 is going to play off, it's more of just a phantom angle that realistically nobody from M8 is going to go near, but Wildcard always have to be scared of that. And Spirits now, you can see his position, he can no longer play as loosely as he would want to. He's now trapped in a corner, but little does he know, no one's actually there holding him.
Here goes the Bravo with the Finka on the board. Spoit inside a CCTV, gunfire raining out, and towards top east, M80 will look. They draw out Merc, but he wins that fight. That's a brave fight for him to take, but if there's anybody who's got guts to do it, it's Merc. Kino can't get himself in position for the follow-up. Instead, it's Spoit to claim that player of Wildcard. Gomez goes down, Kino as well. The T5s working out in spades for Packer and Adam. Now M80 will need to stare down a 2v4 with 1 minute left on the clock.
They've been here before, plenty of times in Bank. They were in these positions where they just had to try and play for the kills. I love that rotation from Packer. Went up East stairs to try and support his teammates, and he found a kill because of it. Spoit gets one back, but 3 more to find. He has to do. That's on the menu. Spoit peeking in now. Top waiting is where he lies. Guman will give his position away, but nobody from Wildcard are upstairs to try and collapse on that. They themselves have rotated back into the safety of the bomb site, and Spoit has to go hunting for all the kills himself.
Well, he takes some damage in the process. The diffuser will taunt him as he's not going to have any ability to get this thing down, especially when you look at how fast that clock is just falling away. I mean, you're an immensely talented player, but the odds are just so much against you. There's really not that much you can do. Wildcard showing some patience, but then Spirit's getting restless. Final pick goes for Wildcard, and would you know it, the tie game. Back and forth. I don't see either team running away with this map from the first 2 rounds, but there's still time left.
I think it's going to play very similar to what we've seen the last time they came up against each other in Border, where it was such a close game. 8-6 was the scoreline for Wildcard in that matchup. I love that first kill for Merc. Just swing them before they swing you. That was really the mentality for Merc. As we know, Merc, the experience this guy has on such a young team like Wildcard is immense to have for a team that really has been the surprise factor throughout the league. Nobody expected Wildcard to do this well. I mean, Wildcard, if you had told us a few weeks ago they'll be 1 game away from getting into the major, you know, that's monumental for that team.
Absolutely. I like these doc picks. Okay, I'm going to ask you. You have to be the expert today. I'm going to make you Nick.
I don't want to be Nick. I want to be me.
Too bad. You don't want to be two-time world champion, I understand. What is it with all the docks that we're seeing on this map? What do you think it is, Harry?
Mostly because this top floor, you try and hold about 80% of it as a defense. You'll open up the rotates in towards Brazil, rotates in towards Fountain. You'll have somebody playing in towards the sandwich wall inside of Office. All of those positions are just, they're set up for engagements. And having that extra health, so you can just keep taking those gunfights over and over again is great. And also, if anyone does get naded, for example, and does get downed, that Doc is going to have a lot of long angles you can get picked up on. If you get naded from Sandwich, Doc can revive you from 90 so easily. That's why Doc's really good, because you can get the stims in, revive from a distance, and also you have a 1.5x to challenge onto some of these longer angles, as we can see that Spirits is displaying right now.
They got that self-sustained too. The one thing that we always referred to as when Finka was on the board and you'd see a fair bit of Thunderbird was chip damage, right? I mean, if you're engaging with all of those nades from below and they're not aimed particularly well, then you're going to survive but be walking wounded. That's when those operators pay incredible dividends, and depends on the meta that you're in. Right now, it is a very frag-heavy meta. Lots of duels, TDM meta, some will call it. If you're not getting an outright kill, then the staying power from an operator like Doc is humongous.
That's why we've seen Fabian retire, obviously.
Because he can't get kills.
Exactly. To be fair, he has asked to join my rank stack, so I don't know if he's going for a midlife crisis or whatever it is going on with him. You know, maybe his feeble mind is starting to take from him of what he is, but. You know, it's, yeah, I worry whenever I see that message come in. I'm more than happy to have him, of course, but, yeah, just check up on him, Park, if you could. Just give him a phone call, make sure he's okay.
Wildcard getting on the board, taking no prisoners. They've been deprived of a flawless round so far. M80's had no problems with them. All it takes is one last player. Can Wildcard pull it off with Iconic charging up towards top east? Yes, they can. Flawlessly done for their second round in a row, and Wildcard take the lead on their map.
Yeah, it just came down to gunfights. Very similar to the last round. It wasn't a case of MA trying to go for an execute and struggling with executes. They just couldn't even get things going in the first place because the players were swinging. Wildcard were winning their 1v1s, winning their engagements. I will say, though, that the last time they played against each other, both sides did take a 4-2 half on defense. So this is the better side for both teams respectively. And it does look as if we're edging closer to seeing a similar scoreline of a 4-2 as it stands. But I think in a map like Border, if the game gets away from you and you let your opponent start to build up more rounds, like if we're dealing with like a 5-1 half, I don't even see M80 coming back from that stage. I think the game's gone. On a map like Border, it is so punishing where it does revolve a lot around kills. It is so different to a lot of the other maps that we have in the pool. Kills really make or break this map. It's not so much about the strats because it is so chaotic. You can't really prep for chaos. So it's just about who plays better on their day.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds.
Very much enjoy the chaos that comes with a good border.
Yep.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
This is an operator that doesn't emerge all that often, but is excellent for denying intel and equally for gaining it for your team. As we heard that pest fired out of the launcher by Adam, proving to successfully grab a drone. Mozzie on the board. Deny M80 greater information, and that's been a struggle for M80 on the 2 rounds that they lost, was intel gathering. Yeah, they get in, but they don't get out. And whether it be a Solus on the board, whether it be a Mozzie on the board, in this case, Wildcard is running both. Solus has actually been a huge part of Wildcard's defenses so far. A mute on the board as well.
It's a lot of denial. I will say that I think Atom's pick is probably, he's just been told by his team, oh, just you're roaming, just play what you're comfortable with. I think the Mozzie as an operator is quite a safety pick for a lot of teams. I think the Ronin is certainly one of those guns that is, if you like it, you really like it. If you don't, you don't. It's kind of like Marmite almost, where it's either you like it or you don't. So I think for Adam, he's just happy enough playing that operator, happy with the gun 1.5x, can go for those 1v1 engagements, very, very good in that. Can't really do much aside from 1v1s, just because the ammo capacity is not the strongest on that weapon. But at the moment for M80, you can see them starting to set up a little bit more reserved for M80 this time around, but they still lose the first blood nonetheless. Point got ahead of himself. That's a couple of times now where him on the ace has been picked off first, and you kind of wonder, okay, you're trying to make Spoit into a much more flexible player than just the kind of brain-dead Iana player that we're used to seeing him be as times have come. But yeah, certainly a bit worrying to see him get picked off on the support operator.
Yeah, this has been a great start for Wildcard, and honestly, go back to Bank. Only 2 rounds where the attacking team has drawn blood first through this entire series. It's defender's paradise at this point. At least it was. Just because you get that first pick is no guarantee of the remainder of the round. Wildcard learning that the hard way as they give up the advantage that was hard-earned by their roamers. Now, M80 stares down the sight. Just under a minute.
Device planted.
What do they have to face? Merc on Castle, Surf on Solus. What information does M80 have? They're going to be deprived of information. Neither Iconic nor Diaz have any drones remaining, so instead, they're going to have to play off their own abilities, and Iconic's task is going to be very challenging as there's a bulletproof camera staring him down. Diaz wasting time trying to get an angle on it from above. But if he can't do this, all it's doing is giving more opportunities for Wildcard to push into the site. Iconic will go for it anyway. He's relying completely on Diaz to hold this. Merc doesn't have a way on in. There's the drop. Diaz versus Merc. Merc wins the duel. Iconic now trying to stick it out of there, and he does so. Now Surf could fly out the window. What does he want to do? Iconic. Here's Merc on it. Iconic's a little bit too good at Surf to fly out, but Iconic is Iconic for a reason, and it lives up to that namesake, tying the game.
As much as Iconic has done so well to get that clutch, the biggest issue for Wildcard was their own setup. That castle barricade still stuck on that ventilation door was the killer for Wildcard because it went in favor of M80. In that one occasion where it works in favor of the attackers, that is a perfect showing. That doorway cannot be held from above. So where Nomad was, on the vertical angles, on the hatch, you cannot stop somebody running from bottom metal into that corridor without dropping the hatch yourself and exposing yourself to stop that player from swinging the doorway. The castle barricade has locked the castle out of his own sight. The defuse was able to get down, and as soon as that diffuser goes down in that window, it is so difficult to retake from the defense. Sure, I think they probably could have timed their jump out a little bit better. I have to question sort of why he didn't jump out way before, you know, that kill happened. But still Iconic, he can only play what's in front of him, and what's in front of him is a very well-played 1v2.
I mean, things looked real grim there, especially when you made a noise. I think it was a gasp.
I seen the castle barricade.
Camera.
That was it. I seen the castle barricade. That's what I seen. And that's where I was like, oh dear. I knew straight away that's going to bite them in the back.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
both
bomb.
of these teams showing strengths and weaknesses. This has been a very chaotic order so far. 3 bomb sites emerging, Armory, Bathroom, Armory again, and then Vents. It'll be another crack at Bathroom for Wildcard, where they were ultimately successful. Their first defense, and that's where their winning ways began.
10 seconds to go.
You look at the lineup, and previous time that this bomb site was played, it was Packer and Adam from longer range. Again, that T5 is a great gun to engage. Is it a great gun to use in engagements because it has limited recoil, high rate of fire, good damage. Up until recently, Adam had the 1.5 on that Oryx, but it's been shuffled around, as you and I actually talked about in our very first map. We don't need to rehash that. But M80's struggles were over towards the Armory side of the map, even though the bomb site couldn't be farther on border away. M80 looked like their first opportunity was going to come inside a CCTV to gain some map control, but they very quickly fall off and are now repositioning.
Drone is active.
Missing a few nades for M80. That's probably the only issue I would have with their lineup. It is the lack of nades. I would like to see... I like to see 2 sets of nades on border just because I think they're so strong. There's a lot of different positions where if you can lock down like a window, for example, archives, you then kind of trap defenders in corners. That's the perfect opportunity to start utilizing nades and clearing those players out of those hard to get positions. So certainly not bringing any. It's a bold strategy. It certainly is, but knowing M80, they would have went through this a lot of the time. They've obviously went for this lineup before. They have a specific idea, and it looks like the specific idea, Parker, is just go direct. They're taking about 20% of the map here. They've took E stairs, and they're looking to open up this single wall and just plant inside a B. That's all they're going for.
He can cut off the cross as well. Kino will crouch his way in. You just have to be concerned with whether those walls are soft, leading all the way into B. Kino getting the diffuser to the halfway point as Wildcard will need to address this. A nice shot by Iconic. Down goes Gomez. The timer will dramatically shorten as Iconic's attempt upstairs does not work out. Adam gets 2 of them. Goodness. And now Packer hops on the diffuser. Diaz rushing on in. It's all up to Spoit to save it. And he goes huge. He's out-dueled. It's a mess! Again, a goddamn mess! Wildcard, though, in the scramble, come out on top.
Oh my goodness. Adam upstairs. I don't know how he's killed the 3rd player. Whoever the Dokumi was, whoever it was, we'll find out here in a minute when the replays come in. But that is some serious fraud watch, whoever that Dokumi is. You need to be getting that kill back. He's killed 2 players already. You can't let him get the 3rd. Spoit Ben almost has the triple lineup on 3 of the defenders. Jesse J. Chick has snitched. It was Kino. So Kino, Jesse snitched you. It was him. He stitched you up. Oh, what a mess. I mean, I love the attempt from M80. They move in, they try and ignore everything. They have the nomads, the gridlocks, everything set up. So if a retake does come in, they put themselves at the best advantage. And then Adam just runs through it all. Oh, what a round. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Have another look at it here now as things go quite well. Iconic on the board first. Adam dances around him. There's a boarding party on the top stairs. Spoit comes in and very narrowly gets what could have been a humongous 3K, and you got to appreciate the spray transfer. When you look at that bomb site, you're going to be extending up over the site. You want to hold office and you want to hold found. That's usually 2 players. You might have somebody playing over by armory. Maybe they're playing downstairs in workshop if there's a rotation to the bathroom. It's very commonplace for a team to have somebody sit on the bomb site too. One where you saw Kino get the defuse off, usually there's somebody playing in there. No, not this time. Why? Because you've got a reinforcement, you've got the castle barricades. You think that by the time they approach that part of the map, you're going to be able to get back in and defend it on a retake. That was the thinking by Wildcard. Ultimately, they were successful, but it did not come without any risk, and it certainly didn't come easy. They pull out the win nonetheless, and now this very final defense will go back upstairs for Wildcard, and I am just tickled pink to see what the Amaru is capable of for M80.
Specchio active. Looking for intel.
M80 been known to play that faster style of siege if they need to. And I wonder what the surprise is this time around. I'm probably guessing that might be a hatch play from Diaz. He certainly could try and rotate below and go up in towards the Archives hatch. That could be an option for them. But getting, I think, the clear out from office is probably the main issue that M8 are going to deal with. Wildcard have been, I think, just lightning fast with being able to hold office specifically. I think in towards the armory side, in towards CC is a little bit more shaky, but certainly office has been you shall not pass territory for M80. They're not allowed to get in without going through, you know, I look at Adam, for example. He's played a blinder so far, and certainly him as the Wamai can stop a lot of the utility. It's a good position to put him in.
Activated.
Kino, obviously, those numbers are not pretty for him on Bank, and on Border, they're not looking much better either, but he is an incredibly important part of this team in the roles that he plays. This time on Ace, even if he dies. The bigger
Gosh.
issue will be that he drops the diffuser case, but all the Selmas have gone off. Oh, iconic! Almost losing the fight to Spirits. Wow, that is that's pretty close. Now it's Packer to fall. M80 drawing blood first. They lose iconic, and then they lose Kino, who just charges down the hallway. Merc punishes him for it. Merc still taking up space inside of office. Diffuser out of reach for M80. With the final 30 seconds upon us, they have to make a decision. Kills or objective play, and they have to decide very quickly.
P4 gets tossed out. Diaz does side foot that for the meantime. Has the shotgun in hand. Can't take them down, and there's close engagements. Gomez, a great shot on the Merc's head. Eliminates him, and Adam, who has just kind of been sat in the corner for the majority of the round so far, he's actually played really well because he just has to sit in a passive position, can play off the information getting fed through. There goes the word with the glasses, cannot get flash. Oh, the jump over shot, but Adam just stands tall, and gets 2 of them. What? Adam, he just stood in the corner, and that he just had to wait for it. He can't even believe he's won that either.
Just sloppiness from M80. They have proven through all 6 of these rounds that when the scramble comes down, they struggle to recover. Look no further than the most previous round that we just played, the most recent round. They try to take top east. They get into the site. Kino goes get diffusion down. It gets real ugly up top. You just keep filtering players up there. It doesn't work out for you. This time, you don't have a ton of info. I get it. You vault over half wall. You take the engagement, buy the lockers, you get the pick, but you got the diffuser in a position where you can safely plant it. Plant it, post up, hold the angle. You don't need to over-engage in that way. This is right here is what I'm talking about. Why are you both swinging? Gomez and Spoit were swinging together, looking for the trade. I get it. Go back, get that diffuser planted. You lose one, and it puts Gomez in that unenviable position where he has to go for the final pick with 2 seconds on the clock. You're never winning that. Adam additionally did not need to swing it either. He very much could have just sat and waited. If he'd lost that engagement, then we would have been yelling about Adam doing that. You could have just waited. The timer was on your side. But both teams reacting to a lack of information as so many of these rounds broke down in that first half. I will say this, wild card on all 6 rounds, either getting the first pick or trading back immediately. Now, there were a lot of rounds where the first pick would actually be the first 3 picks. No way. All right. I don't even need to speak. M80 gets the first pick this round on a bit of a puzzling engagement, but Merc was obviously feeling one. And Gomez will humble him.
We got the 4-2 scoreline that we kind of expected we'd see, just based on recent history between both of these sides. So M80, they'll be more than happy to get off the attack and onto the defense, their preferred side. Wildcard, losing Merc right off the rip is not going to help them in their campaign of getting an early attack round in against this M80 side. And Adam on the window lets himself be known. Maybe if you waited just a little bit longer, you could have seen Gomez slip into his vision. Preemptively fires, and oh no, not another one. Another player just ran in by himself and meets the same fate. Diaz trying to hold on to that long outside corridor, but Adam wants nothing to do with it. So Wildcard suffer 2 early kills against them, and now they have to try and come back from a position that is not looking healthy for them.
The defenders can just sit and wait at this point. Don't get too antsy. That, to me, is the bigger issue. Teams, especially with hot hands and good gunners, they can get a little bit restless. Even as experienced as M80 is, they can commit those same mistakes. Big play by Gomez as Adam is good for a single kill. Talked about why is the dock being played. Look at that. Gomez has now survived 2 separate engagements and is back at full HP. Very advantageous. Kino seals the deal, though, with those final 2 kills. That round was over long ago. There was no real comeback potential and no reason for us to overhype Wildcard. M80 strike on their first defense. They have brought the game within a single round.
It's a quick one for sure, and didn't really take any positives from Wildcard, and in that round it was all M80. Good news is Armory is now locked out for M80 in the next 2 rounds, so certainly Wildcard can have a dig at maybe some of the more weaker sites. But I don't know, I think every bomb site on Border is pretty strong for the defense. Even if you look towards custom, we've seen teams get pretty creative in terms of how they hold customs these days. I think with Castle up, there's always an option for that bomb site to be played, but just because the stakes are on the line for M80 at the moment, I'd be surprised if we see them go there.
Well, not today. Benson Workshop. I need to pull numbers, which is why we have our good friend Jesse J. Chick.
You say good friend.
10 seconds to insertion.
I consider Jesse a good friend, yeah, just as I do with you, Harry, despite the banter back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Jesse and it's just he's the guy I sometimes play games with. You know?
I don't even get that satisfaction.
He's more of a gaming
I don't even get to game
buddy
with Jesse.
Could he be my buddy?
Feelings.
Can I use the term buddy instead of friend?
What's the distinction you're drawing here?
Colleague has been another one that's just been tossed out there as well.
Colleague is so insincere and devoid of emotion and kinship, which is the whole point of friendship.
I mean, he's a friend from work. That could be another one,
I suppose.
Jesse's just messaged me and said he's not my buddy. So
not your buddy guy.
That's literally what he said.
That's from South Park. It's a very famous quote. Well, maybe not famous, but if you like South Park, it definitely is. Speaking of Jesse, why I brought this up. Prior to this game, Wildcard had a 75% win rate on Border attack. That's Wildcard on attack. Where they are right now. They were not successful in their very first attack, but the second time around, they get rid of Spoit early on. Merc is good to find his own way in. He's feeling the ash. This is an operator, and with a loadout that he is exceptionally familiar with, the reinforcement will work against M80 as they've lost a part of this top floor. Diaz under drone. There goes one of the Onaclones as well, and oh, he's out-muscled by Adam. Wildcard in excellent shape with half the round to go. They're in a 5v2.
Not looking good for M80. Wildcard have just took the map piece by piece, slowly grinding out kills as they move through it. And Iconic looking to rotate in towards blue. A trade happens between Kinos and Spirits. And now only 4 players remain that Iconic needs to find, every single one of them, if he wants to get this clutch, and he's doing it well. With not the greatest of weapons, the UMP, and doesn't even get a gunfight. Adam straight on the money, pushes in through blue, finds Iconic, and well, that's the first attack. And once again, M80 are still 2 rounds behind.
Just got to maintain that pace. Wildcard, if they can win their 2 rounds early, it will put a huge amount of pressure onto the shoulders of M80 to keep pace. But one thing I will say, Bank was as close as you can get without needing overtime. Border is not shaping up to be that map right now, which doesn't surprise me with this map and the way these teams have played. This has been one of the more high-octane matches that we've seen in Stage 2. Now, both of these teams have had brief periods of explosiveness in their previous matchups, but now you see them colliding, and really, it might not be the most spectacular match that we've witnessed. Go back to DZ versus Sonics and the back and forth that ensued between them in their best of 3, and now look at this. And yeah, you can very easily say, well, this is a very inelegant border. This is a chaotic, a hectic border.
10 seconds to go.
But there always has to be that one Hell in a Cell map, whether it was Coastline, whether it was old Oregon, whether it's now border. Things change, and it doesn't need to be sophisticated Siege to be entertaining. I do like that we are constantly seeing non-stop action, non-stop kills, so much so that what is typically very strong spectating has become an almost impossibility because not even the best spectator on the planet can control a camera so suitably for what we're witnessing between these teams, because it's been unpredictable and it's been real messy.
That's just border. It equals chaos. That is the map incarnate. M80 are going to go for a different approach now with the defense. They're going to look for a very top-heavy hold of this bathroom side. You see the castle be brought in. They're going to be setting up mostly towards east. That's going to just slow down Wildcard ever so slightly, but they shouldn't have any issues with the fact that they have an Ash. You can clear away those castle barricades from range. Spoit holding on to top Mel. His wall also going to be opened up. So I do like the approach from Wildcard. It's open up the first layer, so open up the reinforced walls, open up the castle barricades, start forcing M80 backwards. Oh dear. Things that you don't want to see.
A Wildcard have just put themselves up very comfortably for what could be a 6-3 score line as they pick off Spoit. You've got Kino doing better than his usual numbers, but you've got Spoit doing quite poorly. By the way, Wildcard are just in the site now.
He just jumped in. Nobody's home.
Spirits just walked in. Down goes Merc. Bathroom not cleared out. Spirits will trade it back, not before. One has died. M80 still holding onto this position from above, but at some point they will need to head downwards. Diaz has a good read on 2 separate players. He's hopeful that he can get there in time, but not before Kino perishes. Diaz in a 1v2. Wildcard making a brisk pace.
No
Clubhouse
diffuser.
looking more and more likely. Is match point on the table, or can Diaz pull this one off? 1 minute left for Diaz to win this 1v2. A Wildcard, no, Harry.
Oh, they do. Yellow pings. I mean, there's a Valkyrie camera to try and support Diaz on East, so it will give him some viable information. If he can position himself into maybe an off angle that nobody from Wildcard's going to check, and this could work out really well. Will pre-fire gives himself away, and both of them doubling up. I like that from Wildcard. And all shots go back and forth, but Diaz comes out worse end of that. Will drop into sight now, but surely it's just a matter of time before they find him. He's going to sprint across, catches a glimpse. That information will be fed through, because I'm pretty sure they've seen him. And down goes in. Diaz just has to try and stay alive. IQ pushing. Shots go back and forth, back and forth. How many bullets are left? The pistol comes in, and Diaz! A mega clutch out of nowhere! How? Oh my days.
It's so easy, Harry, to focus on the wrong that gets done, but in that instance, it's the right that Diaz does. Holy smokes, the way he plays that. Positioning upstairs, getting the first pick, buying time. Yes, Kino dies. But then going through top east, getting the pick, running back, aggressing, droned out, dropping through the hatch, and hiding in the bathroom, not exactly giving them full information. First pick to get the down onto Spirits, and then the final play in a position where he just needs to waste time. There's ice in the veins of Diaz. There isn't a better way for him to have played that clutch, and he pulls it off. It didn't even need Wildcard to make mistakes because Diaz was just that good and what almost certainly should have been a 6-3. Likely flushing out M80's timeout, putting them on the ropes, has now injected new life into the veins of this M80 team.
10 seconds to go.
Timeout still intact, game still intact, and M80 can very easily win one more round, tie the game, and completely change the trajectory of Border.
There's one point in every map where there's a moment that you know just changes what the game is. And that is the moment for this game, by far. That is a tilt fiesta in the Wildcard house. It has to be. There's no way they're going to be happy with that. But this is where the mentality needs to stay strong for Wildcard. You've lost a round. Get over it. Go next. Go next. You're not out of it. You're still winning. You're still in a relatively good position. Just focus on your next attack. Do not worry about what's happened. That's in the past. You cannot change that. They go to Armory. They struggled big time against M80. Last time they were here, M80 had a field day. Didn't really have to do anything flashy. Wildcard just came to them and let them kill them.
Drone activated.
I'm deploying a drone.
Wow. Glaz emerges on the side of Wildcard as they change things up. No need for a timeout for them to settle this down. Wildcard have been very quietly assembling a decent amount of opening picks through this entire series. Maybe not quietly. In my count, M80's only hit the board once for the first time.
Oh,
M80 dropping like flies, though. Wildcard saying, you know what, we'll let you have the clutch, but you're going to have to fight us for every single inch of this map. Iconic last man standing. We're again only halfway through, and there's Adam with the super shorty. This match could have been over. Diaz, the only one keeping his team in the previous round, clutching out. Wildcard very much still in control. Clutch be damned.
That was a great example of some of the issues that you will find on Border if you don't defend it properly. The way Border sets up with the defenders in certain positions, it's almost set up like Jenga. If one piece falls, the whole thing goes kaput. And a perfect example of that is they lost their dock in CC. You lose that dock, you then lose control of East. You lose control of Long Corridor. That's where Merc was able to walk in and find the player in office by surprise. That's a great way just to show that you need to be ready to adapt if one player falls in a certain position. And I'm really surprised that M80 did not react to that. You should know against a team like Wildcard, where you're up against players like Merc, where if they see a bit of space and they see an opportunity, they will take that. They need to react more. You lose Gomez, you need to be able to fill that hole.
Seconds remaining.
I was trying to think of a witty pun that also didn't come across as profane. Did not arrive.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
I mean, sometimes, you know, delivery services are slow. Sometimes deliveries are slow. Maybe you'll get it, you know, in a couple of weeks. It might come to you. But then we'll never cast again. So sadly, that'll never happen.
Never say never.
That's true. Never thought we'd be here.
It's only been like 3 times in the span of 6.5 years or something like that. So, you know.
Yeah, like the Olympics, pretty much. That's what
Actually,
we are.
I do think that I just surpassed. I'd actually have to find the date of my very first broadcast. I think it might be close to the 6-year anniversary, but
I'll find it. Give me 2 seconds.
Reloaded.
I think it's on Wikipedia. Anyway, we have a match to cast. And staring down the barrel of defeat on this map, M80 get pick number 1. Goodbye to the ace, goodbye to the only hard breacher on the board. Wildcards still have tools at their disposal. They've got 3 smokes on the board and an operator who will excel from that shrouded position in the glass. But killing is not the only thing that you need. You need the strategy that comes with it. I have to imagine that the fixation on this glass, 2 rounds in a row from Wildcard now, likely center around that office bomb site. There goes a smoke, and yes, indeed. Spirits walking up to Archives, steps into Goo Mine. There's a Valk cam there. They get information and a ping from below. Diaz will have the 1.5 at his disposal. Down goes Merc. Suddenly, Harry, M80 very much in this game.
Yeah. See what happens whenever you keep players alive. It locks out Wildcard. They can't do the same thing as what they were doing previously. And I think Wildcard, they've relied a lot on Merc making ground for them, making that space so then everyone else can capitalize. And for the most part, has been on cleanup duty. He hasn't really, I would say, played aggressive to say, but he's just found kills where you least expect them and has been really keeping M80 on his toes. He's 18-5, for goodness sake. That is a real standout for Wildcard to take away, as Adam has played out of his skin. But maybe more of his teammates need to try and get on board and do similar things of what he's doing. Spirits on the glass. He's looking to swing in with that bearing. Adam trying to find that dock. They should know where he is. They've got a live ping on him. Gomez battling back and forth with Gumine in the foot of Adam. Will slow him down momentarily, but with 30 seconds to go, he's going to have to try and form 4 kills, but I don't think he can do it. And no, he will not. Diaz, a quick swing from Metal. M80 still in the fight.
And they stay alive. They keep their prospects up. The comeback begins 1 round at a time. The first half, dominant for Wildcard. They won 4 rounds. They did so by winning 2 sets back to back. It's been back and forth for the entire second half. M80 have not won consecutive rounds at all on Border so far. They need to do that in order to stay in this game. If they drop round number 12, they go out by the same score line that the very first map ended on, which is 7-5. everything goes according to plan in that case. You win your map 7-5. You get a close contest between the teams, showing that they're evenly matched, but you pick the map. You win at 7-5. That's as close as your opponent can get without overtime. All is well and good in the world. You go to Clubhouse. Does that happen, though? We don't know. That's what you have to try to figure out. And Wildcard have called their timeout to try to settle the team down, to try to gain an upper hand over their opponents. Saw how communicative M80 was during that timeout. They've got a good support staff around them. What can they gain from the timeout?
September 26th, Parker, just for your reference.
Really?
Yeah.
So that was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was my day off.
There you go. That was the first time. And for a bonus point, can you name the match?
Yeah, first match was Rogue versus WBG, and then second match was Most Wanted versus Elevate.
Oh, he's good. Oh, he's very good.
I'll never forget.
Mm-hmm.
I will never forget sitting down at that desk in Poland for the first time. So 6 years and a single day ago, my first professional Rainbow Six broadcast.
And
I don't put much stock in dates and stuff like that. It doesn't really trouble me, so I genuinely didn't even know what day it was.
I mean, the rest was history. You know, after that, that was
That's
it.
very nice of you, and I appreciate that immensely.
Can't get rid of you. As hard as we've tried, you're still here. You know,
you take a nice moment, and then you have to make it so rude.
That's that's me. You know, that's who I am, and we can't change that. You know, let's see if we can change Wildcard into a team that can win a map. Let's see if they can do it. 1 round is all they need, but M80 are hungry for it. M80 are gonna want to try and pull this into OT and give them the best chance they can. They've just taken the 2-0 in the series, and off they pop to Atlanta as quick as they can. Spirits, well, he's having an issue there with the Mozzie Pest, but will eliminate it and gets his Twitch drone in to try and see if he can spot out some utility. Just droning really for Wildcard. They're playing a little bit more safe, a little bit more slower. I don't blame them. I think they went a little bit too fast almost the last round, and they paid the price for it. And again, it's the same thing. It feels as though they're just waiting for Merc to make a play, and then they all play off it.
Oh, there goes a reinforcement, a late reinforcement, as they know where Wildcard is coming from. And that'll be the 10th reinforcement used by M80 as well. So whether they kept that one in back pocket strategically, or it just so happened to be good happenstance, we don't know. Something that could possibly be discussed if this does end up being a very pivotal round. If M80 win the round and then they win the whole thing and they go up 2-0, that reinforcement might look like a genius move. Something so small like that can have a profound impact. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because there's still half the round to play.
Oh, Spirits, you are in quite the position. He's really the player I'm looking at in this round. If he's trying to creep in towards Archives, he needs to find a kill to open up some space for everyone else. However, it's not went to plan for Wildcard. They have lost the first engagement, and they still have players upstairs to deal with. Spoy in a very strong situation behind that shield, and nobody is really in position to challenge him. Plays Ring Around the Rosie with the window. He finds 2. Spirits has also been down in the process, so he should be able to go and pick that kill up. Packer now tries to get a kill back. Eliminates Diaz. Eliminates Spoy. Never mind. Spirits will live to fight another day. Surf eliminates Iconic, and all of a sudden Wildcard are in front.
What a wild turn of events it's been. And Kino and Gomez pull off the unthinkable. Not a lot of time for Wildcard to work with. The Vents Workshop take. Surf will drop in bathroom to push through the back of A bomb site. There goes a smoke, denying Gomez line of sight. A punch through the wall, he might gain some information, and there it is. Amidst the smoke, Packer getting the plant down. Kino does not have access to a diffuser, so he runs through, hunting! He gets the pick, and then will hit the deck! And the timer gives M80 the win! Overtime we go!
He dies for the badge. He knows that he's probably gonna die if he tries this, but who knows, you might get lucky, and he's done that. Just hip firing through the smoke with a deagle of all guns. Downs the player defusing. Oh, he's cold as ice. Iceman.
at a loss for words with that one.
What a game. What a game. That's all you can say.
I thought in that first half, it's a little ugly. Yeah, it's a little messy. But this is our match, Harry. Our match to watch, our match to cast. But now we have been treated
5 seconds
to a delicacy, really, of kills.
That's it.
It has been a non-stop thrill ride. And we get 2 more rounds of it at minimum. Wildcard will start overtime on attack. M80 will move to defense. Both sides. Success for defenses. Wildcard wins 4 rounds on defense. M80 does the same on defense. Now, in theory, it's M80 to ride the more favorable side.
That's it.
Potentially onwards to Atlanta.
I think you summed it up well. Ugly and messy. That's what the game is, and you know, it does remind me of, you know, my first relationship and how that ended up. But it's certainly a good point for this game. So I'm all for it. I think M80, just the way that they're playing now with such confidence, it's hard to not give them kind of the nudge and give them the go-ahead moving in now to more defense as they get the side advantage.
Well, it's incumbent upon Wildcard to stem this bleeding that is at risk of getting out of control. Adam dropping 18 kills, by the way. There's been so much for us to focus on that it's seemingly impossible for us to touch on every single thing that's happening, but my God. And he's not even doing it on rolls where you expect him to get those kills. He's just doing it as they come about. Mostly high impact kills. You do a post-mortem on this. Should Wildcard lose? I don't know how much criticism you're going to throw at some of these players, but I think Adam escapes it. Now you've lost Merc. Hacker goes as well. M80 certainly feeling this. Again, riding out the favored side statistically. Where are you going? Surf goes for the vault through. Kino guns him down. M80 looking for a flawless first overtime round, and what a stage and tempo it would set.
It feels as though Wildcard have lost their heads. They have kicked out almost against M80 and it hasn't worked for them. They've been punished because of that. All their kills were very easily taken by M80. Spirit swings in towards Office and that sums it up. They can't even kill that. Just a man with a shotgun stuck in a corner. Adam, like you said, he's been the only redeeming quality. I mean, Adam has been the best player in the matchup, but he's the one who's losing. How's that work?
He gets one exit kill that has no impact or influence whatsoever on the round. It denies a flawless round for M80, which is really meaningless at this point. It doesn't matter if you win the round flawlessly or in a 1v1. M80 still takes it. And you're right. Wildcard seemingly losing their heads. They called the timeout. They try to settle themselves down. This is where a lack of cohesion and a lack of experience does start to show. M80 as an organization, as a core, as players have been together for a while. They trust each other unconditionally, I have no doubt.
Yep.
Wildcard will get to that point, but I think it's far too premature to say that as a unit, they are better as a group. They're tremendously skilled players, and there's lots of experience on their side of things. I mean, they have world champion for crying out loud. But experience is something you cannot fake. You need to earn it. And Wildcard have not earned it yet. They will eventually, as long as they stay together. M80, the team right now, just, wow. That's 3 rounds in a row for M80, by the way.
Yeah, momentum shift. This is what happens. Teams look as if they're in such good positions. And one thing that's really hit me with M80, this stage especially, is how reminiscent it reminds me of NIP whenever they won SI 21, where the siege was not great. It didn't look pretty. It was ugly siege. It was won on moments. It was won on clutches. But I think that's a great element for a side to have. If you want to win championships, you need to, first of all, of course, have a bit of luck. But to always put yourself in a position where you never know, you might just win the round. I think no matter what, M80 always give them a look in that they could win that round. That's like the quality that we've taken up with this side. You know, it's getting to that level where they can start to pump out results that they've no right winning. They do that. Teams will always find a way to win. Great teams will.
Well, while Sledge looks for his hammer, we will spoil the previous results and just simply go into what the next steps are for these teams. What's at stake for both Wildcard and M80 is a spot at the Atlanta Major. The team that wins this best of 3 qualifies alongside the Sonics who qualified in their matchup earlier. The Sonics did so in 3 maps over Dark Zero. Dark Zero moves down to the lower bracket. They are not out of the fight for the Major just yet. And even if they do lose in the lower bracket, they still have a run through the last chance qualifiers, which there was the seeding matchup for earlier. Luminosity, Beast Coast, Mirage, OXG, Space Station, all fighting for that last Atlanta spot, and all of them could conceivably win it. Should Wildcard lose either in this next round or the round that follows, or even win and then ultimately lose on Clubhouse, Wildcard would go down and play Dark Zero. The winner of that match gets the 3rd spot at Atlanta. So not all hope is lost. There are still at least 3 opportunities for Wildcard because they're still in this match. They could win on Clubhouse after they win on Border. That's opportunity number 1. They could win the lower bracket matchup against Dark Zero. Providing they lose here, they go down, they play DZ, they win. That's your second opportunity. You got the last chance qualifiers as well. So lots of contingency plans for Wildcard. There are, of course, SI points at stake as well. As far as I'm aware, and I can be quoted wrongly on this one, or I believe that in order for Wildcard to qualify for SI, they not only need to qualify through this matchup and then win the NAL, but then they need to win the Major too, and then there's a shot for them to go to SI. But again, don't quote me on that. That's why we need somebody with the actual statistics to go through it. That's what's at stake here.
As long as there's
M80,
a chance.
2 minutes and 40 seconds could separate you from the Atlanta Major.
And equally for M80, they need the SI points. They didn't get through into the last phase of the Major. They got knocked out in phase 2. So they really need to be at the next Major and have a good finish as well to make sure that they're up there and qualify comfortably for the 6th Invitational. M80 on the attack. It's been a while since they've been on this side of the map. You have to try and enter into it now, and it looks as if they're going to try and do so from not only breakroom, but also below. I like to see Gomez getting downstairs with the nades. He can try and pick a couple of parts of the defense. And just see if he can just open things up for players like Spoit to give him more space, to give him more room that he can really maneuver, and similar to what Wildcard have done whenever they can get Merc into strong positions.
Well, if you look back to the first half, like you said, it's been quite a while since M80 had an opportunity to attack. Just a little over 30 minutes ago it was. Not once did M80 strike first on their attacks. It was always Wildcard either getting the first pick or immediately trading back, giving M80 no sizable advantage in numbers. It means for the most part, they were battling from behind. And as we said, the scoreline for both halves was 4-2, favoring the defenders. M80, if they can strike first, could completely flip their one and only attack on its head, and they might not even need a second defense to close this map out. But first, they're gonna have to get through Adam, who gets flashed and tries to drop away. Hacker under fire.
Spoit.
Blood spilled, and it's M80's Merc eliminating Spoit. There's a dog on the board with 3 stim pistols too, so all the damage done by M80 can be recovered by Wildcard.
Spoit needed to get that pick, but he didn't. Merc is alive, and there you go, there's the stims. That is the plus side of having the dock, and it allows Merc to do things like that. Take another challenge, and Adam, again, stationary in the site. That's where he plays his best siege. Finds Kino, iconic with backstab up metal stairs, does eliminate Packer, but with 30 seconds to go, he's really out of the game. What was he going to bring to this side now? Because he has to swing in through balcony surf. finds Gomez before Gomez did eliminate Merc, who was in the fight for quite a long time. This is a good rotation from Surf, but he doesn't even need it. Spirits is there, covering for him. Diaz sprints straight through into CC, has the shotgun in hand, dips back left and right, but Spirits cleans up. Oh, can I say the line? Can I say the line, Parker?
You can say the line.
We're going all the way!
A fateful 15th round between these teams as Adam breaks 20 kills. Long looks on the faces of M80 as one final round will determine this map. Wildcard have been pushed to the brink, as have M80. But on Wildcard's turf, M80 are doing this. In terms of rounds one, they have the lead at the moment because of how clear-cut Bank was. And of course, clear-cut means 7-5. M80 have been in the driver's seat for the majority of this matchup. Yes, they were behind on that second half, but they closed that gap, and then they too sat on match point. One final round. I've said it before, but I will say it again. We are either 3 minutes or 35 minutes away from knowing which team goes to the major and which team goes down into the lower bracket to fight that same opportunity tomorrow. This defense from M80 will exist upstairs. The lineup being crafted right now by Wildcard looks about as standard as you can get. They put Merc on Yana, though. Not reunited with that Ash operator that we've seen a number of times for Wildcard. They want the information instead. They know how strong the defenders have it on this map, and particularly how strong M80 has looked. I like the Yana pick for Merc.
Big round, yeah, it frees them up more, has nades, can use that a lot more flexible of clearing out certain positions. Can we also just keep in mind, Atom is also potentially playing for a world record here. That's on. If he gets 4 more kills, he's a world record holder in a BO1. So, let's see how that goes. But it's going to be difficult for him. It really is going to be difficult. I think... Oh.
Think about it. Packers only got 4 kills so far. Adam's got to match that total, you know?
Yeah. That's it. That's all he needs to do. I think Kino, he's going to be the first one under fire. It seems to be an East Stairs clear from Wildcard. All they have to do is make sure the utility is used properly. 1 nade still remains for Merc, so he can maybe try and rotate in and use that for clearing a player out of Fountain if he needs to. You actually see the prep of C4s ready now from Kino. He will destroy the little bit of, I don't even what you call that, the pieces of wood above the archway. He will shoot that out, so now a C4 can be tossed over safely. So that's what they're going to do, and see Iconic also doing the same. C4 goes out. Oh, it's a dud. No boom. EMP caught it.
A bomb has been located.
Wow. A big benefit for Wildcard, and it comes without expending any considerable effort. Now it's Iconic taking some damage. Buck down below, punishing him. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. There's a super highway that rotates, and he can navigate through that, going back towards Armory in the B-bomb site. Gomez will try to get to him to heal him right back up, and there you go. So why does the dock get played? That's why. Adam getting his metal tested. Packer in the hallway. They're closing in. Wildcard setting a good pace here. 1 minute to go, and they get the first pick on Despoit. Oh boy, M80 coming back from the dead. They look to equalize. Now Adam to jump on in. The dock's looking the wrong way. That's his 21st kill. Spirits and him are the last 2 left. M80 with the advantage. 2 kills to be found for M80, and they're bound for the major. 40 seconds. That's what they work with. Adam has been magnificent so far, keeping his team in this, willing them forwards. Kill record still attainable. He needs those final 3 picks to get it done, though. None for Spirits. And Adam cannot die. What a finish that would be for Wildcard. Far from it, though. Kino setting Adam up for the clutch of his life. To save his team. No! Kino moves M80 to Atlanta. Wildcard get as close as they're gonna get. But tomorrow, their only opportunity. M80 proving that they can hang with the best of the best, and they pull off one of the finest comebacks we've seen so far this year. The Long faces, Harry, they tell the whole story. Look at Wildcard.
Honestly, my heart goes out to Adam. I think you have to give credit to him. Was definitely the best player, but luck favors M80 today. A scrappy team, by all means, M80 today. But hey, they'll get the win. It gets over the line. Let's go back to the desk to see what they think of probably one of the best games of the season. It has to be.
The 11th team for the Atlanta Major just got locked in, and it couldn't have been any closer. Wildcard, so close. A 20 bomb on their best map. Lost a couple of clutches at M80 in garbage time. Basically, pull that thing back from the jaws of defeat in round 15. No better way to prove that a team that's going to a major is deserving of it than sticking with the game in moments that are as close as that.
Good God, did they have to fight for that. Second half, the clutches they needed to pull out. We saw so many crucial moments. This was one of them from Iconic to start things off, even on attack, a big 1v2. They had plenty of these. M80, we saw Diaz popping off from the pulse down inside of the bathroom. We saw Spoit having some amazing rounds coming through both maps that we saw from M80 as well. This was a game of heroics from M80. It took everything they had in the tank, but they're going to the major.
We were talking about Kino too, and Kino came in clutch and came in this second map, showing up, doing what he needed to do to put his team in the driver's seat and win these rounds. And that one round that Diaz clutch, that realistically on that sliver of HP, yes, this exact one, this was insane. I love watching plays like this and watching players like this. The split-second decision-making, the rotations, the things you have to do in that mindset that you got to have, you can't teach that. That is pure talent. I'm telling you right now, either you got it or you don't. Plain and simple, and Diaz showed that he's got it.
And Kino can walk into stock on Monty, die to a C4 as many times as he wants. If he's playing Deagle plays like that through the smoke, stopping the plant, the end of this game, Kino was instrumental. Of course, round 15 as well on the smoke. What other gun would it be? Oh.
I do want to say this, though. As much as we are talking about M80, Wildcard put up one hell of a fight. We can't just ignore that. Adam dropped, I think it was 21, or was it 20? 21 kills? I'm moving him up to 8. I'm sorry, like that individual performance that he had, that's impressive to me for a new player to keep that composure. And those games were intense. He's you know, coming into that, playing these intense matches, playing against, you know, these teams, and to be performing like that, that is a standout player. And then the roles that he's on specifically, I love to see that. And then in terms of the individual performance, he moved up in my ranking for sure.
Well, let's talk to Kino real fast about how this bad boy transpired. Dude, you're going to another event. Can you stop being this consistent, man? How does it feel?
It feels so great, Jacob. It feels even better because it was on top of Wildcard. But, you know.
I would just say, you beat them on their best map. I mean, it's not to say that Border was a complete uncalled for map for them to pick or for you guys to play yourselves. Like, you like yourself a little bit of Border here and then.
Of course, we love some Border here. We love the casino. We knew that the 3 Border games that they played, I mean, it's gonna sound kind of mean, but like, they did beat the 3 lowest teams on the, you know, I mean,
it's facts. It might be mean, but it's facts.
It's like, you know, like, I don't think they've seen a real Border, and I think we didn't even show it today because our Border was very, very, very sloppy. We played terrified. We were giving them so much map space, and that kind of lost some rounds because of that. But at the end of the day, it's a casino.
Well, Kino, things got messy in a few rounds, undeniably, but you clutched it out in the end, and you particularly had some insane rounds going through there. I want to particularly ask about the Deagle through the smoke.
Yeah.
Did you know that you had downed the kit? What's the thought process like in that one round when you're just clutching things out on the Valkyrie?
Yeah, so we had a camera in sight that could see that the plant was going down somewhere around the left side of workshop in front of the bathroom rotate, and the call was in the smoke. I pulled my Deagle out because I wanted to be faster, because I knew someone was going to be playing holes above me, so I needed to sprint by and not die. And then I saw like a shadow, or like I saw something in the smoke, and I just shot at it, and I knew it was a planner, so I just hid and won us around.
Yeah, brilliant round. And they all mattered, too, in the end.
Easily. Amazing. One thing I want you to do, Kino, little Kiki boy, give Spoit that one little high five you did, because that was the cutest little thing I ever did see. Look at that. Look at that, the cutest little thing. No, but Kino, I want you to just tell the audience, like, even if you aren't having the best game, like the role that you play and the position you put yourself in, and you put yourself in very precarious spots where, like, you will die, but, like, the mentality that you have to play in those positions, like, just tell the audience, like, what you got to have in order to be that kind of player that you are.
it's a hard role, I would say. For example, if you look at Bank, like if you look at like solely stats, I played horrible, right? But then if you think about it, I was playing Monty every round. I was playing Amaru, planting the bomb and instantly getting traded. You know, so it's stuff like that that people don't really see. But I am slacking kinda. This is not how I'm supposed to be playing individually, to be honest.
No.
I'm glad I had this good border game here, but
that goes into what I've talked about before with players is, you know, you might have maybe a not so great first game, but then you come into the second game and also like your personality, you bring tons of spunk to that team. So when you're laughing, you're smiling, that resonates inside everybody. And seeing that second game, you come into this, having these huge clutch plays, everyone's smiling, you're laughing, like that alone, even if you aren't having a great game, just boosts everyone else around you. So having that factor is massively important.
Yeah, I like being the heart of the team.
Don't be so sad.
The little jokes and the little giggles.
I want to see that cute smile of yours. You performed. You did it. You did a great job, Kino. Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on.
Not the Raza.
I have something to show.
What you got? hang on. I'm getting to that, Kino. Give me a sec. Couple things before we let you go.
I'll wait. Sorry.
You're playing Sonics tomorrow. That's the last game that you then play for a good 5-month stretch before you worry about Georgia. Do you play that game and then take a bit of a break, or is it literally all gas, no breaks until you finally get to the first games you play in Atlanta?
No breaks, no off days. I'm just kidding. Probably gonna take like.
Jeez.
How long do we have until the major? Like a month-ish?
It's about 5 weeks.
5 weeks? Yeah. I mean, I would say probably take a few days off. You know, chill with friends and family a bit, then come back, regroup, keep going. Job's not done.
Well, I'll be FaceTiming you, so you'll definitely be seeing a lot of me.
I'm gonna say you better. Hey, next time you face him in studio, let us say hi. Come on, man. Next time, I want to say hi to him again. And then, yes, you showed his face. I know he's watching the stream. I know Raza's doing co-stream right now. Anything you want to say in Portuguese?
Razão 01 da revoada. Wait, hold on. Rasa careca.
No, not that one. Come on.
This one's so funny.
No, wait,
why is he bold? Why is he bold?
I got some great ones of him, that's for sure.
Good grief.
This guy is the funniest guy I've ever met, bro.
It's even funnier that it's not in focus, dude. All right, man. We will see you tomorrow for that grand final against Onyx, but more importantly, we'll see you in Georgia, dude. Congrats again. We'll see you later.
Thank you, guys.
It's crazy, specifically. We call him out. He has a phenomenal game two, even if his game one had plenty of mistakes. But again, the person who knows about those mistakes the most is the guy who's making them. He's aware, and Matey's very aware. Who gives a damn? They're going to the major, man.
Yeah, it wasn't a clean game. It wasn't a clean series. He said it himself. There's some sloppy rounds in there. That wasn't their best border they've ever played. But I think what makes a world champion caliber team is being able to clutch things out and to be able to hold things down even when things aren't going your way. Even if you're not playing perfect, you're playing good enough to win those clutch rounds, and that's really all that matters in the day.
And even what makes a world-class player is you can have a not-so-great game, and we've seen it through multiple players throughout this season, and then they come back the next game, and they're super dominant. And, like, that's what you want from any player on your team. And that is also the point of having a team around you is, sure, you can have a bad game, but that's why you got 4 other people to support the weight maybe that you're not putting up, and that it gives you then time to bounce back, do what you need to do, and we saw that from Kino, and I love seeing that.
And Matey absolutely seemed like God's team here in North America, the team that feels like even if they're down on themselves a little bit, not very much is capable of stopping them. They will play tomorrow against the Sonics. Take a look at the bracket. They've got a grand final that needs to be played first for an SI points differential and a little bit more of a prize pool advance. And for DZ and Wildcard, that game now separates both teams from qualifying for Atlanta just in phase 1 as opposed to phase 2.
A scary match to play. Dark Zero and Wildcard, they got about 24 hours to prep for that, to get ready for their opponents, rest up. Obviously, you may have lost today, but job's not done. The road is not over. You get a second chance here in the lower bracket, but now it's do or die. You don't want to play the LCQ, as we heard from Sonics earlier today.
100%. That is going to be the match of the day that we're going to see. That's what's going to determine where you're being placed, where you're finishing, and you want to be on top of that game. So I have no doubt that both teams are going to take it tonight, focus on what they need to, go into early tomorrow, get as much prep in, and then slug it out.
I do not envy the coaching staffs for both Dark Zero and Wildcard as they try to figure out what the hell they need to do to their opponent in order to qualify for Atlanta tomorrow. The order of operations is simple. Dark Zero and Wildcard play each other in match number 1. Sonics and M80 have it again in match number 2, and as a reminder, this is normal start time tomorrow. We had an earlier start today to accommodate for 3 best-of-3s. We've only got 2 of them. It happens like this. One winner goes to Atlanta, loser goes to LCQ game, and another that just determines who walks away with more of those sweet SI points at the end of the day.
Indeed, and first place, Sonics M80, you know both of these teams are hungry to be best in North America.
Yeah.
Sonics have never won the NAL in a single stage before, so they're hungry for that, and M80, of course, you know they want it again.
And it's a bigger prize pool. It's bigger, more money to you on top of what you're already going to the event. So you got bragging rights, you got more money in your bank account. What more could you want?
We'll set the stakes specifically tomorrow when we get to those games. But again, congratulations to M80 for being the only team in North America this year to qualify for both majors in stage 2 without having to worry about the group stage. They've got the Sonics tomorrow. Every game matters a lot. Be sure to buy your tickets for the Atlanta major because we send another team directly to Georgia tomorrow. We'll catch you tomorrow with all of the crazy action, and then we're back next week with the LCQs. For everybody here at Blast Studios in Copenhagen, have a good night.